can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the German Poker Days main event from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is Darrow Carney. I'm an Irish poker pro, author, commentator, coach, and I'm standing in today for my good friend and fellow countryman Fintan Gavin, who is otherwise occupied. This is the feature table we're going to look at. Denis Moravec, who has been in very good form recently. He's already made 2 final tables this year in Rozvadov. Is in seed 1. Vilakas in seed 2. Balash Gal in seed 3. And various other players I don't recognize further down. Dennis is in second in chips. Some of the players are very, very short, it has to be said. We have 3 players sub 10 bigs, another 3 between 15 and 20, and the other 2 are obviously very comfortable. Welcome to everybody on Twitch. Hopefully I'll recognize some of you in chat and also on YouTube. My voice might sound a little bit strange today. I have a bit of a sniffle, but we will soldier on. So first hand here, blinds are 50-100 with a 100 big blind ante. Bielakis, who is the chip leader, under the gun, he folds. Bunch of rag hands. Cosmin Gavrilas finds pocket 8s, 4 big blinds in the cutoff. Obvious shove. Ronald is very, very short in the small blind, but he's not going to call off with 10-8. Dennis is in the big blind with Jack 4, and despite the price he's getting, that's not strong enough to call. So very nice pickup for Cosmin there first hand. He started the hand with 400,000 and he picks up 250 for that pot. We have 56 players left, I believe. So 56 players left. We are in the money. This event got 2,310 runners. They're all guaranteed €374, roughly twice their buy-in. Again, significant, as in a lot of these Rozvadov tournaments, the first 12 will get WSOP e-tickets, which are worth over €10,000. So that's going to be a very significant ICM bubble when we get that far. So Ronald on the button could maybe have thought about shoving the Queen 6 there. It's an above average hand. One difference with the big blind antes, though, is you can be a little bit more patient. He has a full orbit to try and maybe find a better spot. Whereas with the traditional ante, you're obviously anteing every hand and your stack is becoming shorter. Dennis raises from the small blind with the King Deuce. And Ilakis defends the Ace 5. These are the 2 deepest players on the table. They're the only guys with more than 20 big blinds. So Dennis flaps better. They both flap a pair, but Dennis is top pair. Ilakis is bottom pair. He has some other things going for his hand. He still has the ace. He has backdoor flush draw as well. Dennis is going to come out betting. As the raiser, the king favors him more. Ilakis is probably going to hang on for 1 bet at least. He does. Already I see some familiar faces in the chat. Shout out to Mandrulia. Nine on the turn. Doesn't really change anything. Shouldn't really have hit either player. Dennis is still going to bet. His hand is almost always the best hand still. Ilakis is going to hang on for 1 more street. See what he does on the river if he misses. And he doesn't miss. Wow, look at that. He pulls ahead. And that 5 will look pretty safe to Dennis, but he does check. He puts the brakes on. A lot of the draws brick, clubs brick, turned hearts, balls are brick. So maybe he's decided to check call now rather than bet and get value again. And now Bilakis is sizing up how much to bet. That's already very significant, 2 million, which is more than most players on this table have. Dennis has about a pot-sized. It does look like he's sizing up how much he will call. He hasn't gone for it all. That looks like maybe 900,000. No, sorry, 1.1 million. Difficult to see Dennis folding here now. He's getting a very good price, 3-1. He has top pair. A lot of draws have bricked. He's considering it though. Fair play to him for not just throwing in the call with the top pair. His kicker is so bad, that might be on his mind. He's losing to any other king. He's obviously losing to a 5 now as well. And he could expect a 5 to play like this, all 2 streets, and then suddenly get very interested on the river. I think he's going to make the call, although no, he's still considering it. Watching his opponent very... He does make the call in the end, and yeah, the fist bump there, he knows his 5 is good, and he's got a cry call. And the wry shrug of a man who got outdrawn on the river. Very costly for Dennis there. He is now back into the 11 big blind zone. That's a pretty significant pot now because Bilakis is by massive chip leader now. Everybody else is pretty much 20 big blinds or less. We're down to 54. Hello to everybody also in the YouTube chat. Gunter Gleichner says, Alexander Dick is the best player and will win because of Tavernello. Okay, let's see if that comes to pass. If you're watching on YouTube, if you could click the like button, that helps us greatly. So all in and praise under the gun with the 6-5 offsuit. Can't imagine they're going to go with this hand. Because the king 9 off. He's under the gun +2, which means the blinds are going to hit pretty soon. In 2 hands, in fact. Or 3 hands, I guess. So he'll lose a third of his stack. So he needs to find a spot in the next few hands, ideally. Bilakis in the small blind with the 9-8. Looks like he's just going to put his... No, he's going to make a... He actually limped. So... Balash very happy to see a flop at 4-3. He couldn't have even called a small bet with that, I don't think. But he gets to see a flop in position. Up to gut shot. The 9-8 flops. Middle pair goes check check. The ace would normally favour the small blind limper. He should be limping some aces, whereas Balash should be raising pretty much all of his aces in the big blind. Small bet on the turn. Balash is grinning wryly. He does have still his gut shot, but he's actually not getting the odds. Even though it's a min bet, he's only getting 4-1. Hi, Swift Success Poker. Great to see you. I'm glad the channel came up as recommended. And I'm glad you like hearing my voice. My voice might, as I said earlier, might sound a bit different today. I'm recovering from a pretty bad flu, so I still have a bit of a sniffle. So the rich continue to get richer. This is now an amazing spot for the chip leader. He has so much chips. We are getting a new player though. Maybe. Alexander under the gun with ace-7 suited. This is a hand he could certainly think about opening. A lot of short stacks behind, so he'll be priced into call against some of them, but this is still worth an open. So he does open. 225. King Queen suited has found the spot that he's been waiting for with his 3.45 big blinds. He obviously has no fold equity here, but with the dead money from the blinds and antes, it's still a good spot to take. We're down to 53 as well, so you can see they're dropping pretty rapidly. This is the final day. We are playing down to a winner tonight. Oh, and chip leader's woken up with ace king. Okay, now the ace-7 suited will get away. He would have obviously called the 3.45 shove, but once the chip leader shoves, you know ace-7 is not going to be in good shape. He's asking for count, but I can't imagine this is ever going to be a call. All blind is shoved. Actually, sorry, it's the small blind who shoved, not the big stack, for 1.15 big blinds. So great spot for the ace king. Dead money in the pot. 71% favorite. Just has to fade a queen or diamonds. Even has a diamond to block or to redraw if too many of them come. So far so good. Just has to avoid a queen or running diamonds. Or 4 or 5 for the chop. Well, there's the 4. So some chop outs now. Queen or a 5, or we will lose Ronald. And we do. Eliminated in 53rd place. So he receives €549 for his trouble. We're down to 52 now. And I'm being told that the new player is Ami Kabrit from Israel. He is arriving with a stack of 1.26 million, so 12.6 big blinds. So we're obviously going to see a lot of push fold. Given the stack distributions at the table, most of the players have no real option but to push or fold. Yeah, my broken up by flu voice isn't too unbearable. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of these pots where somebody either shoves or we get a walk if nobody finds a hand. As I said, there's not a lot of pre-flop play for a lot of these players. Just the two options. Very good question from Andruli in the Twitch chat. How aggressive do you think players should be to create a stack for the top 12? Yeah, I think the top 12 is such a huge consideration given just how significant that is in the prize pool. I mean, The price for 13th is €2,850. So you're basically multiplying your money by five almost if you ladder from 13th to 12th. So it's really important to go for a top 12 spot. At this stage, the ladders are quite small, so the players shouldn't really be trying to cling on. And given how short everybody is, people are just kind of going to wait for a hand and try and get it in. But if you have a stack, you should be looking to take spots where you have the right price to continue chipping up. So again, it's folded all the way around to the small blind. He's got King Jack. He moves all in because the big blind is short. Big blind down to 4.5 big blinds, decides King 2 is strong enough to call. I would have to agree with that. He's just unlucky to be dominated here. He had a third of his stack in. I probably would have gone with King 9 as he had two hands earlier. But, King 2 is certainly strong enough to call off in the big blind. See if he can hit a deuce. Well, his equity's increased significantly now because there's lots of ways he can chop this pot. He can also hit a 4-5 straight. There's the 4. See, even with one card to come, he's 33%. He's not 33% to win it, but he's gonna chop a significant amount of time. And there it is. He's found one of the few cards he can win. And Cosmin, or Alexander rather, his head sinks as he realizes. Lucky for Cosmin there. He made a good open a couple of hands ago, ran into it, lost some chips there. Been unlucky here again. It's just the way it goes in tournaments sometimes. Gunther asking in the YouTube chat which of the players I find the most handsome. That's a very interesting question. To be honest, my eyes are severely affected by my flu as well, so I can barely see them. But I'll let you guys decide. Who do you in chat think is the most handsome player on the table? So we're down to 50 players now, so we've lost 6 already today in just 6 hands. So they are moving along at a fair old clip. All in and pray with the Queen 9 in the cutoff. This is probably strong enough to go with, although he decides to let it go. As I said, the big blind ante does change things slightly in that you don't have to. You can be a bit tighter in late position when you find a hand you maybe could shove, but you have to go a bit wider in early position because the blinds are going to hit you soon. Cosmin limps in from the small blind with the 9-7. Yeah, that seems like a very reasonable play. Michael checks back the Jack 10. See who can flop better. Okay, they both hit a pair, so this pot will certainly see more money going in. 100 bet from Cosmin. Now Michael has the choice between calling and raising. He has gone for the raise. I guess he figures there's a lot of draws there that can pay off. Wow, big fold there from Cosmin. Second pair is pretty strong blind on blind. So he preserves his recently acquired stack by folding there. So Dennis under the gun with ace-9. This is a tricky spot because if he opens this, he would be priced to call in a lot. Yeah, he's decided to just shove it to fold out exactly the type of hands that Belakis has behind pocket threes. Pocket threes might have played against a smaller raise, but might fold now. He doesn't want to raise call this hand, and he doesn't like raise folding either, so he's decided to just shove. Balash won't call off with the ace-5 either, I don't imagine. Yeah, this is the power of the shove. You do get a lot of hands that might have played that you're not necessarily in great shape against, like pocket threes, to fold. And unless he runs into something, he's probably going to pick up the pot here. King 10 again, that's a hand which would have defended, so power of the shove, he's going to win this pot, I'm pretty sure. And he does, picks up 250k. As I said, Dennis has been in good form here recently in Rozvadov. He came Deutsche Poker Tour main event at the start of March for 28,000 euro, almost. He came 5th in a ring event here at the start of January for approximately 28,000 euro as well. And actually, if we go back a bit further to October, in this very event, the German Poker Days main event, he was 4th for 14,000. So he's in very good form recently in Rozvadov. Belakis under the gun. Now, Belakis is in a really interesting spot because he's got a massive stack. But to be honest, there's not a lot he can do with it in this spot with hands like Jack 2 suited, because everybody behind is, or most of the players behind, are just looking for a spot to pick up a hand and stick it in. So you sometimes see chip leaders spew off in these spots by opening too many hands and just always getting it in behind. But he's not falling for that. So Alexander racing the hijack with the 9-8 suited. Michael's on the button with King 10. He folds. King Queen suited in the small blind. He only has 10 big blinds, so this is normally a shove, I think. He's considering his options. You can also call and just try and hit, even though you're very shallow. King Queen suited is the kind of hand that very much defines itself on the flop. By which I mean, you'll know whether you have something or nothing. If the board comes ace high, you can check fold. Hit your pair, your hand is definitely going to be strong enough to go with. And you're going to have other ways to hit the board as well. You can hit flush draws, straight draws, etc. We're certainly going to see a lot of all-ins in the next few hands, in the next phase of play, until the stacks level up a bit. So Ami, who arrived at yeah, he has gone all in. I do like this play. This is better for me than just flatting. This will force Dennis out with the Jack 2. Alexander probably not going to call off. He's getting almost 2-1, but it is most of his stack. And he'll sometimes be up. He'll sometimes be in horrendous shape against 8s plus. Yeah, so he does let it go. Alex is certainly getting a lot of support in the chat. Seems to be the most popular and, according to chat, the most handsome player. C2 looks very familiar to me. I'm pretty sure All In and Pray isn't his real name, so it's possible he's somebody I know. Or at least I've played with at some point. Alexander got dealt rags there. 6-4. So he folds. We're down to 47 already, as you can see from the top right of the screen. There's continuing to drop hard and fast. Ami, who had that nice pickup last hand, is not going to play the 8-3 on the button. Dennis has been dealt a pretty mediocre holding in the small blind. You can just about limp in with this, but fold seems more prudent against somebody who covers you very comfortably. So Bilakis gets a walk. Anti-back and small blind for the next hand. So we have 179 watching on YouTube already. If you are watching, if you could click the thumbs up, the like button, that would help us greatly to get the word out that we're streaming this final day of the German Poker Days main event. And we're up to 227 already on Twitch, including some very familiar faces in the chat. All in Prey is getting really short now, and he's going to have to post 40% of his stack next hand, or sorry, not 40%, 30% of his stack roughly next hand. But he hasn't picked up anything he was able to go with. Ace-6 in the hijack. This is close. He has 1.8 million, so he can possibly raise fold this. He does open to 240, 2.4 big blinds. And he's got another spot. He lets this one go. To shove that too, but he would have run into it obviously if he had shoved. Bilakis, in addition to having all the chips, has picked up quite a lot of premiums already. Now his only question is, how do we get the rest of the chips in pre-flop, I think. Do we make a tiny raise and maybe induce him to shove? Do we shove ourselves? Do we just call maybe and pick up a c-bet on the flop? But he has gone for the raise. And the big blind will fold his 9-8, and the ace-6 will probably fold as well, unless he decides he thinks the chip leader's at it, but he doesn't. So the chip leader is up to 7.7 million now, which I'm pretty sure is more than half the chips on the table. Shout out to Year G in the YouTube chat who says, Dara, thanks for your great books. Thank you very much, Year G. It's always great to get feedback on the books. The books he's referring to are, I've written a trio of strategy books with Barry Carter, one on satellites, one on progressive knockouts, and the most recent one on the end of tournaments and ICM in particular. So Michael picks up another hand. He might be feeling a little bit picked on at the moment, but ace-10 is definitely a hand he still wants to open. He'll be priced in to call some shorter stacks. He'll have a tougher decision if he gets 3-bet again by a bigger stack. And he's going to feel really picked on when this 3-bet comes in. Ami, having folded the pocket 5s last hand, won't be folding the aces this hand. Only question is, does he lay the trap and flat call and maybe induce a shove behind, or does he go for the raise and maybe induce a shove from Michael, who might definitely be feeling picked on at this point. Alash looks interested in the small blind with the queen jack suited. It's a nice hand, but when it goes raise 3-bet ahead of you, you lose interest pretty quickly. The 8-4 suited might, or the 8-4 offsuit, with all the dead money, but he's going to wait for a better spot. And now we're back to the situation I kind of previewed. Michael might feel he's being picked on now. What's he going to do here with the ace-10? I think if this was the first hand he'd opened, he would be okay with folding. But given he's opened and had to fold to a 3-bet a few times now, no, but he has remained very disciplined and let this one go. So Amy picks up the pot. Shout outs to a few people in the Twitch chat. Average Joe, hi Joe, hope you're well. Always great to see you. Yeah, I'm missing the Sunday grind for this. I'm looking forward to commentating on the particularly the end stages when the tickets come into play, and the ICM is going to be very big. As we look at the stacks there, some of the players have leveled up a bit now. There's only one really short stack, the appropriately named All In and Pray. Cosmin, Alexander, and Dennis are all on 10 exactly. Two other guys, well, actually 3 other guys in or around 20 or less. Blackus miles in front. Also, hello to Fireblade, Sean from Dublin. Great to see so many Irish tuning in. Alex is definitely getting most of the love in the chat at the moment. Hopefully he's going to stick around a while. Keep you all happy. Still has 10 big blinds, which is not desperation stakes in this tournament. Most of the players are playing shallow. We've already lost 10 players today, so we're down to 46 now. Which means all the remaining players are guaranteed €949. There's a pay jump not too far off. When we get down to 44, they'll be guaranteed 1125. All in and pray from the small blind. I mean, this is kind of gross. You probably just have to go with this, given the dead money from the ante, but you're pretty much always getting called. Oh, he's going to try something else. He's going to try the limp, which is quite enterprising, and he's going to get the bad news. Alexander has kings here. Does he just check and hope the small blind picks up a pair? No, he's going to raise and try and get the rest in pre-flop. And now, having limped the 8-6 suited, you might think about folding it. Looks like he might be about to do that. He may have saved himself here. Yeah, he has. I think most players would have just shoved there. And he sees he sees the kings. He feels much better about his fold now. Durga Job says, I begrudge everyone the win, but especially Alex. Yeah, that's a very common tournament player sentiment. I can relate to that. So ace-queen suited under the gun from the man who keeps getting picked on. This time he's decided he's not going to get picked on. He's just going to put all the chips in and see what happens. And again, we saw before when it was Dennis shoved ace-9 under the gun. The power of the shove is you'll get certain hands to fold that you might be just flipping in. If he gets this true, he adds 20% to his stack. Yeah, like the king 10 might have played against a normal open. And goes all the way around to the big blind, who only has 4 deuce, so he won't be calling either. So Michael's going to get this one true. Here says, I read ICM, Endgame, and PKO, which are super interesting, and learn all I know in sats thanks to your podcasts. I have a nice win rate in sats. Nice to hear you have a nice win rate in sats. I still love playing satellites myself, I have to say. Hydra says 100k big blind with 46 players. What is the average? I don't know what the average on the other tables is, but the average on this table seems to be around 15 big blinds, even. Obviously, we started with 2,310 runners and we're playing down to a winner, so the structure has to be fairly fast in a tournament of this length. Still 46 players left. Lacus under the gun +2 with the 970 is going to let it go. As I said, it's kind of a weird spot for him because even though he has so much chips, he's still basically playing a short stack game because everybody else at the table is short stack. All in and pray. He might decide this is his time to go, and it is the 8-7 suited. Alexander on the button with pocket fives. Yeah, good isolation shove here. He's going to have a great spot if the blinds both fold. Getting almost 2-1 on his money with a pair is going to be a good spot. So it is a flip. Fives are a very slight favorite. They interfere with some of the straights the 8-7 can make. They also block some of the having the 5 of clubs blocks some of the flushes that are some of the clubs that can come and make a flush. But there's the 7. Oh, look at that for an interesting flop. 2 pair against open ender. So the 8-7 pulls ahead, but the 5s are far from dead. Alexander has run poorly so far on the final table, it has to be said. Can he pull it out here? He's going to need a 4, a 5, or a 9. There it is, the 5. And Alexander takes the pot down. So, setting way to lose, but he takes it in good spirit. Ines Metovic, I'm hoping I'm not butchering your name. What are the names of the books, and what's my name? My name is Dara O'Carney. I'm an Irish poker player and commentator and writer and various other things. And the name of the books are Poker Satellite Strategies, the first one. PKO Poker Strategies, the second one. And Endgame Poker Strategy, the ICM book, is the most recent one. So we're down to 42 now, so continuing to move along at a fair old clip. The players are now all guaranteed 4 figures for the first time, 1125. The next pay jump is at 35, and that's a pay jump of just over €200. Alexander in the cutoff with the ace-3 raises. Michael lets the ace-deuce go in the small blind. He has the kind of hand you could defend, but he decides to let this one go. So Alexander picks up. All of these pickups are pretty significant. I mean, there's 250k out there. So every time you get a raise and take it, you're adding $250,000 to your stack. Hi Don in the chat. Yeah, I have a very bad cold. I actually think I have flu. I've been pretty bad since the Irish Open. Today was the first day I started to feel better. But I still obviously have it in my voice. Godin Hud said, this looks like really low big blinds. Yeah, most of the players are basically playing pusher folds. Except this gentleman who has all the chips. But he's also kind of playing pusher fold against the other players. He can't open too wide because they'll just push on him a lot. Okay, so Balash picks up 7s. He's one of the few players with the playables greater than 20 big blind stack. So he opens the 7s and call off against most of the short stacks. Let's see if somebody finds a hand they think is good enough to go with. And the answer to that question is no. Dennis, I don't think, can even defend the 3-2 off. Yeah, rice smile. Worst possible hand. Swifty in the COVID chat, or sorry, in the COVID chat, in the Twitch chat says lots of condemning COVID. I have actually been tested for COVID since I got sick, and it definitely isn't COVID. I'm pretty sure it's a cold I got from my American friend I was hanging out with, Kevin O'Donnell, at the Irish Open. He got a cold shortly before he left, and I got it shortly after he left, and my wife started coming down with it today, so I think we're just passing around the same cold. But I am feeling a lot better today, so I should be better by the next few days, I hope. Like Kenan says, them damn Americans. Indeed, they bring over their weird colds or flus or whatever they are. I think it actually might have been flu because I could barely get out of bed, and maybe it was just man flu though. Possible as well. So folds around to the cutoff here. We've seen nothing but rags so far, so nobody's shown any interest. The blinds, incidentally, have gone up 61-20, so that's made most of the players even shallower. Ami's playing 14 big blinds roughly with the king 10. This is the kind of hand that you will definitely want to open. A new player has arrived at the table as well, as you can see, to replace the bust out. And I'm being told that player is Michel van Herk from Belgium. And he arrives with 1.4 million. Lacus Jack 6 could defend this. He can apply a lot of pressure post flop. But he's decided to let it go. In these spots, the button is going to be fairly cautious, so he's going to be opening mostly high card hands. So if the board comes with 3 low cards, it's a very good spot for the chip leader to just come out betting. But he decides to take the more prudent. It's possible that he's also eyeing up the top 12 spots already. If he can maintain his stack, he's more or less locked up a top 12 spot. So he may feel incentivized to protect what he has rather than try and add to it. It's almost playing like a satellite. Dark Angel still not packed. I believe Dark Angel is off to Malta on Tuesday, I think. Is that right, Donna? Alex Stick for president. Not surprisingly, in the YouTube chat is an Alex fan and says, "Good thing you started feeling better, so you can cast Alex Stick's game." Indeed, it's an enormous honor to be here with you guys. And thank you, Gunter, for your kind comment as well. So Dennis on the button can't do anything with the 9-5 off. The Lacus has a decision in the small blind, King Jack. Folding's not an option. Depending on the stack of the big blind, this could either be a shove or a raise, or even a limp if they were super deep. We're down to 41 already, so they really are moving along on a fair old clip. And the 8-2 can't even call the small raise. Advantage of the raise there is even though 8-2 is a terrible hand, it still had decent equity against King Jack. King Jack is much better off taking the pot pre-flop, particularly with the ante in there. Gunnin Hood said, "I can't wait to play the GPD in September. I won an entry, but only can make it in September." Yeah, it does seem like a really fun tournament, and I hope you have a great time when you finally get to play it. Hurensohn in the... I speak a bit of German, so an interesting name. Uh, says, where are the girls? Are there even any? We haven't seen any female players so far. There may be some on the outer tables. We do have 5 tables in this tournament, so who knows? We might see some girls later. So Emi has picked up the pocket nines and opened. See if he can find any action behind. King 6 suited. The fans' favourite, Alexander Dick, is going to make a call, it looks like, which is a standard play here. Yep. Call from Alexander. Trying out flop. Emi. Ooh, that's a very interesting flop. He's hit this hard without making a pair. He's got a gut shot, an overcard, and a flush draw. This might... He's run into a set. This could be trouble for Alexander. He might decide to check raise all in here. Wow, Emi just moves all in. This might be the only way the chips don't go in. Alexander's hand is so strong, though. He thinks he's up against a pair. He's getting the right price. Even against a set, he's not that far off. So Alexander is now going through the various thought processes that you go through in this spot. What am I up against? What price am I getting? It's for all his chips. This is a very big shove. There's a lot of stuff to think about here. If you think you're up against... Sometimes you'll be up against an even stronger draw, like the ace high flush draw, which you would be in spectacularly bad shape against. Sometimes you're up against a pair, you're definitely getting the right price then. Occasionally you might be up against a worse draw. A lot of stuff to process here. We'll see Alexander take his time on this decision. Yeah, can't really blame him here. His hand is just so strong. Even against the set, you can see he's basically not much worse than a 2-1 dog. This is essentially just a cooler. Let's see if he can find a queen or a diamond. Of course, there are some kill outs if the board pairs. So he's 31%. Oh, and there's one of the kill outs, unfortunately. We're going to lose Alexander, fans' favourite, in 40th position. Yeah, I think the stacks are close, but he is covered, I believe. We're counting to make sure. Yeah, he gets the confirmation. Unfortunately, we lose Alexander. Did nothing wrong there. Perfectly fine hand to defend. Flopped huge. And unfortunately, we lose Alex. You can see the stacks there. Dennis and Cosman still very short, 6 big blinds each. We have 3 other stacks between 10 and 20. And Emi, after that big, almost double up, is now very comfortable. Bilaka still heads the chip charts with a huge stack of 64 big blinds. And Julian Twitch, I said, I'd call. If you want a big cash, you need to gamble. Yeah, I mean, I would call too, if I'm honest. You are going to be ahead once in a blue moon. Even when you're not ahead, you're going to be getting an amazing price against a pair some of the time. And even when you run into it, you're still going to have a chance to get there. Yes. Um, a name I don't think I can say says lovely voice moderator in the YouTube chat. Thank you. I was slightly worried about my voice today, obviously, given that I'm recovering from the flu. So we're down to 37 players now. I'm not going to keep saying this, but we are obviously losing the players at a fair old clip. We played only two. This is hand 21 today, and we've already lost 19 players. So we're losing almost a player a hand. Yeah, I think we had a bug on the graphic there. There's some speculation that jacks were folded, but occasionally the readers pick up the wrong cards. I mean, with the king seven suited under the gun, it's a hand he could think about maybe opening, but there's probably just too many short stacks at the table, and he would be priced in actually to call a few of them, the six big blind guys. So he decides to let it go. Belakis, on the other hand, is in a later season, has a better suited king, so king nine suited makes for a fine open here. He's been largely card dead after the initial flurry. The queen jack suited. You can go a couple of ways with this hand. You can just flat, nice hand to play in position. You can maybe make a small 3-bet and try and get the fold immediately and fold to a 4-bet. Or you can do what he's doing, to just fold and wait for a clearer spot. Jackson, the big blind, is not folding. He just sticks it in. Hands up. He has just under 10 big blinds. This is super marginal now for the king 9 suited. You're getting almost 2-1, not quite, but your hand is going to be 2-1 or worse a lot of the time against this type of hand, or a better king. Sometimes you're going to have the right price against something like ace queen, ace jack. Sometimes you're going to be up against a pair and you're going to be in great shape, but yeah, he decides to let it go. Michael shows the jacks. He's very happy to pick up the pot. The tournament's been played in a very good spirit, which is fairly typical of these tournaments in Rozvadov. Very nice place to play poker. Very well appointed casino. The King's Room. Or the King's Resort, rather. So Michel, we haven't really seen him in action yet since he moved to the table because he's been kind of card dead. Dennis is waiting for his spot. I can't imagine Belakis is going to open the 5-3-0, and he doesn't. Balash has the king 10. He's been playing on the snug side, on the tighter side. Yeah, I think most players would open that, but I'm not surprised he has made some tight folds. Cosman has found jacks on the button. Jacks seems to be the hand that's going around at the moment. And with his 5.75 big blinds, very easy shove. Queen jack. Okay, he's going to get looked up by the ace queen. So it's a flip. Jack's a slight favourite. So Ami has really chipped up since he came to the table by virtue of Picking up a lot of hands. Let's see if he can add, or will Cosmin get the double up he's been patiently waiting for. Running clubs now does it for Ami as well. And that's an interesting card. Lots of chops now, a straight, or if a club comes, he makes a flush. So Cosmin needs to fade an ace, a queen, or a club. And there's the queen. So we lose Cosmin. Again, nothing he could do there. All players play their hand exactly as they're supposed to. Jack's is supposed to shove. The ace queen is supposed to call. And Ami continues to prosper. He's done really. He's really chipped up since he came to this table. Question from Enis Amatovic in the YouTube chat. Final table will be played today also. Yeah, we're actually going to play to a finish. So by the end of this stream, you will know who the winner of this tournament is. And also which 12 players will win a WSOP main event ticket worth over €10,000, which is pretty significant given the buy-in for this tournament was less than €200. First prize in this tournament, incidentally, is €60,000, which is pretty much where the buy-in is under €200. And in addition to that €60,000, obviously you get the ticket worth over €10,000 as well. Dennis has been waiting patiently. He's blinded down to 7 big blinds, 6-5 off. I don't imagine this is going to be strong enough to go with, unless he decides he really doesn't want to play his big blind and ante next hand. So he does fold. 35 players left now. With 35 players left, that means all the remaining players have laddered another spot. They're all guaranteed €1,335 now. Balakis folds the queen 6. King 4 goes in the muck as well. Michael on the button has the 7-3 offsuit. Can't imagine he's going to do anything here other than fold. And you see the small blind looking at the big blind's short stack and moving all in with the pocket 7s. And he'll force out the 9-8. It was 10 big blinds effective there, the big blind stack. And the advantage of shoving the 7s there is you win the pot immediately rather than allowing the 9-8 to hit. Cashello asks, no grinding today, Dara. Do you have a few hypers in play while I'm commentating at the same time? So I'm giving this my full attention. Depending on what time it finishes, I might fire up some tournaments later. It does feel weird to be missing a Sunday, but to be honest, as I've said several times, I'm recovering from a flu, so I didn't feel particularly like playing today anyway. It'll be interesting to see how long this goes. I mean, we're losing players very rapidly, but we do have to go from 35 down to 1 tonight, so possible this will be quite a late one. Lacus, ace-3 suited under the gun. This would normally be a completely standard open. The only thing that might be giving him pause here is the number of short stacks behind, but he does go for the open. I mean, they're short-handed now, so it says under the gun, but it's actually hijack, looks like. So the ace-3 suited is obviously a standard open. But small blind has found a hand he's willing to go with. And yeah, this is the only problem with opening the ace-3 suited. It's going to be mostly hands you're dominated by. They're going to shove. And this is super short. You've got the ace-5 suited. If this had folded to small blind, he would definitely have called by now, assuming the small blind shoved. But three-way ace-5 suited is just going to be dominated a lot of the time by at least one of the... But he's super short. He only, if he folds, he's leaving himself less than 5 big blinds. This is moment to gamble. Giving this one a lot of thought. As I said earlier, Dennis has been in very good form. He's made 3 final tables in the last 6 or 7 months. And he's let this one go. I like that decision. It's just the fear of domination there. Very quick fold from Balakis too, which is impressive. I think he just recognized his hand is nearly always dominated. And Michel, the Belgian who arrived at the table recently, gave the option to pick one. And it was the ace which was chosen. So Balakis will feel even better about his fold, knowing at the very least he was almost certainly dominated. So 6 players at the table. Looks like we are getting a new player. So getting details on the new player. I believe the new Anubis from Germany, arriving with a stack of 2.185 million, so roughly 18 big blinds. Actually, we have 2 new players. We also have the Italian Loris Scatolin. He's arriving with a much healthier stack, 4.13 million. So he has over 30 big blinds. That'll change the dynamic a bit now because there are some more big stacks on the table. Play against each other. Bird in the Twitch chat says Denis Moravec again on the TV table. This guy is running really good lately. Yeah, I've definitely commented on him before. He was the one player I recognized the name of when I saw the list of names. And now with 4 big blinds. Or, well, just under 5 actually. I get to post a small blind this hand. He's been dealt 5-3 off. This is so gross. This is one of the few hands you just can't shove because he has almost no fold equity here. He might have got this one through because Balakis had one of the few hands he could fold. It's pretty tilting to be shown the 4-2 in that spot, but he made the right decision, I think. 3 isn't a fold, isn't a shove there, even when you're that short. Some comment in the chat on the chips. The chips do look great, I have to say. What I really like about the chips is they're very clearly distinguishable colors. I'm colorblind, so I often have problems differentiating between the different denominations. These all look very, very different to me. So Loris, the new Italian player at the table, picks up the Jack-5 and won't be doing anything. Michael's been dealt a lot of Ace-10 type hands. This is a tricky spot. He's got, what's that, 13 big blinds roughly. You don't like race calling or race folding this, so if he gets shoved on, this would be an interesting spot again for him. Well, he's going to call Dennis, obviously, because Dennis is so short. So, unless the big blind wakes up the hand, this will be another flip. Or the small blind or the big blind. And what does the big blind have? King 2, so that's getting folded. So we have a flip between Michael and Dennis. Dennis has run very badly since today. According to Twitch chat, he's been running very well recently, but not today. Let's see if he can turn that around. 4 is a slight favourite. Michael standing up in anticipation. It's about half of his chips, so this is a significant pot for him as well. Well, not quite half. Oh. 4s fade the ace or 10, but now can get counterfeited by a 7. King, a 7, an ace or a 10 now does it for Michael. Otherwise, Dennis will double up. See if he can fade. And there it is. We've seen a lot of players eliminate on the river today. And once again, unlucky Dennis. But you've done very well recently in Rozvadov. Some chat about the 5-3 spot that was passed earlier. Manjuli said I'd shove 500 there by pretending to look. Yeah, there's some argument to be made for that. If you think you want to shove any 2 that you don't want to let it go through you, looking down and seeing a hand as weak 5-3 putting you off. If you want to take that out of the equation, you can just pretend to look but not actually look and shove. Another trick I've seen people do is just look at one card and then shove, and people will often draw the sometimes incorrect conclusion that you looked at an ace, and then you won't get called by anything that's in bad shape against a random ace. They have the river cards indeed. Hippie poker. Another ace-10. Ace-10 and jack seem to be the hands of the day. Michel has decided to just move all in from the cutoff. Bilakis won't be calling with the 7-6. Five 3 folds as well. And what does the big blind have? Well, he's keeping us waiting. And the 9-4 folds. So Michel picks up 300k. We're down to 33 players now. There will be a redraw at 27 when we get down to 3 tables. Which at the rate they're going won't be too long. Some speculation about the buy-in. Yeah, it's advertised as 174 plus 25. Maybe it's just a point of making it under 200 euro. Matic 84 says when the total buy is 199 and 200, there are more €1 tips for the cashier. Yeah, that may be true as well. Who knows? I'm all in favor of anything which encourages tips for the dealers. Dealers have had a difficult couple of years with lockdown, etc. Bilakis in the cutoff, ace-8 offsuit. He's going to open this up. Alash has a, well, I mean, I say he has a decision, but I don't think he has, because he's folded a lot of hands that people would have gone with. I can't imagine he's going to suddenly decide to go with ace-4 suited. Could prove me wrong, though. No, he does reach for his cards and eventually fold. A lot of players would go with the ace-4 suited. They're reckoning that they're going to get to fold a lot, and even if they get called, they're going to have some sort of hope. And big blind will let the queen 3-0 go, I imagine. Not really the kind of hand you want to defend out of position. Yeah, I mean, he's getting a good price, but if you're going to fold any hands, those are kind of the hands that the high card, low card unsuited hands are just so ugly. They don't flop very well. They can't flop a straight draw or a flush draw, so he lets it go. So thank you for everybody who's joining me on a Sunday evening as we play down to a finish here tonight in the German Poker Days main event. These players are all hoping to win 60,000 plus a ticket worth 10,000. We have viewers on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, if you could click the thumbs up, like button, that would help us greatly. And if you're watching us on Twitch, great to have you too. Okay, Mandruli is saying it's yeah, this makes sense. The information we had earlier on the pairs was incorrect. It's actually only the top 4 who will get a 10k ticket, which makes sense given the buy-in. So that'll make for a very interesting final table. Actually, we're going to have this insane bubble from 5th to 4th. It was 12 last week in the event that I commentated on with, among other people, Sven McDermott, Elke, and my chip race co-host David Lappin. So Loris is raised from the small blind with the ace king here. Michael finds the 8-3 in the big blind. Not a hand he wants to play. Gets shown the ace king to feel even better about his fold. Balash in the hijack with the ace-3 suited. Yeah, most pairs would open this, but again, he's definitely played on the tight side. He's folded a lot of hands that most pairs would open. He's got a lot of those marginal type hands, and he's pretty much folded them all. Loris on the button with the ace-9. This is an obvious open. When I think about this, last time we saw him raise ace-king from the small blind and get it through. Will his open get the same respect as normal? As you can see in the top right, we're down to 31 players now, so we're only 4 players away from that redraw at 27. As Loris brings it in for a raise. 8-4's offsuit, folds pretty quickly. And the big blind folds the 8-3. Loris wins 2 pots in a row, but they're all significant now at this stage. There's 300k in the middle every pot. Jay Rosello, one of our moderators on Twitch, says, I'll be at Kings on the 13th of May for the Benelux Classic. Best of luck in that. You do great work here on the channel. Would be great to see a moderator get a deep run or even take a tournament down. Delacus played very patiently with the big stack, recognizing that he was for the most part playing against a bunch of shorter stacks. Now finds a legitimate open with the ace queen under the gun. Obviously rooting for Dark Angel as well, who's off to Malta. No reason it can't happen for you two, Donna. Oh, this could get interesting now. I think Loris is now the second biggest stack at the table, and he's the one with the legitimate hand. A couple of ways you can go with this. You can 3-bet your hand to try and define it pre-flop and be prepared to fold to a 4-bet. You can just flat and play in position against the chip leader relatively deep. See what option he goes for. He has gone for the call option. Could be in trouble on if the ace comes, but he gets to play in position, which makes it easier for to control the size of the pot. And the nothing but rags behind. So these two big stacks are going to see a flop. Both with an ace. Belakis with the batter ace, but Loris with the suited ace. A lot of interesting flops possible. Well, Belakis will think this is a pretty safe flop. The 6 and the 4 really shouldn't have hit the flatter. 10 is the only card he has to worry about. I think he has the best hand a lot of the time here still against a worse ace or something like King Queen. He has backdoors as well. He has backdoor hearts, King Jack to make a straight. He's going to fire out a c-bet and put the pressure on. Loris won't be going anywhere. He has a similar decision to pre-flop now, where he decides either to raise, deny equity to some hands, but absolutely hate it if he gets 3-bet, because Belakis could have a bigger pair, or just call and then see what happens on the turn. This is a much trickier spot than it looks. Because they're so deep and because it's the one guy who covers him, he'll probably be less inclined to raise, but maybe he is going to raise. Belakis' bet is 430, so it was roughly half pot. It looks like we have a raise. We get the graphics get updated. He's raised to 1.1 million, which is almost pot committing at this point. Alexis' decision isn't trivial either, because his hand has good equity against a lot of holdings. With his backdoors. Bit of talk between the two players. But he is going to let it go, I think. Yeah, he does. He has played his chip stack and his chip lead on the cautious side, and I think he has no reason to suspect that Lawrence is messing around there with the one player who can eliminate him from the tournament. Oh, Jay Wasella says last September I finished 9th on the stream. Well done. It must have been a very nice feeling. So Belakis and Loris stacks actually move closer together now after that fairly significant pot between the two. Ami is also in the mix, obviously. Those three guys are all very comfortable. Everybody else in the 10 to 20 big blind zone. Oh, Loris has really picked up the cards since he arrived at this table. Now is another hand. The other players might start to be getting a bit suspicious of him now. He did show the ace-king, but he hasn't had to show down anything else. So they might wonder if he's just opening very, very wide now. He opens the aces. See if anybody finds a hand they can play. Michael lets it go. Ami is going to let the 10-3 suited go. Michel has no interest in the king-2 off. Yeah, so the aces get through. Yeah, he's going to show the aces again. He wants to reinforce that he's not just opening every hand now. And sometimes people say, you know, don't show because you're giving away information. But in a spot like that, you're not really giving away any information. Everybody's going to open aces. And the blinds are so significant now that you kind of want, most of the time, obviously when you have aces you're not hoping everybody folds, but most of the time when you open you are hoping that they just fold. And if you can encourage them to keep folding by just showing strong hands. No hand for Loris this time. So he's probably going to take a hand off here. Where you can see we're now down to 29, so we're only 2 players away from the 3-table redraw. Michael opens the ace-7 offsuit in the hijack. That's on the loose side for sure. The hand you're definitely going to have to fold to a 3-bet, but to be honest, there's been very little 3-betting on this table, and certainly almost no 3-betting without a legitimate hand. So, and actually that gentleman in picture has probably been the tightest on the table. Interesting point from the big Heizung in chat. Has Loris opened before? Does he have different opening sizes? I didn't actually notice that he'd opened to 2.9x there, and I think that was definitely bigger than his previous open sizes. And you sometimes see that with players, they don't want to get outdrawn with their aces, but you have to watch that you're not giving away information with your sizings. Shadow69 says, haven't seen Poker's Mad and Good as the Millions Final Table you and Kevin Martin did. Yeah, that was the wildest final table I've ever seen. Hopefully we're in for something similar tonight. Certainly entertaining. Michael with the 9-7 suited. You want to go for 2 loose opens in a row? No. We're down to 29, which means as I said, we're approaching that redraw, which is also a pay jump. Quite a significant pay jump as well, more than a buy-in, so chip leader will open on the button with the ace-9. An ugly hand, but very good in this spot. It's 2 random hands, it plays very well. And 2 8 highs, it plays particularly well. Nightbot reminding everybody in the Twitch chat to keep it friendly. That's very much a feature of these Rozvadov streams that I've done. Moderators are on the ball to make sure we keep it friendly. It's fair to say most, if not all, of these players are amateurs, so it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense to subject their play to the same kind of scrutiny you might if this was a high roller. Oh yeah, the big Headsum makes the point that the blinds have gone up, which I also hadn't noticed. Yeah, the blinds are now 80-160, so maybe the 2.9x wasn't a 2.9x. Black has lets the 7-2 go. Balash was definitely the 9-4 go. He's had a few marginal hands which he's chosen to fold. There's nothing marginal about 9-4, but because he's kept folding, he is now down to 9 big blinds. And he missing the small blind is a 6-2 off. He also has less than 10 big blinds, but he's going to see if he can get away with limping this. Is Loris going to allow him to see the flop? Jack 6 suited. He does. So a rare flop. They both hit their 6, so this, I think, could be trouble for the German. Loris is going to go ahead and bet, mostly for protection. But can also get called by worse. For example, the hand that Anubis has. It's in the languid call. Picks up the gut shot now to go with his 6. Loris looking at the stack behind. Anubis is 1.2 million behind, which is approximately 1.5 times the... well, exactly 1.5 times the pot now. A lot of draws there now. Deuce, a 5, or a 7 in your opponent's hand gives them some sort of straight draw. Tricky enough spot for Loris now. He would like to bet for protection, but he's not sure he's going to get called by too many worse hands if he does bet. And he gets called again. Oh, okay, now he's going to feel much better about his Jack 6. He can definitely go for value now. Anubis checks. That looks like a please check behind check. Anytime somebody taps the table like that and immediately looks at you. And Loris moves all in. He's gone for it all. This might allow Anubis to get away now. Only being a bluff. And he does let it go. Good fold. Good disciplined fold. He only has, he's less than 6 big blinds now after that pot. Might have been a little bit too speculative to limp in with that hand. Even when you hit a pair, you're not really going to be able to play for it all very often. But he does preserve at least half of his stack. Fireblade says, see yourself in Finton in the Bonington Hotel next week. You most certainly will, yeah. I'll be there for most of that festival. So we're still on this redraw bubble, which we obviously expect to come fairly soon, given the rate of attrition we've seen so far. Ami picks up queens under the gun, which is definitely going to be an open. So far nothing behind to give the queens action. King Jack is an interesting one though. Anubis, having just lost the previous hand, might want to get some chips back. I'm not sure King Jack is the kind of hand you want to... the hill you want to die on when it's an under the gun open, and he does let it go. But the Ace Jack suited in the small blind, they're very deep, so he can definitely call here. You can also 3-bet and fold to a 4-bet. Lots of options with this hand. Loris did flat earlier with the Ace-10 suited, if you remember, against the Ace-Queen and outflopped his opponent. Maybe he'll try and do the same again. One difference is he's out of position this time, so that might lean him to more towards the 3-bet. Ami has played very snug since he got here too, and when he raises under the gun, Can't imagine there's too many worse hands than ace-jack suited in the range. Gives that one a lot of thought. Still tanking. Pre-flop tanks are unusual, and sometimes when you're at a page up you might think it's a player stalling, but I think this is a genuine tank. A lot to consider here. It's an under the gun open from a player who has played very tight. Really only shown down legitimate hands. They're both very deep. They're both well above average. So he has made the call, and Michael has also made the call with the 10-9 off. 10-9 off is a hand which plays very well three-way, and he was getting a very good price there. So he's going to try and outflop his opponents as well. Now, unfortunately for him, he's flopped a pair, but he's still behind the queens. The king on the board might slow things down, though. There's not a lot of reasons to bet queens here. I mean, there's more reasons against two players because they will have various bits of equity. Against one player, there wouldn't be much reason to bet. But throwing out a small bet here just to fold that equity makes a lot of sense. You can see that both players actually have 20% equity, so this bet is really designed to fold out those types of hands. So decision first on Loris. His ace high will almost never be the best hand now. He has backdoors, but three-way out of position. He understandably lets them go. He's not even closing the action, so he's not guaranteed to see the turn card. Michael feels like he's going to have to hang on for at least one street. It's flop middle pair, which is not really what he was going for three-way. But he has some backdoors as well. He can also hit a straight in both directions. But it looks like he's going to let it go. He's decided he's going to wait for a clearer spot. Some discussion in the chat about how to get to Rozvadov. It's sandwiched between Nuremberg and Prague. Yeah, both are options. Nuremberg is actually nearer from what I recall. But every time I've flown to Rozvadov, I've gone via Prague and taken a shuttle from Prague to Rozvadov. So you can see the stacks now. 4 players actually, 12 big blinds or less. They'll be looking to make their moves soon. The other players are all very comfortable, 35 big blinds or more. So it's really a table of two halves, the rich and the poor. Bilakis, King Jack is going to raise. Interesting chat from George Azar, or comment from George Azar in the YouTube chat, which I'll get to after this hand. And it gets through. George says, you should tell Anubis not to look in Loris's hand. Ali Imsirovich was accused of cheating because of this move. Yeah, this has obviously been a big story this week, and It's not the case. It's not necessarily the case that if you look carefully at a player peeling their cards, that you're trying to see their actual cards. You can also be just trying to see the way they peel their cards. A lot of players peel their cards the same way every time, and obviously that's what you should be doing, so as not to give away any information. But some players will peel slightly differently. Um, they'll peel the cards more. Some of the that usually means they don't have a pair, because if they have a pair, they know they have a pair. You know, they have a pair of eights. They as soon as they recognize that both cards are an eight, they stop peeling and they release the cards. But if they have like 8-7, let's say, they want to see whether they're suited or not, so they peel a little bit wider. So the wider peel is often associated with the player looking to see the suits. So we're still on that redraw slash pay bubble, pay jump bubble that we talked about. And Ami with the small blind, the small blind with the 8-7 suited. Yeah, he shoved previous hand with pocket sevens in this situation to get the big blind to fold. Michelle has a pretty good hand, the Jack 10 off, but he'll probably fold given that it's the pay jump. The shove is for... what's that? Not much more than 8 big blinds effective. Oh, no, sorry, Amy just limped. Sorry, I thought he'd shoved. Oh, he's flopped the nuts, though. This. Now, Michelle has missed completely. So... how do you get action here? It's a board which should hit Michelle reasonably often. I mean, any low card hits that board, so... And Ami's done very well since he came to this table. He's really chipped up. There's another one there. We move on to the next hand, still on that bubble we talked about. It's taking longer than I expected for it to burst. When we lose one more player, we will have a complete redraw. The players will ladder as well. King 5 suited in the hijack. This is marginal. You can open this or fold it. He decides to fold. Ace 9 in the cutoff. He's just going to shove. He's got 12 big blinds. He doesn't want to raise call or raise fold. So he's just stuck it in. And as every other occasion when he's been all in, he stands up to await the verdict. Ace 7 in the big blind. 7 just feels a bit too low here, I think. Maybe he thinks differently. He's asking for a count, so he wants to know it's just under 12 big blinds. Michael hasn't been shoving willy-nilly, so you kind of have to think you're going to be dominated here a decent amount of the time, and you're going to be dominating him pretty much never. So what do we think here? Is he going to call or is he going to fold? I personally think he's going to fold, but I wouldn't be stunned by the call either. Even though you're dominated a lot, you can be up against king, queen, lower pairs as well, and be in reasonable shape. But yeah, he's going to fold. I think he showed one card there, which Guessing was the ace. I said earlier I didn't mind the show of the aces and the ace king by Laureus to show that he was that he had a legit hand on both of those occasions. In the big blind spot there, I wouldn't show the ace personally. Don't think you necessarily want to tell your opponents that you're prepared to fold an ace. They might shove on you a bit wider. So it looks like we're going to get another hand. So again, we haven't lost anybody on the outer tables, and we have a lot of short stacks on this table and presumably on the other tables yet. But I guess the pay jump is fairly significant now. It's more than a buy-in. So the 28 remaining players would really lock that up before they put their chips in. A lot of talk in the Twitch chat about the shisha bar in Kings. That wasn't there the last time I was there, so I'm looking forward to seeing that when I visit Kings next. Belakis with the king 10 suited in the small blind. What's he going to do here? Yeah, the big blind is very short, so he's going to just shove, which is the standard play. Balazs is paying the price now for folding those earlier marginal spots that a lot of people would have taken. He's now blinded down even further. If I sound even strange in the next few minutes, it's because I've decided it's strepsil time. My voice is still struggling a bit, so I'm going to try and reinforce it with a strepsil. Robs here says I saw Henry Kilban on the advert for the shisha bar. Yeah, that's Henry's a great lad. I've known Henry all of his career. I actually recommended him for one of it for actually his first ever gig here. Clinton asked me, "Do you know anybody who would be good?" The WSOP a few years ago, and I said, "There's this young English lad I saw at cash game festivals." So Michel opens. Looks like he's chopped his stack. He hasn't moved all in, but he's effectively moved all in because he's not raised folding. Balazs finds nines, so he's finally found the hand he's waiting for. And it's a bonus that he covers his opponent. Does he? Actually, no, he doesn't. Sorry. Michel raised a third of his stack. Calls off with the pocket, with the jack 9. Finds out he's in way worse shape than he was hoping to be. So, chance for Balazs to double up here. If Michel loses, he'll be down to less than a big blind. And the 9, there's the 9. Case 9 pretty much seals the deal unless Michel can find running straight cards. And that doesn't help. So Balazs is going to double up and Michel is now down. The absolute definition of fumes. Less than one big blind. Kid Joker says, never seen so many recreational players at the same table in Kings. Well, it is a €200 buy-in. So You're not going to find too many pros in this field, I imagine. And while Joe says Henry loves a good controversy, the boys got balls, I'll give him that. Yeah, Henry has been calling out people whenever he sees fit. Henry's one of my favorite people in poker. He's a very, very nice kid. Liked him right from the start when I met him. Very friendly, very respectful, very knowledgeable. So he actually finds a well above average hand, first hand after being crippled, the King 7 suited, and sticks it in, as he should. He could get a quadruple up here. This works out for him. Ballas has a decision straight away. We have seen him tend to fold these spots, which are marginal. But this shove is for less than a big blind, actually. But he's still going to fold. Small blind folds getting an astonishing price, and big blind doesn't have the option to fold. In any case, finds ace queen. Not sure why you put more chips in there. So the King 7 suited, this is more or less a flip. That's a particularly bad flop though for the King 7. Loris is the Queen of Clubs, so club will kill it. So he's going to need a King or a 7 that isn't a club, or we will lose Michel and we will have that redraw we've been talking about. And no joy on the river. We lose Michel in 28th place. For €1,335. So he multiplied his money by almost 7. All the remaining players now guaranteed 1,573. And we will take a short break, I guess, while we do that redraw. 3-table redraw now. Anubis will be particularly happy to have ladder there. So yeah, we're going on a 20-minute break. I'll be back. Please join me after the break.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the German Poker Days main event, final day in the King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is Darrow Kearney. Thankfully, I tested my voice. I took a lozenge, so hopefully I'll be able to keep commentating. Glad you all could join us. We've already lost over half the field today. We started back today with 56. We're down to 27, the final three tables, as we play down to a winner. This is the feature table that we're going to look at. A bunch of new players, a couple of players we've already seen. Bilakis, who was chip leader all the way on the feature table, and Anubis, who is at the other end of the scale, very, very short. They're the two players we already know. We also have a bunch of new players in the mix. Max Blaum, Thomas Ulrich, BlackRock, Mark Feisenfeld, Simon Beckmann, Robert Weiss, Heinz Schneider. So we shall be getting play underway again soon. 27 players left. They're all guaranteed €1,573 now. 60,000 up top, the winner, and also 4 tickets worth €10,350 for the top 4 for the WSOP Europe. Upincha says, "Time you sound a little bit different today." Yeah, I was very worried about my voice going into this. I've been resting my voice most of the day, hoping I get through this. I'm recovering from post-Irish Open flu. As we get action back underway. Pocket 2 is fold in early position. Bilakis in the hijack, the king 3 off. He's been playing his chip lead very snugly, so don't expect him to open the king 3. BlackRock from Germany, king 5 off. Would normally be an open in the cutoff of 20 bigs. He's taking his time on this one. Lets it go. Heinz on the button will be folding the 4 deuce too as soon as he sees it, I imagine. He does. I like this gentleman's outfit. He looks like an Irish boxer rather than a German poker player, but he's moved all in. That's because Anubis basically has just over one big blind behind. So it's Queen 10 against Jack 10. Anubis unlucky to be dominated here. He's going to need to find a jack or hit a straight or something. See, he's a 70-30 dog here, otherwise we'll be losing a player almost immediately. And no help there. Now he needs to hit one of the 3 remaining jacks, or we will be losing Anubis in 27th position. And the 10 is no good. So we lose Anubis. Well played. He had to nurse that short stack for quite a while. He did at least get the significant ladder up to €1,573 for his €199 buy-in. Ahmed Hamed in the YouTube chat says, well, why is it called the German Poker Days when it's played in the Czech Republic? Rozvadov actually hosts quite a lot of these national events, not from Czech, a lot of German events. I also commentated on a French poker series here, and they have Italian events as well. It's not that unusual for events to be outside the country that they're nominally for. I recently attended the Norwegians Championships, which were held in Dublin in Ireland. Yeah, I love the jacket in seat 1. He literally looks like he's either a boxer or an MMA fighter representing Ireland. Complete with the shamrock. Blackrock, on the other hand, has the 7-5 off, and he's going to fold. Nines, 12 big blinds. You can shove this, you can raise, call it. Let's see what he decides to do. He does move all in. Max will be folding the 10-6 suited, I imagine. Mark has a nice hand. Ooh, 11 big blinds. Ooh. The worry with a hand like Queen 10 suited is domination. You know, you could be up against Ace Queen, King Queen, Ace 10, King 10. Those types of hands. So he lets it go. And that's the advantage of the shove there. If he'd raised a normal amount, I think Mark might have either shoved or just flatted. And 9s aren't going to like too many flops that don't have a 9 on them. So the advantage of the shove is he avoids that situation. So we're down to 8 players already on the feature table. But we won't be getting a new player straight away because obviously the other tables still have 9. Battle Matura says you cannot ever call Queen 10 in that spot, not even King 10. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't call those hands off. I mean, when you look at them first, you think, oh, that's a pretty strong hand for the situation. But when you think it through, and you think about all the hands that dominate you, even the suitedness doesn't really tip into being a call. Also, the shove came from the cutoff. If it's from the small blind, it's different. I think I might very well call off at least King 10, blind on blind, but not from the cutoff. So, if you're watching us on YouTube, if you could click the thumbs up, the like button, that helps us greatly. Get the word out about the stream. Queen Jack offsuit and the cutoff. Max is very deep. He's got over 40 big blinds, so he can definitely open these types of hands. Actually, they say cutoff, but it looks like button. Yeah, it's the button. So he opens it for a raise. Thomas, 20 big blinds. He's in the big blind. If he was in the small blind, it's probably just a shove, because you don't want to go three-way with that hand. But in the big blind, you can also flat. See what happens on the flop. Difficulty for him is that that looks like a pretty good flop. There's only one overcard, and it's not a particularly scary one. It's the jack, which is not as scary as an ace or a king. So he might not be able to give up for one bet here. Actually, it looks like he's come out with that. He's actually decided to lead, which is unorthodox, but you can see the frown there from Max facing the lead. He has flop top pair, so he's obviously not folding, and he raises. Is this sort of hand? It's a pair trying to find out where it is, whether it's the best hand or not. Now, Thomas has a backdoor straight draw as well, but with his pair. There's a lot of weaker hands that could be raising here. Hearts, 6-5 suited maybe. Maybe gut shots like ace-5, ace-deuce. So it's not clear he can give up to a single raise here. This is one of the problems with if you raise in these spots. Or sorry, if you bet these spots. It feels gross to have to bet fold, which is exactly what he's done. Check call line is more standard, I think. Okay, short cough break for me there. I'm back. Dubious Dexter says, how old is the grey hoodie? He looks about 16. Yeah, big blind we saw in the last hand. He certainly looks youthful. But, I'm sure he's more than 16 in actual fact. So Max now is to the top of the chart. He's actually pulled ahead of Bilakis. He's got 46 big blinds. Bilakis is 45. Everybody else is in the sort of 20 to 10 zone, so they have a lot less playability. Actually, no, sorry. That I guess you mean the guy in the grey hoodie there. Yeah, he really does look young. Wow. But again, I'm sure he is more than 16. 26 players left of the 2,310 that started. Down to almost the last 1% of the field. Rolled it around to Heinz in the hijack. I imagine he's going to do one thing with the 10-7 suited. Just a little bit too disconnected. Max, who has started all cylinders firing, but this time let's go of his rags. Mark has a very bad king, well, the worst king on the button, so he's going to fold. Thomas has a decision here. 16 big blinds, ace-2. Yeah, looks like he's gone for the limp, which is reasonable. The shove is probably profitable, but if you run into it, you're going to be in horrible shape. You're going to be dominated nearly all the time. It's good to have some ace-x in your limping range, and the worst ones make the most sense. Now the 9-4 has hit a really bad pair here. Neither of them have a spade, so that should really dampen the aggression on this board. Thomas is going to try and bet and take it down. Hope his opponent has just missed completely. He bets the absolute minimum, one big blind. Robert won't feel great about hanging on. Yeah, can't really blame the fold there, even though he had a pair. His hand just has very few ways to improve. He could be pretty much dead already. And he didn't have very much behind as well. He had 10 big blinds behind. So even though the bet was only one big blind, every big blind is precious at this point. Jojo asked 170 buy-in and 300,000 in the prize pool. Yeah, well, when you get over 2,000 runners, that's kind of what happens. There are also the 4 WSOP tickets worth 10,370 or 350 rather in the prize pool too for the first 4, which is going to make the final table super interesting. There's going to be a massive bubble from 5th to 4th. Heinz picks up a real hand here. Blinds have gone up as well, so we're now up to 100, 200 with the 200 big blind ante. So Heinz has 11 big blinds. It's unfortunate timing for him because he could have raised last hand to 320. Now he's going to have to make it 400, which off 2.2 million stack is going to look super strong. But he's gone for actually a bit more than 400, it looks like. He's raised to 600. Max is the kind of hand he would normally auto-play against a hijack open, but Heinz is so short. And it's a 3x, 3 big blind. Yeah, good fold there from Max, kind of recognizing that looks suspiciously strong. And the big blind was also fold. Yeah, the problem with the bigger raise there is you're going to fold out hands like King Jack suited that might have played for a min raise. So thanks to everybody who's joining us here late on a Sunday as we play down to a winner in the German Poker Days main event. If you're watching us on Twitch, if you click the follow button, that would be most appreciated. 26 players remain. BlackRock under the gun with the 17 big blinds. Gonna open this up, hope to steal the blinds. Coming from early position. Old table to get through. Heinz, he's going to fold the queen 3 once he realizes that's what he has. Shout out to Sven in the chat. Sven, greatly enjoyed commentating with you last week, sir. Hope we get to do that again in the future. Sven is one of my favorite Twitchers at the moment. Queen Jack's gone for a call here. He's only playing 13 big blinds. This is super loose, but he's in position. Not really the kind of hand that you love calling with. You're going to be dominated a lot by the under the guns opening range. He's going to be opening stuff like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Queen, King Jack. Get to see the look at this flop. Look at this flop. Okay, it's all diamonds, but and neither of them has a diamond, but it's a straight against 2 pair. This could be all going in right now. He's just moved all in, I think. Just open shoved, and there's a really quick call. Yeah, they were both scared of the diamonds, and although they neither had a diamond, Thomas now gets the bad news. He's in spectacularly bad shape. He needs to hit a house. queen or a jack will get it done for him though, and he has 2 shots at hitting it. Obviously, can come running diamonds as for the chop. Now he's going to need a queen or a jack, so he's down to 9%. And no joy there. So Thomas is eliminated in 26th place. They're just counting the stacks to make absolutely sure. But it looks like he was covered there. Cruel game when you go this far and get coolered like that, but that's poker. As the dealer continues to count down the chips just to make absolute certain. And yeah, he gets the bad news. You are covered, sir. We lose you in 26th place, I believe. For €1,573. Leaves with a smile on his face. So down to 7 on the feature table now, so we may be getting a new player soon. Assuming the other tables still have their full complement of 9, they'll move a player immediately. There you can see the stacks. Max now top of the charts with 37 big blinds. BlackRock and Bilakis also very comfortable, and everybody else bunched between 7 and 13. Max on the gun +1 with pocket 5s. He has such a big stack he can open super wide. This is not really the hand class that you necessarily want to add if you're open super wide. But people haven't been playing back so far. He's going to run into it. It's one of the problems with opening a hand like 5s. You don't really have any blockers to the hands that will give you action. Robert really has no decision, I don't think, other than to shove. Max's raise is big as well. It's 3x. That might actually get him in trouble because he's going to be getting a very good price when it comes back to him. Robert only has 7.5 big blinds. I guess it's a raise call anyway, but big blinds removes any possibility of getting away, I think. Robert taking his time here to balance when he actually has a decision. But with jacks, there's no real decision here. You're all in. There he goes. He sends it. Simon doesn't fancy the ace-7 suited facing that action. Oh, BlackRock's got a decision with the ace-queen. I mean, the shove is only 7 big blinds. He's super deep against the opener. This is a very tricky spot now. The opener has 33 big blinds. Max has 34. 7-handed. The shover only shoved for 7.5 big blinds. Feels a bit much with ICM to just move all in here because you're going to be crushed by the opener's calling range, which is going to be basically ace-king and other hands that you're in terrible shape against. Maybe he can just call here and then fold if Max shoves. Maybe he'll just decide to fold and avoid the spot. This is a much trickier spot than it looks with ace-queen. Looks like he's... No, he's still giving him more consideration. Yeah, he's gone for the call option here, which gives him the option now to fold if Max decided to shove. I mean, Max should really just fold now, I guess. He has pocket fives. He pretty much never has the best hand three-way. Not really deep enough to set mine. Has he gone for the call here? Yeah, he has called. This is a huge pot now. One player all in. No side pot as yet. There's the ace. Now, BlackRock still isn't going to love this because ace-king is definitely in Max's range. Pocket aces, some jacks as well. Robert's obviously loving life. He's basically almost got a lock now unless somebody hits a royal. Which, with these hands, is not possible. But this is going to be interesting now between BlackRock and Max. BlackRock decides to bet. Mostly just to fold that equity. Be worried about the diamonds, worried about stuff maybe like King Queen. So he has bet. Now the fives presumably are done with the hand, unless he decides to try some sort of high wire bluff. Nope, he does fold. Over they go, and BlackRock is going to get the very bad news that he's drawing dead. I guess. I think an ace was folded pre-flop, so I don't think running aces were possible there. We're down to 24 already, so we've lost people on the outer tables as well, but we are going to balance the tables because we only have 7 on this table, so one player will be arriving from an outer table. And yeah, we've got a new player at the table. Told this player is going by the name of Prometheus13. Sounds more like an online name than an actual name. That's what we're going to call him. Prometheus13. He's German, and he's arriving with 3.735 million, so just under 19 big blinds. Max under the gun with the ace-9 off. Looks like he's folded. He doesn't have cards anymore. Folding around to the hijack. King 10 on the button with 32 big blinds, perfectly legitimate opening. BlackRock with the King Jack, 25 big blinds. This is tricky with ICM. It's one of the guys who covers you. You're out of position. If you just flat here, you invite the small blind in. So he's just, or the big blind in rather. So he's decided to let it go. Batting was an option as well. Maybe turn your hand into a light 3-bet sometimes as well. Pints in the big blind only has 11.5 big blinds, so that's not really deep enough to defend a hand as bad as 8-4 offsuit. Mandruli in the Twitch chat said, I like how they allow players to be anonymous. Yeah, that's a feature of most casinos now, to be honest. A lot of players don't want, for a variety of reasons, don't necessarily want to pop up on the Hendon mob and have people see that they won a large amount of money. Um, 23 players left now. That means they've all laddered again. They're now guaranteed €1,896. Prometheus picks up Jacks, which has been very much the hand of the day today. We've seen this hand a lot, and it's been involved in some real drama. So he goes for an open off his 18.5 big blind stack. He'll be happy enough to call this off if he gets raised behind. So far, a whole lot of garbage hands have been mucked. BlackRock will be mucking the 4-3 as well. Pints, 11 bigs, small blind, pocket fives. Not the worst shove in the world. Hard to make a pair in this game, and when you start with a pair, you're going to be ahead of a lot of the opening hands, or at least flipping against them. You can get some stuff to fold maybe if you shove, but he decides to let this one go. Max Queen 7 is just a little bit mucky. He decides not to defend that against the opener, the under the gun opener. 23 players remaining. Next pay jump is at 20, which might not be too far off given the pace we've seen of elimination. King Queen under the gun, 8.5 big blinds. This is probably just a shove and hope everybody folds spot, or if you do get called, you're in a flip. Having to think about it. Don't like this hand, but again, with the big blind ante, you are more incentivized to shove a little bit wider from early position, because if he folds this hand, he's going to have to post 400k next hand. And then if he folds that hand, he's suddenly down to 1.3 million. So better to take matters into your own hand and shove these types of hands when you get the chance. But he does decide to let it go. And let's see if he would have run into anything. So far, not. The Ace-7 suited probably doesn't call either. But now he's going to open, obviously. Ace-7 suited, bringing it in for a raise. 480k, 2.4 big blinds. Big sizing at this stage, designed to discourage action. King 10 in the small blind. Tricky enough spot, looks like he might be reaching for calling chips. There seem to be a tendency to call in these spots already from Max. Prometheus, having got his raise through last time, is happy to give up his big blind this time. Let these two boys fight it out. Okay, so King 10 has a gutter. Ace-7 still has the best hand and has a backdoor flush draw. Probably just bets here to try and fold out hands that have a decent amount of equity. See his sizing here. Pot was 1.4 million. He's gone for 650. He's on the big side on this board. He again designed to discourage action, and he gets the fold from the two live cards and the gut shot. Ace Queen under the gun for Robert. This would be a perfectly standard open. I don't think we've seen Robert in action yet. Interesting way of stacking his chips. His greens are kind of sprayed at the back. Yeah, standard open, although at this stage of a tournament, nothing feels that standard. You enter the tournament for less than €200 with over 2,300 runners. You're down to the last 1% of the field, and there's 60,000 plus a 10k ticket up top. Every pot just feels massive now. Blackrock has the King 7 suited. It's the type of hand you could sometimes turn into a light 3-bet, or you can even flat sometimes. Probably not in the hijack. But on the button, that makes a better flat than a lot of people would realize. 6-5 offsuit is going to go into the muck. Max on the button with the 9-4 suited. He has been flatting a lot, but he's not going to flat this time. King 9 suited in the small blind with less than 20 big blinds against an under the gun open. Doesn't feel great, if I'm honest. He is going to play it. He's going to try and outflop his opponent. Mark. Oof. Yeah, he's very short, but he's going to be dominated so much with his hand. Yeah, he could get in trouble now if he hits his ace. Now that's an interesting flop. Great flop for Prometheus. Top pair and the flush draw. Second nut flush draw at that. Mark has the backdoor nut flush draw. Robert won't be liking this board at all. Prometheus might just bet and take this down now. Mark doesn't really quite... I mean, he has all the backdoors. He can hit the wheel, he can hit the straight with the 6-7, he can hit the nut flush, but they are just backdoors. So he lets it go. I think the ace queen will let it go as well. Prometheus bet into 2 players, so that makes his bet stronger than if this was heads up. But Robert giving this a think. He lets it go. This is a spot where even if you have the best hand, your opponent's going to be betting draws that have a huge amount of equity against you, and you're not going to know whether you're good by the river a lot of the time. So it's more prudent to just get out on the flop. Jay Wasello in the Twitch chat says we do not see many 3-bets. Yeah, we're seeing very, very little 3-betting and almost no light 3-betting, which is often the case in these lower buy-in tournaments late on. So still 23 players remain. No openable hand as yet, and Heinz I don't think is going to be opening the Queen 7. Ace 10 on the other hand. Max has been one of the most active players, probably the most active player so far. Definitely opening this. Prometheus 13 will be folding his 4-3 suited unless he's one of those players who really likes everything suited on the button, but no, he lets it go. Small blind has no decision with 7-5. Robert will probably... yeah, Robert quickly folds the 10-6. These pots are all huge now. There's 500,000 in the pot every hand. So these raise and take it's might not look like anything, but they're very significant when most of the stacks are this shallow. Going back to the 3-bet discussion, Mandrulia says hard to 3-bet when people are getting high odds to call being so short. Yeah, the problem is most of these stacks don't have 3-bet folds, or at least are playing against stacks that won't have even too many raise folds. So it's just kind of the nature of playing shallow. Not going to be too many spots. Some of the players are deep enough against each other, 3 of the players specifically, that they could maybe 3-bet fold, but the rest of the players don't have that luxury. So still no openable hands. 5-2 suited wouldn't be an open normally, and Max doesn't go for it. It's going to come around to the button. Oh, the button has a hand. Well, he's got less than 5 big blinds, and he has 2 paint cards, so no real decision here other than all in. The 8-6. It's a 5 big blind shove, but you're not going to call with 8-6. Let's see what the big blind finds. Oh, 7-4. Wow. Not too many hands you would be folding there, but 7-4. Let it go. Yeah, we're playing to a winner tonight, Wild Joe. Now, it has been going very fast, but I think it is going to be a late night for sure. There were 23 left last we saw. So we've already lost 4 players since we came back from the break. Still 23 players left. Fold out of turn there. Not too many premiums have been dealt at all since we started, so and certainly not too many coolers where more than one player had a playable hand, apart from that one hand we saw with the Ace Queen, the King 9 suited, and the Ace 8. So Mark moves all in here with the Ace 6 and the cutoff. He's getting action. Yeah, the pocket 4s have called it off. Actually, Mark raised, but I mean, he's effectively pot committed. 680 behind. It's a hand you hate calling off with, it has to be said. Really going to have a raise fold off? No, sorry, they've already got it in. I think the graphics may have got that wrong. It may have just been a shove and a call. So the 4s are still ahead. The 6 of diamonds gives him some backdoors. That doesn't help. So now he's down to an ace or a 6, or he's going to be very, very short, and Simon's going to get the double up. And the king on the river doesn't help. Simon gets the double up with the pocket pair. Mark is now down to less than 2 big blinds. So, unfortunate for Mark, you've got to win your races, as they say deep in tournaments. They are massive in these spots, particularly when you're this shallow, as most of the players are. Just making sure that the count is correct. See how much Mark has left. According to the graphic, it's 395, which is just under 2 big blinds. He'll obviously need to find a shove before the blinds hit him, otherwise he'll have to post his entire stack when the big blind arrives. So 23 players remain still. Heinz picks up ace king under the gun with 11 big blinds. Gonna raise and call it off, or is he just gonna shove? Probably just shove. Maybe not. Yeah, no, he does in the end. He decides to move all in, which is a standard play here, I think. Prometheus is a nice hand, but not really a hand you want to call a shove. And he lets it go. Mark, this is a good spot for Mark now, because assuming the blinds fold, he's getting more than 2-1 on his money. With a hand which... Ooh, and Heinz wakes up with ace king. Sorry, Simon. Simon sticks it in as well. Yeah, he can dominate some of the shoves, and I mean, the 2 big blind is almost dead money. Oh, look at this. Belakis' jacks. Oh my god. I mean, you love jacks normally, but after this action, under the gun shove, short stack, call, button shove. Now your jacks suddenly don't feel that good. Now he does cover everybody comfortably, which makes it a better spot than if it was for all of his chips. He doesn't have too much ICM here as a result. But he must be worried that one of the guys just has queens, kings, or aces here. This is obviously an amazing spot when you see the 2 ace kings, but it's not going to be this every time. So he's going to have to give this a lot of thought. He's asking for a count from the under the gun player. It's actually the button has more chips. This is such a gross spot now. If you can see the hands, he's obviously snapping, but a lot of the time, one of the bigger stacks is going to have a better pair than jacks. So you've got to work out how often that's the case compared to this scenario. 51% equity 4-way is pretty amazing. That's because the ace and ace king are both sharing cards. He lets it go, looks like, and he's going to be pretty sick when he sees the hands, but completely understandable decision. He was concerned that he was up against a bigger pair there. Didn't want to take a risk for almost half his stack. Yeah, he stands up in absolute disgust. It was a dream spot for the jack once you could see the cards. So the 2 ace kings will be very relieved if they find out that jack got folded. Their tournament would have been at an end most of the time if the jacks had found the call. Instead, they are often... What an amazing spot now for Mark. He's got 45% equity, 3-way, with dead money in the pot. And he's flopped a flush draw. And a gut shot. He's actually improved to 55% now. And there's the flush. He has to worry about the redraw now. Both his opponents have a heart. The ace of hearts would obviously pull ahead. Sweat now for Heinz, actually. Real sweat. He could get eliminated here. but he doesn't. He at least preserves the rest of his chips. So they will take 395 from both Heinz and Simon. And push them to Mark. Mark, what a spot for him. He was all in for 395 and he basically is up to 1.7 million now. He more than quadrupled up. And on a side note, the Jacks would have held and eliminated the other two players. So that could potentially have been a 5 million pot for almost 5 million pot for the chip leader, Bilakis. Or actually, I don't think he's the chip leader anymore, but for Bilakis, who had the Jacks. It was a gross spot pre-flop, though. He was worried about the bigger pair. He's actually the chip leader now because obviously the other two guys have had a chunk taken out of them. But he would have been a massive chip leader with over 10 million if he'd found the call there. Okay, so seat one has taken off his Irish boxing jacket or MMA jacket, whatever that is. He's back to a more conventional poker top now. And is this a limp? Looks like this might be a limp from Robert. Ace 3. Trying to see a cheap flop. Ace 5 suited and in the small blind might flick in the call as well. Operating off the same, let's see a cheap flop principle. Or he might go for a raise. Try and take it down. Attack the limper. Looks like that's what he's decided to do. And Ace 3 has gone for a rather unorthodox limp call here, it looks like. Going to play in position. They both missed. The Ace 5 is presumably going to take it down with a C-bet. That's a board they're both going to miss quite a lot. Fire at the C-bet now. Counting out his chips, deciding on his sizing. That's 1.6 million. He throws out the, looks like 700. No, 620. A quick fold from Robert. "23 players still remain. BlackRock has been one of the more aggressive players, so he's continuing to chip up. Attacking the limp there. We get a dealer change. You can see how shallow they are now. The chip leader has 22 big blinds. Well, just under 23. And 3 of the players have 7 big blinds or less. So I think we're going to see a lot of shoving in the next portion of play. Prometheus with the King Queen under the gun. This is normally an open and you're just hoping everybody folds. not really the kind of hand you want to see action with, but it feels too strong to just fold, so he does open it. Gone for a big... Oh, the blinds have gone up as well, so yeah. We're up to 150, 300 now, with a 300 big blind ante. So actually he's opening off, what's that, 14 big blinds. It was said in the chat, does BlackRock have a D4 accent? Yeah, BlackRock is in Dublin 4, as Jay Wassell is obviously aware, and there is a very specific accent from that part of Dublin. Given that he's actually German, seems unlikely, but who knows? Next blind with the big blind, he's going to call with the 10-9. We're going to see a flop. The 10-9 flops open-ended. The King-Queen has 2 overs and backdoors. This could get spicy. Jack A6 board is hard to miss, so Prometheus might decide to just check back here. See what happens on the turn. It's the kind of board where you would expect your opponent to have a lot of check raises, but he's going to go ahead and bet and try and take it down. And Max immediately looks at him, and it's a relatively small bet, so Max is going to just call and try and hit his straight. Five on the turn doesn't change anything. King Queen still ahead, but 9-7 gets there obviously. So now Prometheus decides to check. Now can Max find the bluff here? This is very much his board rather than the under the gun opener. This is a board where he should have a lot more strong hands. So it does look like he's going to go ahead and bluff here. And this should get the job done. He gets his sizing right. Yeah, very quick fold from Prometheus. Well played. Max recognized this was his board. Once Prometheus checked the turn, he's almost always giving up. On to the next hand. Race to bust outs has slowed down, as Devasello notes in the Twitch chat. Even though the stacks are still very shallow, you would kind of expect that. The ladders are now more significant. Simon with the ace-4 suited here. Yeah, he's got 7.5 big blinds. Moves all in. 7.3 big blinds. There in the end. He's running to jacks again. This is the hand of the day, jacks. And now he has less chips than Simon, so this is a call. Simon's going to feel very bad about the call. You're never in good shape with ace-4 suited when there's a quick call behind. But his ace is still live. He does cover, so it's not his tournament at risk. And he has other ways to win as well. He can hit a flush, he can hit a straight. So he's actually 36% with all of those possibilities added up. So let's see if we can find anything on the flop, or will the jacks still be ahead? Jacks are still ahead, not worried about getting counterfeited either, and has some backdoor clubs going for them as well. Can actually still win even if Simon were to hit his ace by hitting a queen to make a straight. So good flop for the jacks. And now Simon is down to the 3 remaining aces. Otherwise he will be very short after this hand, and Heinz will be doubling up. Heinz gets the more than the full double up there because he wasn't in the blinds, and Simon is now short. Shout out to Bowl Badger in the Twitch chat, enjoying the comment. There, looking forward to the Dublin Poker Festival. Yep, looking forward to seeing you there too, Brendan. There you see the new stack. Simon now bottom of the charts with 3 big blinds. We have seen comebacks from that kind of stack before though, so it's not over yet. With the big blind ante, that does change things. You can increase your stack by multiples if you can get it in against a non-blind. And that's a useful thing to remember. When you are in this spot, if somebody shoves ahead of you, that's generally a good spot if you've anything sort of playable to get it in. Because if the blinds fold, you're just getting an amazing price. So 3 stacks above 20 big blinds, everybody else 11 or less. The rate of bust outs has slowed down, but we can expect it to increase again, given how short people are. Simon with the 8-6. Now he's going to have to post 2/3 of his stack in 2 hands, so he should really go with anything above average next hand. You have to go a good bit wider in early position with the big blind ante. The ace king, 11 big blinds. Heinz could raise call this or shove it. He's definitely not folding it. He has gone for the shove, I think, yeah. Which will get the 2s to fold, I imagine. Asking for a count, he may not realize how much Heinz has. I think once he does, yeah, he lets the 2s go. King 10 suited. He has less than 10 big blinds and he's the small blind, but King 10 suited is a hand that's going to be dominated a lot against. Oh, and look at this. Yeah, Mark's got a call here. He only has 4 big blinds behind, less than 4 big blinds. So we're going to see another flip. This time it's the queens who are covered. Comfortably covered at that. So queen's a slight favourite here. The ace king though has plenty of prospects to win this hand and actually move up to. And there's 2 of his cards. So now the ace king a huge favourite. Queens needs to hit a queen or running straight cards. There's a running straight card. So a queen or a 10 will get the job done now. And there it is, the 10. Oh wow, what a sick way to lose. You hit your 2 pair on the flop thing, and you think it's almost over, and the guy somehow wins without hitting a set. So double up for Mark. Big double up as well. 3.2 million. Heinz down to 1.9 million. Still no bust outs. It's been a while since we've seen a bust out. Mostly because the shorter stacks seem to keep winning the all-ins and doubling. So the pot being pushed to Mark, very relieved there. Still in the tournament. So now still 3 stacks above 20 big blinds and everybody push fold mode. Simon, one of the push fold. Oh, this is the hand. This is the dream spot. You were going to have to go with anything above average. Somehow you find ace king. He should be called very wide here because he's only shoving 3 big blinds. But Jack 3 and 3 deuce are not going to do it. Ace 9 is different. Ace 9 might call here and see what happens. No, he's let it go. He's more worried, obviously, about the players behind. Queen Jack also has a decision here. He has less than 10 big blinds, and it is an under the gun. Well, it's an under the gun shove, but it's a 3 big blind under the gun shove. So look, he's thinking, is this really going to get through? Robert does make the call though with the ace, and finds out he's dominated. Very good news for Simon. 78% favorite here. Pot is 2.3 million, so he wouldn't be that far off average if he can hold here. So far so good. Just has to avoid the deuce. Even the Jack 10 doesn't get a chop because of the king. Now, still the deuce, and the deuce only. Oh, so cruel. What a way to go. We've seen it so much today, the river card. That was pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Cleanest of flops, cleanest of turns. Just the deuce on the river to fade, and there it came. So, yeah. Blackrock under the gun. Ace-6 is not really strong enough to open even at a not quite full table. We're down to 22 now. Still, we don't seem to be losing players on the outer tables anymore. Rob's here. 2008 Rob's here says, won't forget the hand quickly. No, he won't for sure. I mean, he was very short, but nevertheless, he would have been pretty much back in it if he'd held there. That's a hand he's going to be dreaming about for a while, I think. Waking up in the middle of the night. And a walk. A walk for Bilakis. As WSOP reminds us in the Twitch chat, there will be a redraw at 18, so we had a redraw at 27, we'll have another one at 18. We have a pay jump before that at 20, so 2 players. All the remaining players now guaranteed 1,896, and the same payout there we just saw bust received. 9-8 suited. He's got 6.3 big blinds under the gun. Don't think he's. No, he has. Sorry, I was about to say I don't think he's the type of player to shove this hand, but he's going for it. This is not a bad shove at all because he was going to have to post 600k next hand, and therefore you can go a bit wider on even under the gun with the big blind ante. And King 3 will be folding, and the 7-6 will be folding. So this is going to work for Heinz. He's going to add 750k to his stack. I'm not sure what BlackRock is thinking about here. Can't imagine he's going to call. He's getting just over 1.5 to 1, 6 to 4, however you want to say it. That's not really good enough with the 7-6. Even when you're up against a hand like 9-8, you're not getting the price. Still 22 players remaining. The shuffling machine speeding up the action nicely. They're a nice innovation here. Max is going to fold the Jack Deuce. Immediately, it's probably a bit early to do anything with the Ace 7. Has less than 10 big blinds, but this is the kind of hand that if you shove and get called, you're going to be in horrendous shape. So he lets it go. Too many players to get through. Folds round to the small blind. One of the more aggro players, has to be said, but he finds Jack 3. Might try to limp this, see if he can get away with it. Having to think about this one. No, but in the end he lets it go. And the man who shoved last hand gets to keep his big blind, his ante, and gets a small blind to post for the next hand. Prometheus lets the ace-8 offsuit again. Same problem, too many players to get through. With your medium ace. All the rag hands being folded. Round to the button with the king-jack. Much more legitimate hand. Okay, so we know the small blind is relatively short. Have to remember the big blind stack here. If they're both short, this is probably just a shove. If there's a bigger stack behind, you probably just raise this hand. Looks like that's what he's going for. Gone for the raise. Big raise, it looks like. 785, yeah. More than 2.5x. Tens. Tens in the small blind. 7 big blinds, yeah, he moves all in. I think Heinz must have more than that. That looks wrong to me. Could be wrong though. Hands on the count now whether this is a call or not. King Jack is really not a hand you like having to call off because you're going to be dominated so much. Yeah, it is 2.2 million, so... It's only 1.3 million to call. He's getting well over 2 to 1, so you can't really fold here in this spot, I don't think. Getting almost 3 to 1, actually. King Jack, as mucky a hand as it is, you are going to be up against this type of hand some of the time. It's 1.3 million to call, and the pot will be 5 million, so he only needs 26%. You can see on the screen that he's got 44% when he's up against this type of hand. Even when he's dominated, he's going to have 26%. So, unless he's running into aces or kings here, he's going to have the right price. But he's given this a good long think. In the end, he's just folded. Yeah, he's decided he just doesn't like the hand. I mean, he was getting a really good price there. Huge pickup for Heinz there. Heinz right back in it now. Mark under the gun. Done with Queen Deuce. Won't be doing anything. Ace 9. We've seen him limp margin aces before. This time he's decided to raise, min raise. Belakis with a King Jack suited has elected to call. Black Rock still maybe smarting a little from the last hand, but he folds the Jack 5. The Jack 10 suited in the small blind. I mean, it's a very pretty hand, but he's very shallow, and in fact the other player, Robert, is even shallower. But Max has shown a tendency to call in these spots. I think that's what he's doing again. And Prometheus wakes up with ace queen, so he's presumably just going to stick it in now. It's not a hand you want. Okay, I was about to say it's not a hand you necessarily want to stick four-way, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to try and hit. Now the pot's already 2.7 million, and he is 1.9 million behind. So if he hits anything, he's presumably going with it. He doesn't. King Jack pulls ahead, but the Jack 10 suited has a flush draw. Prometheus is wrapped around the king, and he does have the backdoor flush draw, and he can hit two straights. He can hit Jack 10 or Deuce 5. He checks as well. And Belakis now with his top pair. Marginal enough kicker, because if there is another king out there, it's likely to be a better one. But he's going to go ahead and bet and try and take it down now. Protect against all the draws and just the random equity they can have. You can see that even a hand like Ace Queen here has 11% equity. Now the trickiest decision now is for Max. And he's gone for a biggish bet. So Max has the right kind of stack to shove and try and force some stuff to fold. A lot to call and try and hit your draw. But it looks like that's what he's doing. He's calling. Yeah, and that's consistent with what we've seen. He seems to call in these spots. Robert just folds, obviously, the ace 9. Nothing. Interesting to see what would happen on a non-club turn now, but there's the club turn, so. Max moves all in. Oof. And quick fold from Belakis, reckoning, okay, well, you're never bluffing, I guess, so I only have top pair marginal enough kicker. I'm going to fold. Snap fold face up as well. Yeah, the problem with Max's play there is even when he hit, it's just hard to get paid because the flush is obvious. He went for the all-in there. I guess he was protecting against higher clubs. I think maybe the Queen of Clubs is out there or the Ace of Clubs, but didn't get any action. Down to 21 players now, so 3 tables of 7. As we continue to play down to 18, when we'll have a 2-table redraw, and we'll be playing down to the final table, and then we'll be playing down to a winner tonight. Could be a very late one. Eight 4 suited on the button. Max lets it go. He must be feeling flush now. He's up to 9.6 million. Prometheus, I think, yeah, he should have probably just shoved pre-flop last hand, and there's an excellent chance it would have got through. Now, when he folds this small blind, he's suddenly going to find himself with less than 6 big blinds. Ace King with 12.67 big blinds. Heinz has tended to shove in these spots before. Maybe he thinks he just has a little bit too much now that he can try and induce action. Counting out a raise. Seeing what that leaves him with. Yeah, this time he's going for the raise. He did shove before with 9, 10, 11, 12 big blinds, but he has more than 12 big blinds now, so he's gone for the raise. So far, so good. And everybody folds. He picks up the pot. 750k extra. And he's picked up some big pots with no showdown. He shoved the 9-8 suited and got it through. He shoved 10s over the button raise and got that through. Now he's raised the Ace King. And he now has a pretty healthy stack. He's been very short not so long ago. Super Omega Fish says this is played out today. Yes, it is indeed. We are playing down to a winner. Dan calls, what areas of your game have you been working on lately, Dara? I've been doing some post-flop ICM. That's probably the major area I've been looking at. We did a very interesting hand from the Irish Open final table with Dan Wilson against Steve O'Dwyer for the chip race, which will be on the next episode of the podcast. And the ICM considerations there were quite interesting. And I've been doing my own study in that area as well. Robert in the small blind with the pocket. Wow, that's a tight fold. He folded a pair with 11 big blinds. Local time for me, Paddy Royal, is midnight. I'm in Ireland, so we're on GMT. There you can see the stacks. Max is now chip leader. He's really prospered in the last session of play. Everybody else is 5 to 16 big blinds, so we're going to see a lot of shoving, I think, in the next session of play. Still 21 players remain. Average stack 5.5 million, which is 18 big blinds. The average stack on this table is considerably less. It's late for me here, but it's also late for these players, obviously. It'll be interesting to see if tiredness becomes a factor later on. Tim Pritch asking for the payouts in the YouTube chat. We're 60,000 up top, Tim, plus the top 4 all get WSOP tickets worth 10,350. At the moment, the players are all guaranteed 1,896. The first player eliminated of the final table will get 4,350, just to give you an idea of the jumps between here and there. So, not too many hands. Nobody really stepping too far out of line either, so it's kind of just a case if there's no hand out there. If there's one hand out there, it takes down the pot. If there's no hand out there, we're seeing some walks. Robert, 10-9 suited, cut off. He folded pocket threes a couple of hands ago in the small blind. Now he's thinking about this one. Really not sure about this one. He does a kind of a shrug, which is often, well, I'm going to have to open this hand. I don't love it. So he's opened, gone for a min open off 10 big blinds. And everybody behind has rags, so this is going to work. He gets it through. He'll be very relieved with his 10 high. Uh, 2008, Rob's here says if he wasn't on stream, he may have chucked it, lol. Yeah, it's possible. He might not want his friends at home giving him too much grief over, oh, you were folding everything. You folded a pair and then you folded a very pretty hand like 10-9 suited. People do play differently on stream, in my experience. It can go one or two ways. People either tighten up because they don't want to look stupid going out with a really bad hand, or they go the other way and they try to force the play. Ilakis, he has been in big stack all day, and now he's kind of back in the pack. He's raised to 3 big blinds here, which again he's more or less telegraphing he wants to take the pot down now. Doesn't want action, and he's going to get his wish because everybody behind just had rags. And we're on a pay jump, and in fact we're through the pay jump because I guess we lost somebody on another table. We're now down to 20. All the players remaining are now guaranteed €2,230. 20 players left. 2 more players and we will have that full redraw that we've mentioned a few times. Ilakis in the hijack with the queen jack off. He opened 3x last hand with the ace queen. Interesting to see what he does with the queen jack here. Considerably weaker hand in an earlier seat. Decided to let it go. I think the fact he opened last hand maybe played into his mind there. He thought maybe he was going to more likely to induce action. It would normally be an open even at this stage. Worth opening for a minute and try to get it through. Now that he's folded, BlackRock has a fairly easy open with the ace-9 offsuit. It's on the button with the 5-4, won't be getting involved. Big raise as well. He's raised to 840. These players seem to be increasing their raise sizes now, trying to force the folds pre-flop. Max is not a man who is too put off by the size or the position. He's in the small blind with 8 high, facing a big raise, but he's still calling because his 8 high is the prettiest 8 high, the 8-7 suited. And now BlackRock has to play a rather ugly hand, but he is in position. It's top pair. Wow, that's an action flop. Max, bottom pair, open ender, backdoor flush draw. BlackRock has the nut backdoor flush draw and middle pair. He's going to go ahead and bet. So he does bet. Now I can't imagine the 8-7 suited is folding here. Max tends to just call in these spots. This time he's moved all in. He has the pair and the open ender, so he's decided his hand is strong enough to go with now, and now BlackRock is hating life. He's got middle pair, but he could be up against a bigger pair. He could be up against a much stronger mid hand. even when he's up against a draw, the draws have a lot of equity, a lot of ways to win the pot. Horrible spot now for BlackRock. While he makes his decision, Bal Badger in the chat says, looking forward to hearing the breakdown on Dan Wilson's hand. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. I wasn't 100% sure of the solution until I ran the spot, and Dan joined us on that too. So Dan gave us his reasoning in game and his impression of Steve's range. And actually, we have Steve on the same shot too, and we talked briefly to him about the hand as well. Meanwhile, BlackRock's still in the tank here. It's an awful hand to have to bet and then fold to this. You really hate life. But do you love calling it off for your tournament life? Little pair. He shows the hand, which won't make BlackRock necessarily feel that's... I mean, that's one of the hands he was in better shape against. Yeah, the rueful shape of the head there. Max more or less gives, well, what am I going to do with my hand? I have a pair, I have an open-ender. Open chess says, guess he's more balanced than we thought. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen him play as a draw aggressively. It might be the case because he covered the other player there, that was the deciding factor. Often players are much happier to shove when they cover the other player and they know that they're not going to be out of the tournament if it doesn't work out. Whereas I think in the previous examples he was covered. Sven says the 7-2 off blow up in the qualifier by in some massive EPT spot was an example of someone trying to show off on the feature table. Yeah, I've seen it a few times in my career, to be honest. I remember one of the first feature tables I made was at a UK IPT in Galway, and there was some very, very epic play, including, if I remember correctly, something like a 60 big blind 4-bet shove with a guy who hadn't looked at his cards. That's worth digging out if you can find it. UK IPT Galway, the very first one, I think it was. Maybe the second one. We're gone on a break. I guess that's the redraw. So back in 15 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the German Poker Days main event, final day in the King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is Darrow Carney. I'm an Irish poker pro, commentator, coach, writer, podcast host, and you can see there on the screen we have a new feature table. So some of the players we've seen before, some we haven't. We'll get to know the ones we haven't seen yet. I managed to get through another break without dying. Quite a long one too, so go me. I'll be commentating right as we play to a close tonight, all the way down to a winner. The winner will walk away with €60,000 plus top four, including the winner, will get an additional €10,350 value ticket for the WSOP main event later in the year here in Rozvadov. Sicker than average, says Goodman Darth. Yep. Your name is very appropriate to how I feel at the moment as I'm continuing to recover from influenza. 2008 Rob's here says, that's me walking and dressed like Jimmy White punting on blackjack with sunglasses on. Yeah, sounds like you're living the dream. Speaking of Jimmy White, I was watching the World Snooker today and he's one of the analysts on Eurosport. Jimmy's one of my all-time favorite players. Not really a big fan of him as an analyst, I have to say. He just tends to state the blindingly obvious, oh, he's lost the last few frames, so he's going to want to win the next one. Yeah, Jimmy, he probably is. Winning is better than losing, but particularly when you've lost all the recent ones. But you're not really telling us anything we can't figure out for ourselves. But anyway, enough of the snooker rants. Back into the action we go. We'd love to be in the booth with you. Keep pushing. Thank you. I don't think you'd like to be with me at the moment. You'd almost certainly catch something horrible. You'd be feeling sick for a week, but sometime in the future when I'm a lot better, hopefully. Jimmy's the guy on repeat in the pub. Yeah, he does have his stock phrases, and to be honest, he's never said anything I wouldn't have thought of myself, and I'm no snooker expert. But great player back in the day, brought us all a lot of entertainment. So Prometheus under the gun, he's down to 4 big blinds now. And he's going to have to post 2 of them next hand. Bilakis is going to open the King-Queen suited, very pretty hand. This is a player we haven't seen before. Actually, no, sorry, we have seen Black Rock, who has the ace-7 in the hijack, but he lets it go. Haven't seen Ahmed so far. Robert we saw last feature table, and the open gets through. It seems like a tournament where it's going to be very profitable to open because there's so little 3-betting and almost no 3-betting light. Looks like I've started off the Jimmy White ranting in the Rich chat. I mean, I can't really talk. I'm being paid to show up here in my influenza addled state to repeat my catchphrases. But yeah, I think Jimmy could definitely do better as a commentator if he added some more stuff to his repertoire. King 10, yeah, I'd be. Oh, the blinds have gone up again. Look at that. So we're now up to 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. So everybody's even shallower now. Again, that's a Jimmy White statement there. Blinds go up, so everybody's shallower. Try and avoid those in future. Yeah, Jimmy used to play a decent amount of poker back in the day, and I think he might have won, or at least he went deep in one of the first Ladbrokes Millions. He doesn't seem to play very much anymore. We have a all in and a call here. Yeah, the big blind was super short, so the 7-4 just shoved. Kind of any decent hand shove. He is ahead. Obviously, Prometheus 13, who we saw last table. He's almost a 2-1 favorite here against Philip. Big pot for Philip as well, because he only has 2.3 million behind. And that's a very good flop for the 7-4. To state the blinding the obvious, the King 10 is already on his way. He's down to less than 1%. Needs running cards. And that really seals the deal. Just the house for Philip. We lose Prometheus in 18th position. Mark Williams is a bit of a poker player. Yeah, so I've heard. I've never actually played with Mark, but I've heard he's pretty decent. I have actually played with Ken Doherty, who also is not bad at poker at all. Ken actually owns a snooker's club here in Dublin, which used to have poker. I don't know if it still does. Ken played quite a bit of poker back in the day. And Steve Davis is a very decent poker player, of course, too. Black Rock with the King Queen. Nothing much to do here except shove with 8.5 big blinds. And he does move all in, as we are down now to 17 players. All the players have laddered again. They're now guaranteed to €2,570. Robert has a decision with the ace-10. He lets it go. Worried about domination, I guess. All the better aces shove. Maybe less of the worse aces. So the shove is going to get through. And a million added to a stack now. Each pot is really big. 17 players remain still. Ace King is the hand this time, and this gentleman Gennaro Navano, who we haven't seen yet, he has a proper stack, 35 big blinds. Now most of the players behind him are short, so he's still playing their stacks effectively, but he can definitely open here. He doesn't have to do any shove. He doesn't have to shove. Looks a little bit tired. It's very late for these players. They've been playing a long day. Blackrock with the twos. I mean, it's the kind of hand you're much happier shoving than effectively reshoving with little fold equity, so I think he's going to let it go in the end. And he does. All the players are just kind of handcuffed now, waiting for a hand. Luther does have a hand, but it's ace-10, and he's facing under the gun open, so he's folded. Philip has pocket eights. This is a much trickier decision. It says cut off, but it looks like he might be the button. Unless the gentleman beside him is button. No, he was the button, yeah. Because of the elimination last hand. So the ace-king suited gets through. Big chip leader now, this man with 15 million. Well ahead of average. In great position to push on for the final table. Past 1 AM here now, so thank you to everybody who stayed up late. I'm sure some of you are on your well into your Sunday grind as well, or maybe you've finished it already. Blackrock's going to fold the 6-5 suited under the gun. It quickly folds the pocket twos, recognizing it's not really the kind of hand you want to play into the field. King 9 on the button. Belakis goes for the raise. Perfectly normal. Unfortunately for him, he is raising into the big stack, but we don't know how this gentleman is playing yet. We have just seen him open the ace-king suited. Not do anything else yet. Having a look here. Jack 9 is the kind of hand you would normally defend, but Belakis is pretty shallow. He might opt for the defend here and just take it post flop. Even though it's a big raise, he's getting 3-1 on the call. Jack 9, although he's dominated in this specific case, plays pretty well, but he decides to let it go. So we are seeing a lot of raise and take. It's really not much 3-betting, almost no 3-betting light. In fact, no real 3-betting light at all. I don't think we've seen a single light 3-bet in a couple of hours. Everybody's just kind of sitting back waiting for a hand. Luther has a hand, pocket kings. He only has 8.25 big blinds, so this raise is going to look super strong. He's raised 2.5 of his 8 big blinds. Hard for that not to be a really really big hand. Christian isn't deterred though. He does call. Going to be in horrible shape if he hits. Gennaro has a hand which he can definitely defend. It plays very well multi-way, so he might decide to flick in the call here. But he lets it go. Seems like he's more interested in just preserving his chip lead rather than applying pressure. BlackRock, he's got a tricky spot here. A6 suited, he's not dominated in this specific instance, but he would be a lot of the time three-way. It's a spot where you'd almost feel better calling with 7-6 suited than A6 suited. It's quite a significant amount of his stack. It's almost 20% of his stack to call. Some of the players do look visibly tired to me now. We're seeing some... yeah, that's a lot of chips, but I think it's just a call. He's called with all of his small chips. So we are going to go three-way to the flop. The Kings is hoping just not to see an ace. They all miss. That's a very safe looking flop for the Kings. Unlikely anybody has a 7. King Jack has missed completely, so probably gives up. The ace 6 has some backdoors, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Luther probably bets a smallish amount here just to fold out equity. Nope, not the smallish amount. He's gone all in. I want to take it down now. Can't imagine he's getting any action now. Asking how much, but I can't imagine he's calling off here. There's literally nothing you beat now. He's not opening 8-6 off this stack. You can be pretty sure it's not a 7. Because again, he's opening off this stack. It's almost always an overpair. Even if it's a bluff, it's ace-king, which ace-6 suited is in particularly bad shape against, so I think he'll eventually fold here. And he does. And we lost a player on an outer table, on the outer table, so we're down to 16 now, 2 tables of 8. Might not take us too long to get to a final table, given the rate of attrition and the way the stacks are distributed. So Robert under the gun. 9 big blinds. Queen 10 suited. This is definitely a hand you can justify shoving, but he's decided to let it go. He's going to have to post 2 big blinds next hand, so he was incentivized to go fairly wide there. But he decided Queen 10 suited, he didn't fancy it. Jack 8 suited. Christian 16.5 big blinds. He folds as well. Now, this will tell us a lot about the way Gennaro is going to play his chip lead. If he opens this, this is an aggressive open, so it means he is actually trying to put a bit of pressure on. It looks like he is going to open. And Ahmed is deep as well. He's got 10 million, 25 bigs. Deep relative to the field here. He could definitely defend here. And he is going to defend. So we're going to see a flop. We're going to see a bit of poker. 2 of the deeper stacks on the table. Yeah, that's a terrible flop for the 9-7. He'll probably just check fold now. Gennaro's hand doesn't have a lot of reasons to bet here. Kind of mile ahead or mile behind. If he's ahead, he doesn't have to worry too much about getting drawn out on, so he has decided to check back. Now, Ahmed has picked up a bad flush draw with the 7. Looks like Gennaro just wants to take it to showdown. Maybe he can bluff catch. Now, that's one of the cards where he's definitely has a very easy value bet if Ahmed checks here. But Ahmed looks like he might decide to bluff. Gennaro has... No, he's decided to check in the end, Ahmed. And Gennaro now can go ahead and value bet, try and get called by an ace or a queen. And Ahmed will now be folding, I imagine. He does let it go. Position folds the ace-2. Table's playing so passively, I think I'd probably be opening ace-2 even though it's on the loose side. But he didn't fancy it. Black Rock. He now only has 6.5 big blinds left, but he doesn't want Queen 7 to be the hill he dies on. So walk for Robert. Very welcome when you got the 10-3. Difficult, I think, for these players now because they're playing for a lot of money. I mean, these are players who paid less than €200 to buy in, and now suddenly they're faced with the prospect they could be playing for €70,000 effectively up top. But they're presumably all very tired. Philip has a hand here, 11 big blinds. He has decided to move all in rather than do anything fancy. We may see some tired mistakes creeping in now. Oh, and Black Rock's got a 6.5 big blinds. I think he's probably just going to stick it in here. Yeah. Stick it in, hope you're up against a worse ace, king, queen, or at least a pair that you're flipping against. Unfortunately for him, one of his queens is getting folded behind. Small blind looks down at 10-3 again, which he got a walk with last time, not this time, and Luther folds the queen 9 suited. Not calling a 3-way all in with that. Blackrock's in bad shape now. You can see he's only 16%, that's because the queen was being folded. Gonna need to find some help. Otherwise, we will lose Blackrock. Let's see a flop. Clubs. Suddenly he picks up hope. Picks up a flush draw, so he moves up to 36% now. Some running straight cards for a chop as well, and that's one of them. So, club or a queen wins it for him. 6 chops. Deuce is no good. We lose Black Rock. Philip manages to fade all the outs. And one of the more aggressive players, Black Rock, played a lot of pots. But he cards for the final table. Gone in 16th for €2,570. As Philip rakes in the chips. Always nice to get the hold in those spots. There you see the chips. Gennaro, very significant chip leader. Ahmed and Philip are now comfortable by the standards of this tournament. Christian and Balakis are reasonably comfortable. Luther and Robert are now short. Actually, we must have lost a player on an outer table as well, because we're now down to 14. So we're on a pay jump again. Next player out will get €2,910, and after that, all the remaining players will be guaranteed at least 3,250. Some of these players look really tired now. This has been a long day for them. Luther in the small blind has 12 big blinds. You can limp this hand. It's a profitable shove. He's going into a similar-ish stack, actually a bigger stack. So 7-4 suited probably just checks behind unless he decides to put pressure on. Seven-4 off would be more likely to raise here because it's a worse hand. 7-4 suited is pretty enough that if you raised and got shoved on, you'd be very sad. But then he may think that Luther's not the type of player who has the limp re-shove in his arsenal. If that's the case, he may go ahead for the raise, and he's doing that. Yeah, I like this. It looks like Philip is here to play. Most of the players seem to be just sitting waiting for fairly standard hands. Actually, no, sorry, Luther raised from the small blind. He misread the action. So Luther now finds himself in a pretty bloated pot with 8 high. Philip has hit bottom pair. Decides to check, see what happens on the turn. Luther turns a flush draw. Queen's a better card for him. He just moved all in with his flush draw. This is probably going to work. But Philip's giving this some thought. A lot of draws there. Diamond's just thing. Does Jack 10? Hard to make a pair. Giving this some thought. He's not getting an amazing price though, so he will probably let this go. Yep, on the shove. Power of aggression there from the older gentleman. Maybe gets a bit more respect because of his age. 14 players still. Christian under the gun with the king 6 suited. Again, I'd probably be opening this at this table because they're playing so passively, but Christian's going to let it go. Gennaro with the ace 4 would also be tempted to open this if I had his chip stack. Looks like he's giving it some consideration at least. In the end, lets it go. Queen on the button. This is a fairly standard open. With his freshly refurbished stack, which he added to after the last hand with that shove on the turn. Got through. Bilakis. Thinking about defending the king 8 here. But lets it go in the end. does feel like most of the players have knitted up here, and they're basically just hoping to either pick up a very clear hand they can go with, or ladder to the final table at least. Gennaro with the ace-2 suited. Again, with his chip stack, I'd be opening this, but he may not. Yeah, he lets it go. Queen-9 suited. Very pretty hand to find on the button. Raises to 1,000,000. Runs into 9s in the big blind. Christian. Less than 15 big blinds. This is a shove, and he does shove. Now the Queen-9 suited will be folding. Well, he's giving it some thought, but I can't imagine he's going to call here. Just too many chips. He had a perfectly legitimate open, but once you get shoved on, fairly easy release. Ahmed under the gun, 25 big blinds, Queen Jack. It's very early position for this hand, which is not as nice as not as strong as it looks. It's kind of like a really bad, strong looking hand. But this table, I would definitely be opening it, given how passively almost everybody is playing. You see, people are just folding very quickly. I mean, they have hands which are supposed to be folds, but the speed of the folds just kind of indicates they're not giving much consideration to anything other than their hand strength. Alakis, looks like he thought about it, but let it go. Quick fold from Christian. Gennaro probably just defends the ace-4 suited here. No reason really to 3-bet this hand against an under the gun open. But at the same time, you're not going to fold. It is a big open. That said, it's 2.75 big blinds. Does let it go, so he is playing his chip stack very, very cautiously. Like he just wants to lock up the final table. So given how cautiously they're all playing, we're just going to see a lot of these hands that are raise and take it, I think, until the two hands clash. And they will be legitimate hands. Nobody's stepping out of line with the King-6 suited. Luther under the gun. Well, this is different. He has raised. He's running into kings behind. I mean, Philip can only shove. He can't 3-bet any normal amount here. He could flat maybe and lay the trap to somebody else behind, but he's decided to just shove. That should clear out everybody behind, unless there's a legitimate hand. Should also clear out the ace-7. It's not a hand you want to raise call, especially when it's the guy to act immediately after you who is the shover. Because he has to worry about all the players behind as well as you. And yeah, quick fold from Luther. Yeah, it didn't work out for him, but I actually quite like that open. And it was going to take a hand like kings being behind for that to happen. So on to the next hand we go. Not seeing very many flops. Late on in tournaments, stacks get shallow. It tends to be a pre-flop game. Blackest should definitely be opening the ace-9 here. It feels a bit too much to shove. Wow, he's let it go. They really are just locking up now, most of them. Waiting for very clear. Ahmed doesn't even think about playing the 10-7 in the small blind. Another walk for Robert. Robert's got a few walks since we've come back. He got a walk with the 10-3 suited. Now he's got a walk with the Jack-9. Jacks. End of the day. We've had it so many times, it's created so much action. If Philip hadn't won the previous hand, he would have a decision whether it's a shove or not. But since he picked up a decent amount of chips last hand, he now has enough to raise. Christian looks interested with the ace-9 here. But he thinks about it and realizes against another gun open ace-9 off is not really a premium holding. Ahmed on the button with the ace-5 suited again. In some games you would see this turned into a light 3-bet or even a flat. That's just not happening in this game. So Philip gets the blinds. I think that raise was to 1 million on the big side. We're seeing big raise sizes as well. It's just like they all want to take the blinds every time they find a hand. I've seen Balakis fold some hands which would normally be opens, so he's definitely not opening Jack-5. Christian with the King-Queen suited, can't imagine he's folding. Yeah, he goes for the open. Reaches for opening chips. Gennaro quickly folds. Chip leader. Nobody's stalling for the final table here. Everybody's just playing super fast. Super straightforward. Waiting for a hand. If they don't have it, they fold. Philip has a hand here. You can definitely defend. But again, it's a big raise from Christian. The raise sizes are really big. He opened to 3x and gets it through. Dealer change. We see the stacks there. Gennaro still a significant chip leader. Ahmed, Christian, Philip all reasonably comfortable. They have a bit of play. Luther, Balakis and Robert are now getting shortish. Fourteen players remain. 2 tables of 7. And 93 of the day. Or at least of the stream, rather. Not of the day. These players have actually played for a lot longer. Luther on the button with the ace-4. Just moves all in with his ace. Doesn't want to raise call or raise fold. Risky play because if he gets called, he's going to be in terrible shape. But given how the table are playing, it's going to take somebody finding a real hand behind. And he takes down the blinds and antes. Luther is the one player, and I wouldn't have expected this when I saw these players at the start, who is stepping out a little. We saw him get after it when he turned a flush draw and he just shoved. We've seen him shoving a very weak ace on the button there. Amma just snap folds the ace-6 there. They're really not putting any consideration into changing their ranges now, given how tight people are playing. Luther lets the king-4 suited go, having shoved the previous hand. Philip is going to open the queen-6, which is obviously loose, but he thinks it's going to work more often. Christian with the queen-jack, and you would normally defend. But Philip's gone for a big raise size again. This has been a feature of this session of play. The pairs are opening large, but queen-jack is still defending. Queen-high flop now would be trouble for Philip, obviously. There it is. This could get expensive. Philip might think about checking back here because his queen is so weak. And he has some backdoors with the 6. Doesn't necessarily want to play a bloated pot. His hand doesn't benefit massively from betting, but he's going to bet. These spots you do need to check back some top pairs some of the time, particularly when it's an invulnerable top pair. The queen is really only worried about a king or an ace. Whereas if you say if it's a 9 high board and you have top pair, it's a lot different. Christian now can't possibly be considering folding, so it's just a matter of whether he wants to raise or call. Not a very draw heavy board, so probably lean towards the call. Not many draws to protect against. Really just a 6-4, which probably doesn't open. Some gut shots. That was for half pot, and actually Christian has decided to raise. He just wants to end it now. Now Philip's in a tricky enough spot. Christian doesn't seem like the type who would check raise as a bluff. So Christian, I think he'd moved all in here. I mean, Philip has moved all in. This can't be possibly anything other than a call. When he check raised here, he really committed himself in terms of the pot. I mean, he hates it obviously because he doesn't have the nut queen by any means. He could be up against king queen, ace queen. But he's getting 9-1 with top pair in a button versus blind situation. I think once he realizes how small the raise is relative to the stacks, relative to what's in the pot, he will find the call. It does indicate that he hadn't thought this through when he made the raise. I think he'll get there in the end and make the call. He does. And he's going to get the very good news that he's in amazing shape. He just has to fade a 6 or running straight cards. So Philip is going to need help. Right now he only has 3 immediate outs, in fact 2 because one of them has been folded. But he can hit a running straight. And there's one of the straightening cards. He now picks up the 4s as outs in addition to the 6. Christian needs to fade 6 or a 4, and he does. Ultimate brick on the river, the deuce. We lose Philip in 14th place. They will count stacks down because they're quite close, but it will be confirmed that we have lost Philip in 14th place for €2,910. The 13 remaining players are all guaranteed over €3,000 now, 3,250. Nice addition to the stack of Christian. Almost a double up. Thank you, Jay Wisello, leaving us on Twitch. Thank you for your moderation. You've been great today. It's very late for everybody, obviously, so I think you understand that you have to shoot off. So 13 players left. We're just 4 away from the final table now. Kind of unlikely anybody's going to open up even more. If anything, they're more likely to tighten up now that they're near the final table. So we're probably going to have to see the blinds rising and forcing people to make plays with more marginal hands. As I say that, Balakis raises the 6-5 suited. Gone for a very big raise size. 3.25 big blinds. Which gives Christian a decision now at the pocket fours. Would normally be a shove over a button raise. But the size might be giving him pause. Actually, he's just gone for the call. Christian doesn't seem too concerned about stack sizes. He's sort of playing the strength of his hand. So it's 4s against 6-5 somehow. Stack to pot ratio of less than 1. Balakis only has 3.1 behind, 3.4 in the pot. The 6-5 suited picks up the flush draw, so that might... Yeah, he just moves all in, and I think now he gets the 4s to fold very quickly. Biggs90 asking who's in commentary today. Finton? No, it's not Finton. Biggs90. My name is Darrow Carney, Irish poker player, commentator, podcast host, writer, coach. The other things I've probably forgotten at this stage. Also Irish, so the accents are certainly similar. Finton's a good friend of mine as well. Nice to see you. Yeah, our voices are quite similar, I think. Luther with the ace-7 suited. Blinds are up again, as you may notice. Now they're up to 250, 500. That'll force the pace even more. So Luther is now down to 13.4 big blinds. This is strong enough to hand to open. Luther has been playing the loosest of the players and has benefited from that. And this looks like it's going to get through. He's going to add 1.25 million to his stack. Benefit of aggression. Oh, you saw me on with Kevin Martin the other day. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. I was very tired that day after having done commentary. I think I'd done 4 or 5 commentary stints in 48 hours. But that was a lot of fun. Kevin's a lot of fun. He's high energy, but also the final table we were commenting on was one of the most insane I've ever had the privilege to witness. Yes, there are online satellites for the WSOP I believe on GG. Christian will be opening the ace-jack suited here in the cutoff. Christian now has really chipped up 15 million. Roughly the same stack as Gennaro behind him. Gennaro's probably drifted back a little actually. Good to hear you can stick around for a while, Biggs90. It is getting super late for everyone, so I completely understand if the numbers start to drop off as people head off to bed. The opens are getting through so often. If you're at the table, it would be really tempting just to start opening super wide. We hear some shouting from the outer table, so I'm guessing there was a big all-in there. And some drama maybe on the river. Sounded like a 2-outer to me. Three outers sound different from two outers, and one outers have a sound all of their own. I would be opening super wide on this table, but I wouldn't be opening 3-2. I probably would open King 7 offsuit in the cutoff, though, just given how tight people are playing. Seems like it's going to work a lot. That may be what Gennaro is thinking. Yep, he's reaching for chips. This normally wouldn't be a standard open, but the table is now playing so tight. You can definitely throw this in as an open. And fold from the button. I think Robert is folding the small blind as well. Queen Jack suited looks like a defend. Quite a large open to 2.8. You can't really fold the hand as pretty as Queen Jack suited in this spot. So we're going to see a flop. I'm not seeing too many of those. Let's see. It's literally 50-50. Look at this. Looks like a check in the dark. Meaning he checked before the flop came down. Okay, so they both hit kind of something. Luther has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Gennaro has a weak middle pair. They both have the kind of hands that kind of want to check. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that go check, check. And might go check, check again. Luther can't think that a bet was going to work too often on the turn here because Gennaro would bet a lot of his air on the flop. So when he checks the flop, he probably has a fairly weak hand he's trying to take to showdown. Depending on the bet size now, Luther might decide to continue. 1.6 million into 3.5, so just under half pot. Definitely not getting the direct odds to call. He would have to be considering larceny, considering stealing it on the river. He needs more than a gut shot to continue here. Queen high, never going to really be good. His queen and his jack are not really clean outs, so giving it some thought. I mean, you could maybe turn your hand into a check raise bluff now because it does look like Gennaro has a weak hand he's trying to get to showdown. But he could also be trapping with something like ace king, aces kings. Could have turned two pair with king 8 or ace 8. So in the end he lets it go. Yeah, and the benefit of the loose open there, takes down a nice pot. So still 13 players left, 6 on this table, 7 on the outer table. Christian folds the king 7 under the gun. Barely seen Ahmed play a hand yet. And Luther in the small blind. You can limp this hand. This table you can probably get away with shoving, to be honest as well. You're not going to get called too much. Might be trying something else. Might be trying a kind of a funky raise here. Yeah, he does raise and he gets the call in position. So again, the raise on for Luther bloats the pot, but he's probably going to win it if both players miss. So not necessarily a bad thing. Both players don't miss. Luther hits bottom pair. Going to come out betting. Bet. It looks like he's bet almost half his stack. Another scream on the outer table. And the bet gets through. Riakas just had a bad gut shot. So on to the next hand. Still 6 on this table, 7 on the outer table as far as we know. Gennaro will probably fold the king 2 on first to speak. Ahmed has been card dead since he moved here, but he hasn't really tried to force the pace. They're on the button. He is the one player who is definitely opening very, very wide. He lets this one go. Iliakis moves all in. Yeah, 8.5 big blinds. He finds an ace. Pretty standard shove. Christian, I don't think will be calling with the jack 3. And he shows the 3, I guess. Iliakis shows the ace because he wants him to keep folding. He wants him to fold the next time. So some respite for Balakis, who has really drifted back. When we saw this man earlier, he was the massive chip leader earlier in the day on the table, but hasn't really gone his way. He played chip stack quite snugly, but he didn't really pick up too many premium hands, and as a result, he has drifted back to being shorty now. And with only 6 at the table and the big blind ante, they fairly race around. So you do have to take all those spots when they come. Ahmed is also drifting back. Luther, is he going? No, he's not going to open the 7-5 suited. Balakis 11.5 big blinds, king 6. Oh, I have to think about this one. Probably just a little bit too light. But given how tight people are, it can work as a raise. Nara has jack 7. It's a large raise as well, relative to what you normally see at this stage of a tournament, 2.6x, and it does get the fold. And he picks up another couple of blinds and antes. We have a new chip in the game, by the way, for those of you who are not colorblind, unlike me. The one that you saw being lifted there. The pinks are 500k. As you can see from the fact it's being posted as a big blind and an ante. Gennaro picks a legitimate hand, pocket 10s. He's going to raise. And he gets the blinds and antes. Might as well have had 7 deuce. So Gennaro's chip leader, but it's very close between himself and Christian. They're comfortably clear of the others. Robert is really short now. He's going to have to find a spot very, very soon. Still 13 left. 6 on this table, 7 on the other. Disadvantage if you're short to be on the shorter table because the big blind and big blind ante hit you more often. There on the button, finds an ace, should be opening this, and he's reaching for chips. Counting out his raise size. They've all been using very big raise sizes, kind of designed not to get action. And he raises, well, actually he's gone on the smaller side relative to the table, 1.2. Ahmed calls the pocket 3s. Could have shoved that hand. Robert, who is very short, has now shoved. This is now messy because it's not very much more for Gennaro to call, but he is not closing the action. Oh no, he has the chips back. He didn't push in enough to make a raise, I guess. So it's counting as a call. Now he's hit top pair, so he's not folding. Does he want to shove, or does he want somebody else to put money in? He decides to shove his few remaining chips. Gennaro will not be folding because he's got top pair. And this is probably just shoving anything because he was committed. He'd certainly be shoving stuff like king queen here. Any pocket pair. So Gennaro calls. That should be the end for Ahmed. He can get out with his pocket threes now. The fact that he's got the backdoor clubs doesn't really matter. It's only a 3, so... So this is going to usually be a chop. They're going to have to turn their cards over now, and they'll see that usually a chop. Most of Robert's additional equity doesn't come from the fact he's got the higher kicker, it's just that he's got the club. So he can hit a runner flush. But barring that possibility, or one of them hitting their 4 or their 3, this will be a chop. And that assures the chop. Even if they hit their 4 or their 3 now, it's a chop. Robert looks really, really tired. Looks like he can barely keep his eyes open. Which I think probably contributed to the mistake, the pre-flop mistake there, where he tried to shove but he didn't put enough chips in. But he looks like he can barely keep his eyes open. Probably a good time to order an espresso. Thank you to everybody who's hung with us on Twitch and on YouTube. It's obviously very late into the night now, but we are getting to that exciting phase where the final table will be formed soon. They'll be playing for some serious money, 60,000 up top, and there are those 4 tickets worth over 10,000 euro for the top 4 as well. So we're getting to the really exciting portion of the tournament now. 266 of you watching us on Twitch and an additional 211 on YouTube. Still almost 500 between the two platforms at 2 AM GMT. Gennaro with the ace-9 suited should be opening here. It's a great spot for him with so many chips. He can just open a lot of pots and take them uncontested. Hello to Fifal in the Twitch chat for joining us. Robert just lets the Jack-6 suited go, and the 4-2 suited I imagine is getting folded as well. That seemed like a very tired fold. He could barely push the cards forward. Luther might have gone to order something. Or maybe talk to a friend on the rail. Blackman really has been card dead since he moved to the feature table. As a result, his stack is really withered. Robert has a fairly easy shove on the button here with his 5 big blinds. Luther won't be calling the 7-4. Belakis. Yeah, you're getting 2-1. You have an ace. You're going to be up against this type of hand a lot. Even if you dominate it, you've almost got the price. So Robert is going to need to find a king or a 10 or hit a straight or something. Otherwise, we will be down to 12. Has clung on for a long time with the short stack. Can he find some help from the deck one more time? There it is, the 10. The 6 means that a 6 would also regain the lead for Balakis, but he just needs to fade an ace or a 6 now and he will get the double. We've seen the player hit the river so many times in this tournament today. Are we going to see it again? There it is, the 6. The 6 ended up being absolutely crucial. Hammer blow for Robert. His dreams of winning 60,000 and that 10k ticket are over. But he did look very tired, and at least he gets to go off to his bed. There have been so many river, not suckouts because he was obviously behind when he went ahead, but so many times they're leading into the river has got outdrawn. All adds to the drama of the occasion. We are down to 12 now, so we are going to have to move a player onto this table. There are 7 on the outer table. So it's going to be rebalanced as 2 tables of 6. Gennaro and Christian are both the ones with the very comfortable stacks. The other 3 players are between 12 and 19. Biggs 90, to answer your question, this is being played right to the end. So it could be a very late one. But somebody's walking out of here tonight with 60,000 euro and a ticket worth 10,350 euro. Given how shallow it's playing, the final table obviously isn't going to take as long as a final table typically would, but it's still going to take a while, that's for sure. Hopefully I'll manage to stay awake. Next break I'm definitely running off to make myself a coffee. So while we wait for the player to be removed from the outer table, you can see Gennaro and Christian very comfortable by the standards of this tournament with 30 big blinds roughly each. Balakis is relatively comfortable too with 19. Luther and Ahmed are the 2 most under pressure now. Ahmed actually arrived as one of the bigger stacks, but literally hasn't had a hand and has drifted back 12 big blinds now. To the point where he can't be patient for too much longer. Biggs 90 asking what the average is. I believe the average is, let me work this out. Should be able to work this out. Okay, so the average is roughly 10 million. So roughly 20 big blinds. This table is below average, obviously. Well, actually, it's close. Yeah, average is roughly 20 big blinds. So the player is looking over towards where the new player will be coming from. Sorry, the new player has arrived already. And you can see there, the new player is Maciej Kondratyuk. I'm pretty sure I butchered that name. But he's got 4 million in chips, which is only 8 big blinds. So actually he's the shortest on the table now. The payouts are really significant now. I mean, remember, these players all paid less than 200 euro to enter this tournament, 199 euro to be exact. They're all guaranteed 3,250 now, but there's effectively 70,000 up top for a 200 euro tournament. Biggs 90 says, I see the fields at the King's tournaments have been exploding, 2,300 runners. Yeah, 2,300 runners is phenomenal for a 200 event, multi-day event. There's a huge demand again for live poker after we've all been locked in our houses for so long. So Balakis picks up 7s in the small blind. He raises. Christian covers him fairly comfortably, so he might elect to call here. And Balakis has been doing quite a bit of raising in button and small blinds positions, so he won't get the same amount of respect as some other players might. Some other players at the table clearly are just raising premiums. Balakis is not one of them. So yeah, Christian does make the call. And he gets to play in position. They both miss. The ace favors the pre-flop raiser. He'll raise a lot of aces from the small blind. Christian would 3-bet his stronger aces, so he will have the ace a lot less often. So Biliakis is going to fire out a bet here. This bet is less about the fact that he has a pocket pair, more about the fact that the ace high board just favors him more. And I think Christian will just give up very quickly here. He hasn't really been stepping out of line, unless he's just decided he's tired of Balakis. But no, he folds, and Balakis takes it down. Chips up a bit more and actually moves close to Christian in chips now. So 12 players remain. We've had a 107. This is the 107th hand of our stream today. It's been a long one. We've been streaming for over 5 hours. Still 12 players remaining. We are playing to a finish tonight. Somebody asking the chip values in chat. I can tell you that the pink chips are the big ones. They're 500k. Luther moves all in with the ace king. Blackus has 9-7 on the button, so he folds. This will work unless he runs into something. Ace 9 is a decent looking hand, but on this table, I don't think you want to call 14 big blinds. He shows the ace as well. He kind of teases it. And will that induce the show from Luther? No, he decides to keep his hand a secret. Thank you for the help in the chat, Whitebeard's Garden. You are, I'm pretty sure, correct. The whites are 100k and the greens are definitely the small ones. They're 25ks. So pink 500, white 100, greens 25. Those are the chips in play. I love the fact that they're such different colors. It's very, very easy to distinguish them, even if you're colorblind like I am. Okay, Ahmed has finally found a hand, but it's right under the gun, and it's Queen Jack, which is kind of the worst big hand, the worst Broadway, let's say. But he's going to go for the open. This should get mad respect because he's been so tight so far. Yeah, Luther doesn't even think about the Jack 10 because it's Ahmed who has literally not played a hand, I don't think, since we've seen him. Nara's not going to think about the Queen 3. Super short. It's a big raise, though. A lot of his stack to call. He'll probably find the fold in the end, unless he wants to call and try and hit, but he doesn't. That's the new player at the table, Polish gentleman. He gets even shorter now. So still 12 players, 2 tables of 6. Nobody has a hand they want to open. An arrow on the button should be opening the a6 suited. He does. Oh, the ace-8, ace-9 has a decision. I think you can't fold this really, although it's quite a big raise. Call or shove. Both options are reasonable. I think I'd prefer shoving, to be honest. It's an ugly hand to play out of position. But when the flop comes like that, it's fine. Yeah, Gennaro's hand doesn't have a ton. Well, I guess there's a lot of draws there. Yeah, no, he's going to try this small bet here, try and take it down. He's going to quickly find out that it's not going to get the desired result of taking it down. Bit of Hollywooding maybe from Ahmed while he decides what to do. He's flopped as good as you can get with this hand. Is he going to go for the raise here or the call? Moves all in. Okay. I mean, there are draws there. Queen, Jack, 8-7, Jack 8. Some gut shots. Maybe the gut shots don't take this line. Especially Ahmed. I mean, Ahmed has been so tight. It's a gross spot for Gennaro now because he has a hand which I think he'd snap against almost anybody else. But Ahmed has played so tight since he's been on this feature table that you're really not loving your ace rag anymore. You know you're ahead, you're behind pretty much all of his aces. You're behind stuff like 10-9. This would be a high wire fold. He might find it though, just because of who check raiser is. He's losing to ace 10, ace. I mean, he's losing to everything. Pretty much all the aces apart from the lower aces, which may not even take this line. They might just check call. Losing to 10-9. He's in horrendous shape against some hands like ace 10 and ace 9. The only reason he has any sort of equity here, as you can see on the screen, 11%, is because of the fact that the ace 9 can get counterfeited, and also that he can hit a straight with the 6, 7, 8. Finds the fold. That's a really well thought out fold, I think. Justin, he's asking if he wants to see, I think. Now he's going to feel really good about the fold. Paolo official says, I think you're saying no ace 10 gets flatted. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Ahmed flatted ace 10, to be honest. He has played very, very cautiously. Ahmed, having started with a decent stack and drifted back, has now picked up 2 pots in a row to make his situation considerably more healthy. Bilakis, that's the ace 2 suited, go under the gun. It's handed, which is the low jack. Hold it to the button, who's super short. 8-3 suited is not the hand you want to see when you're super short and you know you don't have a ton of fold equity on your shoves as a result. Backmid 20 big blinds now. Jack 10 suited is a very nice hand to find in the small blind. Let's see if he can keep the rush going. Having not won a hand since we saw him, he's now won the last two. He's gone for the raise with the Jack 10 and now he's won 3 hands in a row. So he's pretty much right back to where he was when he joined the table. Can he make it 4 in a row? He's going to have the button, which is the best seat, I think we can all agree. So maybe he can make it 4 in a row. Like your music, dude, since surprised he showed mind games. You often see this with tighter players. They kind of like to reinforce the tight image. So when they actually have it, they tend to show. Nope, he's not going to. He's not going to win 4 in a row because he actually folded a hand that a lot of people would open 10-9. Luther's raised with the ace-8. I think I prefer shoving here, to be honest, but raising is okay as well. Black has peeled with the king-3. That's the problem with raising. You can just get peeled. Now he's going to miss the flop 2 times out of 3, like he just has. He's not going to like this flop, so he does check. Balakis is an aggressive player, so he's the type of player who might take the check as a license to start betting. His king high has decent showdown, but apart from that, he's very little going for him. He doesn't have any red cards. He doesn't have any straight possibilities, except, well, 5-6, but that would be a really bad straight. So, betting and trying to take it down now will make a lot of sense to him, I think, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's pushing out a decent pile of 100k chips, and it gets the job done. Shadow asks, is this a seniors event? It's playing like a seniors event, I have to say. Having played a few seniors events myself. But it's not a seniors event, obviously, and I know you're joking. The Wolf says final day 6 AM. Yeah, it could very well be 6 AM by the time we finish. We are still 12 left, and we are playing to a finish tonight. Open chat says Machich is super pro. If that's true, it would be interesting to see him get a stack. At the moment, he's sitting there with 4.5 big blinds, so he's very much hamstrung with what he can do. But if he gets a stack, this would be a great field to do it in, where people are playing so passively. He's not going to... yeah, no, he's not going with Queen 3 here. Gennaro raised ahead of him. So down to 11. So we've lost somebody on the outer table. That means they've all laddered again. They're all guaranteed €3,650. Next ladder is the final table itself. And we could be getting some action here. Gennaro's raised under the gun. Christian has a hand. He might just call here. And then Gennaro might get in trouble on a jack high board. See what he's going to do. And to get chips for sure. Big raise again. We've seen this. Most of the players are using bigger raise sizes than you would normally see at this stage of a tournament. 2.6x. He shoves out enough chips to make the call. 3.4 million in the pot. Dennis Moravich in the chat. Hi guys. If you're the Dennis Moravich who played earlier, very unlucky sir, you ran really badly today, but I was looking at your Hendon Mob, and you have done very well in King's Casino in the last 6 months. Stravante says, hi Finton. Hi Stravante. I'm not Finton. Our voices are similar though, so Irish accents. Don't worry guys, all good. Ahmed is opening it up now. He played very, very tight earlier, but maybe emboldened by recent successes, he's gone for a fairly loose open here with the a7. It's obviously perfectly fine, particularly in this table where there's almost no 3-betting happening. Looks like the players are walking away. I wonder if there's an all-in on the other table that they're interested in sweating. Pocket threes in the big blind. Now thinking about his options. He's gonna call and try and flop a set. That is you, Dennis. Yeah, unlucky today, as I said. Nothing you could do today, unfortunately, but well done on another deep run. So this, the a7 hits, the threes were probably giving up anyway, to be honest. He has backdoors, but well, backdoor. 3 high flush draw, not very good, so presumably just giving up here. It does look quite tired as well. I think this is a factor for all of them. And you can actually see in the top right of the screen, we are down to 10. So clearly we lost somebody on the outer table. Which actually means we are going to have to rebalance the tables after this hand. Even if we don't lose anybody. If we do lose somebody, we will be down to a final table. Taking his time here. People don't like to fold a pair, but his hand is just difficult to keep going with. He's turning it into a raise, wow. Gone for a small raise. He's raised from 1.6 to 3.6. This is putting Ahmed in a difficult spot now with his 7. I mean, he has to ask himself, would a jack really raise, or would it just check call and try and get me to keep putting chips in the pot? He has the very best 7 as well, so he could be up against a worse 7. Obviously there are some draws possible. Clubs are the obvious one, but there's lots of gut shots as well. And it works, yeah. Ahmed just didn't fancy it. And actually they're down to the final table. Look at this. We are down. We must have had a double elimination on the other table. We are down to 9. There's going to be a redraw. That probably played a factor in Ahmed's decision to fold. If he folded, he would be on the final table. So while we draw for the final table, we are going on a break. And we'll be back in 20 minutes. Join me then as we play down to a winner.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final day of the German Poker Days main event in the King's Casino in Rozvadov. Well, we finally made it. We're down to a final table. It's been a long day. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 47 minutes. We started with 56 players, and these are the 9 players on the final table. We've seen most of them at some point today. But there's a couple we haven't. I don't think we have seen yet, like Daniel Vossen, for example. There they are, ordered by stack size. Jakob is the very big chip leader, 39 million, 65 big blinds. Gennaro, who we saw on the last feature table, is second in chips. And then everybody else has roughly 20 big blinds or less, and 3 players, 11 big blinds, down to 4 big blinds. Matish Kondrachus, the short stack with 4 big blinds. So thank you to everybody who's hung on with us. It's been a very long day, obviously. But we are playing down to a winner. Play about to get underway on the final table. And off we go again. Belakis under the gun, 13 big blinds. ICM is now starting to get very extreme because, as we mentioned a few times, the top 4 all get tickets worth 10,350. And to put it in context, 5th place is 13,000. 4th place, when you add in the ticket, is basically worth 28,500. So more than double. So the ICM is going to be very extreme until we get down to the final 4. Hello to Cracked Aces all day in the chat. Said you just jumped in from Twitter. Good to hear. So we have another ace jack out there, and it's the shortest stack, so he may just decide to stick it in now. King 10 suited is called. It's a large raise with the ace jack suited, 3.33 big blinds. The King 10 suited is for quite a large chunk of his stack. So Ahmed might decide this is a good, or Machit might decide it's a good time to gamble. But he does decide to fold in the end, and I think he's hoping for the collision effect there, that maybe some players get it in, and he gets the ladder. Daniel has a pretty hand as well, but it's a large chunk of his stack again to call, so he folds. So it's going to be Bilakis against Ahmed. Heads up to the flop, both with suited hands. Bilakis looked a little bit confused there, like he thought the button pot was being pushed to him. It's very late for these players, obviously, too, so it will be interesting to see if tiredness plays any role here. Okay, so Bilakis is going to love the jack, and then he's going to hate the fact it's 3 clubs. But Ahmed shouldn't really have too much interest in this pot. Any sort of bet will take this down, I imagine. If you guys have any favorites in the chat, let me know who you're... we saw Max in picture there earlier. Initially with the Boston Celtics top, then he had a poker t-shirt, and now he has the third top, so he's balancing his clothing game. Keynote asking if they're new chips. Yeah, they are new chips as far as I'm aware. There was a lot of talk about that at the start of the stream. I personally love them because they're very different colors. The pinks are 500, the whites are 100. It looks like the greens, which were the smallest chips last time, were taken out of play. So 9 players remain. The average is just over 20 big blinds. I ran off and got to make sure I hopefully don't fall asleep before the end of this. Ahmed here, just over 10 big blinds. He's in very early seat. I don't think this is an open, but it looks like he's going to go for an open. Just counting on everybody playing a bit too tight, maybe, and folding too much behind. Gennaro quickly folds the queen jack. There's Julia. Keynote, I have so many stories like that. I'm colorblind too. So many live misclicks. It's always a good idea to announce your action to avoid doing that. So the big blind defense with ace-2 suited. They both flop a pair. Middle pair for Ahmed with the king 10. Bottom pair, not much else going on for Bilakis. Checks. Ahmed probably bets now, mostly to deny equity. In fact, he moves all in. He's just decided he wants to take the hand down now. Moves all in for just more than pot. Can't imagine Bilakis is going to call off, but he's asking for a count, so who knows. There are draws there, obviously. King Jack is open-ended. Jack 9 suited, if that opens, is open-ended. But there's no flush draw. He has the worst pair. Imagine he's just going to fold here once he realizes how much it is. And he does fold. Keynote in the Twitch chat says we'll be returning to King's Casino in July. Can't wait. Such an awesome time I had there last year. Yeah, good luck when you get back there in July. It's a great place to play poker. It's a real center of European poker. Oh, and here's the spot he's been waiting for. Just over 4 big blind. Going to give it a little thought, or pretense of thought, just to balance the times. He has a closer decision and needs to think. Doesn't take too long. He does move all in. Probably get called by any ace in the big blind. Yep, there it is, the ace 8. So 68% favorite for the double. It is the massive chip leader called. Two Polish. Poland against Poland. Rich against poor in this tournament. And the kings. Always the tension waiting for the flop. You just don't want to see the ace on the flop. If you can fade the flop, you're 60% of the way there. So here it comes. Here's the flop. Oh, and straight out. Well, not straight out, but the ace came out from underneath. Now the kings are in terrible trouble. They're down to 2 outs. No help there. Just one card to come. 2 remaining kings. He has the black kings. He needs a red king to go with them, or he will be out, and we lose Mr. Condichus. Very unlucky. Nothing he could really do. He was very short. He waited for a good spot. He got it in as good as you can get. And he is the first player to be eliminated on the final table. €4,350 for his trouble. The players are now 1 place closer to those 4 tickets worth over €10,000. They're taking advantage of the fact that there are only 8 players at the table now. Some of the players suggesting maybe the other players move around to give them more space. Given that they have to place the whole cards where they have to place them, though, it's a TV table, so they can't really do that. Cruel way to go out when you've played so long and so patiently, and you finally get the kings. First of all, to run into an ace that can call you, and secondly, for him to hit the ace straight on the flop. Thank you to everybody who's joined us on both Twitch and YouTube. It's almost 3 AM here in Ireland now. I'm sure it's late wherever you are as well. It's 4 AM in Rozvadov. So Gennaro raises with the ace-10 suited. He's one of the bigger stacks. Jakub, who's the absolute chip leaders in the small blind with queen-jack, he can think about applying pressure here with a 3-bet. Great time to have a stack when those 4 10k tickets are really messing up the ICM, ramping it right up. In the end, it looks like he's decided to call. Max folds his big blind. So the ace on the board will encourage Gennaro to keep betting. Ace 7-2, very hard board to hit unless you've got the flush draw. Jakob had the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but just gives it up. All 8 remaining players now guaranteed €5,700. Kaki Maralashvili, sorry if I completely butchered your name there on YouTube, says, is this live? Obviously we're on a delay, but yeah, this is actually happening now. We're on a delay so that players can't see what cards everybody has, but the tournament is still progressing. So down to 8, 2 players really short now. Daniel on 8 big blinds, Luther on 9 big blinds. Another 3 players between 10 and 20 big blinds. Jakob, the overwhelming chip leader, with 67 big blinds. Players all seem very jolly. They're all guaranteed a good payday now. The Lacus and the cutoff. Queen 8 suited. Just over 20 big blinds. This is the type of hand you would normally open. He's been fairly... let me put it like this. He's gone through the gears today. There's been spots... There have been periods where he's played fairly tight and folded some hands that other people would open, and there's been other periods where he's opened wider than most people would open. So Max moves all in over the button raise of the chip leader with the ace queen suited from the small blind. Perfectly standard, just under 15 big blinds. Chip leader is going to be opening super wide. Ahmed will presumably fold here. Can't imagine he's going to call off with the 10-9. And Jakob should be releasing the Queen 9. And does. Yeah, we're on a half-hour delay here, so... Cameron says it's midday in Oz. Yeah. Millions a few times, and the time difference when I'm down there always messed me up. Not so much the time difference as the day difference. When I'm told to meet somebody on a Monday, I've been known to show up on the wrong day on Zoom. But good to see you're joining us from Oz, Cameron. We do have some students in Australia, and this is usually around the time they want their coaching sessions. So it's not unusual for me to be talking to Australians at this hour. Machiavelli asking, why is this Ahmed guy wasting time? Yeah, he does seem to be taking his time over some decisions which seem fairly straightforward. It's also possibly he's just tired. Sometimes people just, everything slows down when they're very tired. There's a bit of Hollywooding going on too, I think. These players are on a final table. For a lot of them, I think this will be the biggest occasion of their poker lives so far. Hard not to get a little bit excited in these spots. Time difference between Turkey and Czech. I'm going to guess 1 hour, but I could be wrong. Luther under the gun there with the 10-9 suited, let it go. With less than 10 big blinds and the ICM in the situation, I like that fold. With ICM, you don't really want to be shoving hands that don't have a high card. Ahmed, on the other hand, has a hand he can happily go with here, and he does move all in. Gonna get the ace-6 to fold because he shoved, and the queen-8 will fold as well. Quick decision this time. He knew exactly what he had to do with the ace-king. First place is 60k plus the 10k ticket. Dos Santos. Thank you, Bismarck, looking after the questions in the Twitch chat. Jakob, like this. Using his chip stack, King 7 suited is a fine open when you're the chip leader, even in early position. People are just going to fold so much, you're not going to get 3-bet very much. When the blinds, you're just going to get flatted a lot and maybe win it post-flop. But not this time. He runs into ace-10 in the big blind. He might be priced in here now. What is it to call? 3.8 million into 7.1. Yeah, he makes the call. C is actually in amazingly good shape here. It's almost a flip. That'll be down to some of the cards that are folded. Normally the ace-10 would be further ahead. So Luther needs to avoid king or 7 or lots of hearts. There's the king straight out of the gate. He says, I think he said unbelievable there. He needs an ace now. He's gone from ahead to well behind, down to 12%. Needs one of the 2 remaining aces in the deck. One has already been folded. Can you find one of those 2 aces on the river? There's been a lot of river hitting on the stream today. Not this time. Unlucky Luther. We lose Luther in 8th place for €5,700. He also misses out on one of those tickets. So just like that, we're down to 7. We're getting there quite fast. The fact that there's a massive chip leader is unbalancing the table. It means the other players are shorter and are forced into making their moves earlier. Daniel now the short stack with 8 big blinds. 3 other stacks between 15 and 18, and actually Balakis doesn't have much more than 20 either. So those players will all be eyeing up the top 4 spot, which secures them the 10k ticket. Seven remaining players now guaranteed over €8,000 each. And Jakob immediately picks up queens after the rest of the table has just seen him raise King 7 suited. And I think that's why Max calls with the King 10. He's just not giving Jak credit for a hand. Calling with King 10 in the middle of nowhere here is an unorthodox play. Gennaro has Ace King behind. He has an awkward stack because he's one of the bigger stacks and he really doesn't want to clash with Jakob. But on the other hand, Ace King is a very strong hand here. He might 3-bet here and Gennaro could very well 4-bet and we could have a massive pot here. Yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet, the squeeze. Christian is interested. Look at this. Christian has jacks. Christian just moves all in for 15 big blinds, just over 15 big blinds. Now, Jakob is loving this spot a lot less than the previous one. With the king 7, because the shove was short, he moves all in. Now Max obviously has a very easy fold, but the Gennaro is now in the horrors. He's put 4.5 million in, and he's seen a shove and a reshove by the one player who covers him. I think he's going to have to release the ace-king. He doesn't want to risk it at this point of the tournament. Thought that was a great spot. Yeah, he's looking for sympathy from his neighbor there, saying, what can I do? I have ace-king, I have to raise. And Jakob in an amazing spot here. He's got the queens against the jacks with lots of dead money in the pot. So Christian's going to need to find a jack or lots of spades. Here we go. Well, there's 2 spades, so he can hit running spades now or a jack. There's the king of spades. So now he suddenly improves to 24%. He can hit a jack or a spade. Queen of spades won't do it. There it is. Wow, what a celebration. He hits the running spades. And the other player who's going to feel a little bit aggrieved there is the Gennaro, who would have beaten the queens with his ace-king. That's a huge pot. 25 million there for Christian. I tried asking if the ace-king guy had the ace of spades. I actually don't remember. That's a good question, because if he had the ace of spades, he would have obviously scooped. Okay, I just rewound the YouTube stream. He did not have the ace of spades. He had the ace of clubs. So he wouldn't have scooped. He would have won the main pot. And actually, that would have been an absolute disaster then for Jakob, the chip leader. There is a YouTube stream. You go onto the Poker Rooms Kings channel on YouTube. So 2 king jacks here, both short stacked. Question is, does Daniel want to stick it in, even down to 6 big blinds, or does he want to wait for a better spot? I think particularly with the 4 10k tickets, I mean, anything can happen to you, as we saw last time. Yeah, some speculation in Twitch chat about whether jacks is a fold there. Yeah, I'm definitely not loving jacks when to that action. And when one of the big stacks three bets the early position open of the chip leader, the player who can really damage him. Starts to feel a little bit murky. Daniel might go with this now on the button. This is a reasonable hand to go with. Yeah, he moves all in. He's hoping nobody has a hand that can call, but even if they do, he'll probably have... Yeah, he has 44% here, even though he's run into an ace. Let's see if the chip leader takes another setback. Very competitive. Hit a jack or an 8 or a straight. Jack and 8 or a straight. Nothing there, but he can still hit a jack and 8 or a straight. Comes 9 queen. 9-7. There's the 9. It's a very good card for him in the sense that he picks up a lot of additional outs. Queen, a jack, an 8 or a 7. We'll do it for him. Otherwise, we will lose Daniel in 7th place. And he misses. Players are visibly relieved, so you can see that the 10k tickets are really on their minds now. We're only 2 away from those being handed out. Daniel goes in 7th place for €8,073. Also noteworthy that all of the remaining players are now guaranteed 5 figures. They're all guaranteed 10,500. So the final table is proceeding at a fair old pace, as you'd expect, given the stack distributions. But we've also been dealt a few coolers, so that also helps. The Jack 6 suited, but again, I can't imagine he's going to open that under the gun, so... Just let it go. 9-7 folds on the button. It's blind on blind now. Jakob is the chip leader, so he's folding. Goes for a 3x raise and gets the 9-5 to fold. With the ICM of the tickets really looming large now, he can apply a lot of pressure pre-flop with raises and 3 bets. Post-flop with small bets. 6 players remain. To remind you, 4 of them will receive 10k tickets to the WSOP later this year, in addition to whatever money they win. So only 2 players, the next 2 players won't get those tickets, but the other 4 all will. Jakob, he's probably going to open the button now. He can open so wide with everybody clinging on for the tickets. Having to think about this. No, he decides to let this one go. I guess it's too short to stacks behind him, so he just felt he was getting shoved on too much. It happens it would have worked because neither player had a hand behind. I've been very happy to see that he got a walk with the 6-4 offsuit. Jakob should definitely be opening the ace-3. Reaching for chips. Nice size as well. Just over the min raise will get the job done most of the time. Actually, it's a min raise. Queen 8 might defend. No, he doesn't want to get involved with the chip leader. He wants his ticket, please. Jakob, will you open the Jack-9? Seems like a part in chips and everybody else is clinging on for a top 4 spot. Ahmed is one of the shorter stacks. He's tended to flatten these spots rather than just take the more obvious shove. But this time I think he has moved all in. Yep. Good shove here, recognizing how wide the... Oh. This should work. I can't imagine he's calling 16 big blinds with Jack-9 offsuit. Yeah, let's go. WSOP main event is later this year. Keynote, I'm not sure when exactly. I'm sure it's on the Hendon Mob. Or actually on the King's site as well. Yeah, usually around November. Jakob lets this one go under the gun. Having got shoved previous hand, he can't. He doesn't want to just go on opening every hand. This would be loose from Max. But he's not going to get too many spots with the chip leader just ahead of him, so he decides to take... Naro has a nice hand on the button, and he does cover Max, so he gets to put ICM pressure on. Maybe with a 3-bet here. It does look like he's eyeing up Max's stack. Yeah, this is a nice move. This is a very nice move. Small 3-bet, but it really applies a lot of pressure. And Max kind of just has to fold now. But he has made some fairly unorthodox flats in the past. But this near to the tickets, you don't really want to be playing ace-7 offsuit out of position against a 3-bet. He does let it go. Very nice pickup there by Gennaro. Keynote says the WSOP is from October 12th to November 3rd. It'd be awesome to get a cheeky 10k ticket for that tournament. Yeah, I mean, imagine these four of these players who entered a €199 buy-in tournament are going to win a ticket to one of the biggest tournaments in Europe all year. Christian with on the button has a very standard open here with the nice suited ace. Depending on the stacks behind, this might be a shove or a normal raise. I'm not sure whether you can sell your ticket or not, Keynote. That's something you'd have to ask Kings. 4-3 is definitely not getting involved. The only problem with the raise is you are raising into the big blind of the chip leader. Lots of hearts here would be interesting. One heart. It is the kind of board, though, that Jakob is more likely to have a decent hand on. Yeah, Christian decides to check back because he didn't want to get check raised there. And they both pick up a flush draw, so this could get interesting. Yeah, Jakob, this is a good spot for him to bet out. Usually Christian has nothing here and is just going to give up. You can see that Christian actually has the nut flush draw, so I doubt he's giving up to one bet. Heart on the river would be really interesting. The fact that the board is paired will make him feel less good about his flush draw, though, because he could actually hit his flush and not have the best hand. So he's having to think about that. Am I getting the prize to hit my flush? What happens if I hit my flush and he bets really big? Am I going to be happy to call? Yari in the chat appears to know the answer of whether you can sell your ticket, and the answer is no. You have to play day 1A. If you do 2 tickets and you go through to day 2, then you can sell your ticket. So he does call. He does have the best hand some of the time. He has the nut flush draw. Heart River would be interesting. Okay, the ace. The ace is not a good card for Jakob because he shouldn't really hit this. So yeah, he recognizes that and gives up. And Christian is very relieved to be able to check down his hand and win. Jakob smiles wryly, thinking he would have been in real trouble there on a Heart River. Christian, who was nearly out the door and would have been out if he hadn't hit the runner on a spade or the jack against the same player there, Jakob, suddenly has a very healthy chip stack. Hello to Mr. Chef Amza, who joins us in the YouTube chat. Welcome. So 6 players remain. We are playing down to the win, but I guess our most pressing concern is the fact that the top 4 all win tickets to the WSOP, which is fairly significant in a 200 buy-in tournament. And that's going to affect the next stage of the tournament, where it's playing almost like a satellite. So, Ahmed has raised 10-9 suited under the gun, which is definitely on the loose side given the ICM of the situation, but he's got away with it. Just the big blind has defended the 6-3. That should take this down now. Max really doesn't look interested in the pot, and he immediately folds once the bet comes in. Jakob decides not to get involved with the 9-2 off. He does have 2 of the shorter stacks behind, so he's going to get reshoved on a decent amount of the time. Ahmed has already shown willingness to shove on him, so he's going to be a bit more cautious in that seat. Max moves all in from the small blind with the 8-7 suited, which is fine. Ahmed with his king, and the fact that it's only... what is that? 7... 0.25 big blinds. Might find the call here. King is going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Probably most of the time, actually. Max is going to shove queen high, jack high. Pretty hands like this. I'm going to think about this. With the ICM, it's not enough to be ahead. You have to be ahead plus some. But he probably is with the king 8 suited, or the king 8 offsuit here. Yeah, I think he's reaching for chips. He's definitely thinking about the call here. Max is getting a little bit nervous. Sitting there with ace high. He's going to be very unlucky if he to find out he's dominated here. If he does get called. Max would be dominating him a lot with the king because Ahmed, Ahmed would be dominating him a lot with the king because Max would definitely shove any king. So king 2, king 3. Wow, he lets it go. So he gets away with huge relief for Max. Shallow says, tough spot when you start thinking about the ICM. Yeah, the ICM certainly makes it close. I think it's still probably a call, but just about. Might actually be the line. 7 might not be a call. The ICM is really extreme, though. I'm not used to analyzing payout structures where there's this artificially high jump from 5th to 4th. I guess it plays kind of like a satellite. Yeah, if it was a satellite, it would definitely be a fold, I'm pretty sure. But then there is 70k up top, so it's not exactly a satellite. It's definitely a very close spot. Max has another hand he can shove here. And he does. No fear. No fear. This is some players would be cautious about doing it after shoving the previous hand. Ooh, Gennaro has a tough one as well. King Jack. I mean, this is a much better hand than the previous time, but Max is shoving into 2 players, so his range is much stronger. It's more chips now as well. Almost 10 big blinds. It's half of Gennaro's stack. Yeah, I think that's probably an ICM fold. It's close again, though. So 2 nice pickups for Max there. There's a general rule in these spots in ICM: when you're in late position, you should shove fairly wide, so long as you can trust the players behind to make the tight folds they're supposed to make. In early position, you have to be a bit more cautious because there's more danger you're going to run into a premium that'll call you. Now, Jakob's taken a few hands off, so he can definitely open the ace-9 now. And Max can release the 10-9. He doesn't have to think about that one. Ahmed has been a bit unorthodox in these spots. Wouldn't be 100%. I wouldn't be totally surprised to see him call the king 10 here. Yeah, I don't really like this call, but he's going to make it. He'll get himself into trouble. Blinds get out of the way very quickly, so Jakob against Ahmed again. These 2 players have tangled quite a bit. If we get an interesting flop, oh well, that should kill it. Jakob hits top pair, Ahmed has nothing. Small bet makes sense here because if he had nothing, he'd want to bet small and try and steal the pot. Yeah, he's gone for the small bet. I really like the sizing. 1.2 into 5.2. If he's sitting there with 8-7 suited, that's a great bet to get king 10 to fold as well. So it makes sense to bet his range on this board, given the ICM of the situation. Ackman looks suspicious. Is he going to make a disbeliever's call here? Is he going to try something else? Again, that's why it's not great to call in these spots. Because you're going to miss 2 times out of 3. And I mean, Jakob obviously hit there, but if he could just as easily have had 8-7 suited, and he was going to do the same thing. So you can see now, I mean, Jakob and Christian should be pretty much locked up with the seat. Gennaro might think he's locked up with the seat. He doesn't seem to want to get involved either. So the other 3 guys might think that they're in a dogfight for 1 seat between the 3 of them. And the blinds have gone up again. So everybody is shallower. No, sorry, the blinds were 800k. I'm losing track here. Max raises. This is unorthodox. Jack 8 suited. This is a hand you could shove, but he's gone for a small raise instead. Gennaro's trying to stay out of the way of everybody, but he did pick on Max earlier with a 3-bet. He might do it again. He had ace-5 suited the last time. He might decide to just flat this time as well. His hand plays very well in position. Christian has the Jack-9 off. He's going to get involved too. He's getting lured in here by the value. Balakis has a... Yeah, this is a great spot for him to shove now. We have a loose open, a guy on the button who really doesn't want to play for a lot of chips, and the small blind who almost never has anything. So the ace-3 suited is going to get the fold a lot of the time. And actually if he gets called he's going to be ahead, so this is a chance to pick up a sizable pot. He's all in for 9.5 million, the pot's 15 million, so he's adding more than 50% to his stack when it gets through. So really nice pickup. That spot, that was the dream spot for him. Once all that money went pot with a lot of weak ranges, a loose opener with folded to 3-bets before, a flatter on the button, a flatter in the small blind, 3 wide weak ranges. You pick up the suited ace. You have 12 big blinds. You send it into the middle, and you get back 50% more. It's going to open the ace-5. Again, this feels too loose. He's also going into the big blind of the chip leader. This is risky, risky, risky. There's a lot of players to get through, and he has the chip leader sitting in the big blind, who can put him under a lot of pressure with all sorts of hands. Does come around Jakob now. It turns out he has an absolute garbage hand. High card, low card, unsuited. Just about the worst hand, so he does let it go. So fortune favoured the brave there. The players are feeling the pressure there of the tickets. They're really not showing it. They're still going ahead, playing fairly fearlessly. Folds the Jack-9. Gennaro has a legit hand here. 16 big blinds, ace-queen. There's an argument for just shoving this hand and not taking the risk that somebody's going to play back against you. Jakob's going to let the 9-6 suited go. Max tends to defend in these spots, but he's not going to this time. It was a big raise. He raised the large side there. Gets it true. Those three guys you see in a row there at the other end of the table, actually that end of the table from Max to Gennaro, they're the three guys who are essentially fighting for the last seat. Although Belakis is not home and hosed either with just under 20 big blinds. So he's going to open the cutoff. He is 3 of 6, I believe. Jakob shouldn't be getting to Max. Max is the Queen 10 suited. He's very short now. He's going to call and try and flop something. If it's a queen, he's in trouble. So Max has just 3.8 million behind, and the pot's already 6.4 million. So he's just trying to flop something and going with it. He has absolutely nothing, so probably check folding now. Belakis has the nut no pair, the best hand that isn't a pair, which is sometimes a candidate to check back. He does have a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw as well, but he's going to just bet and try and take it down. Max really doesn't have too much behind, so a half pot bet here essentially puts him all in, so he just moves all in. Get him to fold out the type of hand he has that has equity. Max's one leak, for want of a better word, that he has shown consistently is he tends to just call in these spots where it's just a little bit too much of his stack. He's made a few light calls of 3 bets. He's made a few light defenses from the small blind when he's short. So now Max is almost on the canvas, which means the other 3 guys will all be eyeing up, thinking, well, one of the 3 of us misses out on the seat, assuming Max is next to go. And 4 big blinds is very grim, because once the blinds hit him, 2 of those big blinds will be in the middle. So he needs to find a spot before that happens on this orbit. It's on the button, anything half to... Yeah, this ace is going in. Queen 9 suited. Oof. Oof. I mean, this is a call if he has lots and lots of chips. But he's in the small blind. There's a risk the big blind wakes up with a hand. It's more than a third of his stack. ICM makes this one tricky. Yeah, it's probably an ICM fold, actually. Despite the price he's getting, because he's not closing the action. Again, Max is looking at him like a hawk. We saw this earlier when he shoved the 8-7 suited into the king 8 off, got the king 8 off to fold. Moves all in, so he's taking his chance to try and knock out Max. Max is ahead. It's at 55-45. If he can stay ahead, he doubles, and actually the stacks he'll actually move ahead of Ahmed. But if he doesn't hold, we'll be down to 5 and we'll be on the ticket bubble. It's a huge moment for both players. Here it comes, and they both hit. They both hit, but the ace makes it very difficult now. And there's some chop opportunities now. Jack chops it. Queen or a 9 wins it for Ahmed. There it is, the 9. Unlucky Max. Again, we see it again, the river. The river's the killer. And it's fair to say most of the players at the table are pleased by that outcome. It moves them one closer to the tickets. They are right on the bubble of that now. Taking in good spirit, going around the table, shaking hands. So 5 players remain. Yeah, Hydred says the ace dude thought he won. I think he did as well, yeah. In fact, his reaction momentarily confused me because he seemed so happy. Took him a while to realize he'd lost a 2 pair. Maybe it was a joke, yeah, it's possible, who knows. Oh, look at this. Balakis picks up aces under the gun. I mean, you're kind of hoping somebody just busts, so the tickets are hooked up, but aces is not a hand you can ever be sad to see. So Max is eliminated in 6th. He takes over home €10,500 for his trouble. Players are all guaranteed. But after the next elimination, they'll, in addition to 17,200, they'll be all guaranteed that ticket. Rice smile for Balakis as the aces raise gets through. I just says I'm always happy to have Jack 3 off when someone has aces. Yeah, it's horrible to have something pretty like King Queen suited there. You get sucked in, you hit your king, he bets, you have to call, turn a flush draw, so now you're hanging on again. And he shoves the river, and you convince yourself maybe he has the misdraw. Jakob under the gun is going to open the Queen 9 suited. Great spot for him now with the chip lead. He can just open so wide, and they will all be folding very quickly unless they have a hand. And saying, there you go, sir, take it. All yours. Wow, no, actually, Bilakis has decided to defend the 9-4 suited here. Could be in trouble on a 9-high flop. Oh, he's hit his 4. Now, Jakob has the gutter and the backdoor flush draw. So, normally you wouldn't expect somebody from his seat to bet, but his range is much wider than normal because of the ICM of the situation. So he can go ahead and bet here and get a lot of hands to fold. The 9-4 may not give up to 1 bet, but it can't really hang on unless it improves on the turn, especially against the chip leader. So this is a reasonable spot to barrel twice. He's picked up the flush draw as well, so very reasonable spot to barrel twice now. And actually he can go bigger here and really put some pressure on. Pot's 9.4 million. A bet of about 6 million will get a lot of stuff to fold. Nolakis looks like he might be planning something unorthodox here. No, sorry, he has checked. According to the graphic. Yeah, he's bet 8 million. This just puts him in the bin now. Yeah, this is why you don't defend these hands pre-flop with ICM. Even when you hit your pair on a fairly safe board, you can do that, and you have to fold, and you've just leaked away some chips. Galakis has played very well in general, though it has to be said. And he hasn't been afraid to get involved. Great. Because not only is he going to win a lot of pots pre-flop, but even when people defend, he gets to do that post-flop and win even more chips. Ackman is fairly fearless though, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him open the ace-5 here, even into the chip leader's big blind. Yeah, I think he's supposed to fold here, but he's not going to because he's got an ace and he's pretty fearless, as I said. Lots of quick folds. Jakob has a very nice hand to defend now. Ackerman's made a big raise though. 3.25 big blinds. Don't know if you want to defend to that size. Yeah, he decides to let it go because of the sizing. If Ackerman does that a few more times, Jakob might start shoving on him. So what do we think, chat? Do we see anybody stopping Jakob on his march to the crown here? Personally, it's difficult to see anybody stopping him. Obviously, lots of stuff can happen in poker, and it comes down to how you run as well. But he has a commanding chip lead, and I do feel like he probably is the best player at the table. So when you have the chips and the skill edge, it's a good combination. Christian in the cutoff, let's PS3 off go. He's basically hoping somebody gets coolered or eliminated. Lacus is not going to stop playing. And look at this, he's running to kings. Raised on the button. If the chip leader 3-bets you now, you can really start seeing shenanigans. I think he's just at it because he's the chip leader. I like the fact Jakob is thinking this through. He's made a raise. Lacus will kind of feel like maybe he's picking on me now. Lacus going to fold the king 5 quickly. This would be a terrible time for Blackus to get impatient, but he lets it go quickly. Blackus, by being the one player who is willing to keep the aggression levels up, he is actually drifting back because he's leaking chips in a lot of spots to the chip leader. He has the worst seat on the table, obviously, immediately to the right of the chip leader. Sam C in the YouTube chat says if Jakob take advantage and play aggressive, he will take the tournament. Yeah, I have to agree. It's his to lose now, unless he gets coolered a few times. He got unlucky, remember, at the start of the final table with queens against jacks, and he still has continued to make progress. Christian, who's playing super patient, he does pick up a hand now, queens. Jakob doesn't get involved because he recognizes that the Christian is knitting it up, essentially. Ahmed, on the other hand, he likes getting involved in these spots. Ahmed is 3-bet to 5.5. Imagine he's getting it shoved back in his face now and he's going to be very sad. I'm not sure this is the hand you want to do this with because you can call and try and flop a set, and if you 3-bet you really don't want to get shoved on, so you're better off choosing a hand maybe like ace. That's spotted in pocket sixes. Feels like a waste to have to fold this to a shove. That is, I assume he's defaulting to a shove, but Maybe he's going to call it off. Oh wow, Christian has just called. Okay, now if it comes ace or king high, Ackman might find a way to win this pot. Okay, it hasn't come ace or king high. 13 million in the pot, 12 million in Ackman's stack. Got himself in the spot by 3-betting pre. He has a backdoor flush draw, which is no good. He's not to know that. What's he going to do here? Is he just going to wave the white flag? Or is he going to try to small bet? Or is he going to risk it all? He's done something else. He's literally bet half of his stack. I mean, if you call Queen's pre, you can't fold now. So, the question is, do you just call and let him put the rest in on the turn, or you shut it down now? She doesn't look thrilled about the spot. Might be worried about jacks or tens, but if it's jacks or tens, it's kind of just a cooler. ICM is so extreme now, though. But Christian does cover Ahmed, so it's not his tournament at risk. I just in the chat says, why 3-bet the old dude that played one hand, which was a premium on the ticket bubble? True. True that. Not generally recommended when you're holding 2 low cards in your hand, even if they're the same low card. A bit of predicting he might fold. If he folds here, it would be pretty epic. But I don't think he can come this far with queens and fold. Wow, he hates it. He absolutely hates it. I mean, he called pre, and he should really have been just thinking, okay, no ace, no king. But now he's, I think he's seeing spooks. He's seeing jacks, tens. No, he has decided eventually he has to move all in now. That guy's old. Wow. Wow. That's got to be the old. I put him on ace king. So he's drawing very thin here. The running diamonds are no good to him. 6 and a 6 only. Almost a 7. 1 card to come, otherwise we lose Ahmed. And break the ticket bubble. And we do. Live by the sword, die by the sword. He made an aggressive move with 6s. He got a flop which he thought was relatively okay and decided to go with his hand. And all the players now, their equity has more than doubled. Ahmed gets 13,600. The remaining players, taking the ticket into account, are all guaranteed 28,000. Sorry, 27,500. There's the stacks. Christian, after that big pot, is now up close to Jakob. The Lacos and Gennaro are both sub 20 big blinds. They all feel they're in a competition for third now. Kakim Relashvili in YouTube chat says Ahmed was too tired. Yeah, I do feel the tiredness probably played a role. The first time we saw Ahmed, when he moved to the feature table with 2 tables left, he was actually very, very patient and he played almost no hands for ages, and his initially large stack drifted back. But at a certain point, he just started playing far more hands, and that's often a sign of tiredness. Players just want to get on with it. Hard to see anybody still stopping Jakob for me. It feels like in most worlds, Jakob and Christian will get heads up, and I think Jakob will feel he has a fairly decent skill edge. Christian also, has to be said, looks very, very tired. When they do get heads up, it'll be a pretty sick heads up match as well. They'll be playing for almost 30,000 euro in a $200 or €200 buy-in. Question from Cashello69 in the Twitch chat. Dara, how does the Hindu mob work? I found I'm on there for Limerick Up, but other caches weren't recorded. Is each player assigned a specific ID or something? Caches are tracked. No, it's not really done by specific ID, to be honest. It's generally just a case that the organizer sends in the results, and you're, if there's already a profile for a player of that name who plays in the same part of the world as you do, it will generally be added onto that. But sometimes, you know, if the organizer gets your name slightly wrong and spells it slightly differently, it might be recorded under a different name. I found early in my career I had two Hendon mobs, Dara O'Carney and Dara Carney. When that happens, you can write into the Hendon mob and say, look, these are both me, these are all my results, and they'll consolidate them. So if you can find the result of if you can find the tournaments that you've cashed in on the Hendon mob, just check that you are recorded there and check what name you're recorded under. And if it's different, sometimes it's the case organizers just forget to send in results as well. For example, a student of mine who chopped the high roller at the Mammoth told me that their result wasn't recorded, and when I checked, I found that actually that entire event hadn't shown up. So I asked the organizer, hadn't showed up, so he was going to chase it up with the Hendon mob. So it's usually one of those two things. Either they get your name slightly wrong and the Hendon mob thinks it's a different player as a result, or the event wasn't recorded. If the event wasn't recorded, you can go back to the organizer and ask them to chase it up with the Hendon mob. Also, if you have a very common name, I mean, my name's not an issue, but if you have a very common name like John Smith or Paddy Murphy, there's a danger that your results can sometimes get assigned to one of the other Paddy Murphys. So you can see Jakob is opening up a nice chip lead, and I do expect him to kind of pull away. He's the more aggressive player. He's picking his spots very well. Balakis is fighting back, but he's down to 13 big blinds now. Gennaro also 13 big blinds. The blinds have risen again, so they're now 1 million big blind. Four-handed with the big blind ante as well. They really race around. There's 2.5 million being posted every 4 hands, so if you have 13 million and you fold 20 hands, you're pretty much out of the tournament. Yeah, Balakis is not going to fold out of the tournament, that's for sure. He's going to go on playing. Jakob is an interesting spot here now, because Balakis, remember, is basically in a race for third with Gennaro. So Jakob can leverage that by putting a lot of pressure on him with raises. He knows he's only risking 13, 14 big blinds here if he 3-bets him. So he can 3-bet, and if he has to call it off, so be it. Christian's not going to get involved without a premium hand. Gennaro is definitely going to fold in the big blind and let these two guys tangle unless he has a legitimate hand. So that's what Jakob is considering here. He lets it go this time because I think a couple of factors there. First of all, he has the worst Broadway, so it's a particularly mucky hand. He doesn't really have the ace blocker. Now, it's come around to the big blind here. Now, he has a very bad hand, but these two guys are almost in a personal battle now for third. Very sad to have to give that up because you're giving the other guy that you're competing against for third place those extra chips. Michael Krupa asking how much for these places in the final table. All players are guaranteed a 10k ticket now to WSOP Europe. Fourth gets 17,200. 13th, third gets 23,600. Second, 33,500. And the winner gets an additional 60,000. Ryban says if a player only qualified today on the last flight, they'd have been playing since 11 a.m. Wow, that's rough. That is rough. Yeah, no wonder we're seeing tiredness here. So we're four-handed, but two of the players are short, so we might not be that far away from what seems like the inevitable heads-up confrontation between Christian and Jakob. Jakob letting the 10-2 suited go. Naro probably doesn't want to get involved with the 10-3 suited. 14 big blinds. Yeah, fold and let unfortunately for him, the chip leader is going to let the one guy you don't want getting the chips. He's going to give him a walk. I think Gennaro probably has the worst seat now. Well, I guess Balakis is out of position to the chip leader. It's probably much of a muchness, to be honest. Very interesting dynamics in play because you've got two guys who are basically thinking most of the time that we're getting heads up, and you have the other two guys who are essentially trying to ladder one more spot and then hope to get lucky. Okay, Christian's picked up a legit hand now. This could get very interesting if the chip leader picks up a hand as well in the big blind. This is a spot where you almost have a sinking feeling that you picked up a hand you're going to have to play, but you do have to play it. You might come in for a big race here, which is kind of what we've seen the players do when they're trying to discourage action. Well, okay, he's gone for 2.9x, which is on the big side. Okay, Belakis might stick it in here. Yeah, I think he looks like he's shaping up. Yeah, he's moving all in, and that will fold out the ace-7 for sure. Can't imagine we're raise folding jacks here. I mean, you're only worried about queens, kings, or aces, and it's less than half your stack. I think we're going to see a flip. If the king queen had folded there, it would have been interesting because the a7 was definitely defending. But it would be interesting anyway. If the jacks call here and hold, Christian will actually move potentially into the chip lead. And then Gennaro, his ICM handcuffs will be off. He can he can really go for it because he'll be so far behind the others. And Christian is taking a long time over this decision. A lot longer than most would. He will eventually make the call, I imagine. Jack's just such a strong hand in this spot. On the button. Yeah, he does make the call. Going to be a bit disappointed to see he's in a flip. He would be hoping for a smaller pair, or maybe something like ace, X, where X is lower than a jack. But it's a flip. The jacks are ahead for now. King Queen has 2 flush draws as well. Hit 4 spades or 4 hearts. No flush draws for Christian. If he hits his flush, Lacus will hit a better flush. Here comes the flop. No flushes are coming. The Lacus needs a king or a queen, or running straight for a chop. The jack ends it. Jacks have been very kind to Christian. Pumps the air again. The end of the line for Belakis. Hit the queen on the river, which is kind of cruel, but not sure Belakis was too impressed by the reaction there. No handshake that time. So now we're 3-handed. Remember, Christian got really lucky at the start of the final table when he was all in with jacks against queens, against chip leader. But now he suddenly finds himself as the chip leader with 3 left. So you got to make the most of your luck when you get it. So we lose Belakis in 4th, or €17,200. All the remaining players are guaranteed 23,600. And as we've said multiple times, all of these players plus Belakis are also getting that €10,000 WSOP e-ticket. So Gennaro has the handcuffs off now. Christian is feeling great about life. He's buttoned for the 2nd time in a row. He's opening Jack 10. The next pay jump is almost €10,000, so the 2 chip leaders will be baited, waiting for Gennaro to make his move. He's down to 12 big blinds. It has to be soon. He folded King 8 in the big blind there, which is definitely on the tight side. Five 4 suited. Does he want to open a hand this week? Yes, he does. He thinks the small blind will fold a lot, and he doesn't think Christian is going to 3-bet him very much. So he's going to open fairly wide. Christian has picked up the jacks again. This is very much the hand of the tournament, and particularly the hand of the day for Christian. The 3-bets here, Jakob probably just releases. Instead he's gone for the flat. Now, Jakob could get in trouble here if he hits a pair or a draw. He hits neither. Might throw out 1-bet. Just try and get the job done with his nothing. Or he might recognize that this is a very hard board to miss and just check back. He's going for the small bet, I think, just to try and fold out anything that's missed completely. Christian is going to call. I think Jakob is probably done with the hand now. You can see this going check, check. Jakob might bluff the river if he gets there with 5 high. But he may just have given up as well. This wouldn't be the worst spot to bluff because he could fold out some smallish pairs, smaller pairs like 7s, 6s. Maybe ace high as well that made one call on the flop. He wouldn't be expecting to fold out a hand as strong as jacks, but you can certainly find a lot of hands in Christian's range that will fold. Counting out chips there and he's betting. And Jakob snap called. Oh, sorry, Christian snap called and Jakob showed his 5 high. He wasn't at all ashamed of his bluff there. Like to see that. If you caught bluffing, just show it proudly. Christian moves even further clear. I still make Jakob probably favourite, but Christian certainly with all his chips now is going to be difficult. Gennaro on the button, Jack 4, what can you do? Fold. 2.5 million each in each pot. He's got 13, 14 hands, or he's blinded out of the tournament. But Jack 4 doesn't feel like the one to go with. He lets it go. But you can see he's growing impatience. He kind of knows he's got to make his move soon. Christian is going to limp in from the small blind maybe, or is he going to raise and put pressure on? Oh, Jakob has a legit hand here. When the other guy's sitting there with 10 big blinds, you're not sure whether you like seeing 9s here or not. And you're certainly not sure what to do with them. You want to bloat the pot? Yeah, he's decided, look, my hand's too strong, I'm going to have to raise. But Christian makes a stubborn call here. Could be tricky. But Christian's let it go. So Jakob will be pretty relieved about that. He wouldn't have liked to see the call and have to play 9s even in position against the one guy who can knock him out before the short stack makes his move. So Christian has definitely opened up his game since he got the chip lead. What's he going to do with the Queen 4 suited? No, he lets it go. Jakob, fairly standard shove here. Jakob seems to definitely know what he's doing with different stack sizes. Expect him to move all in, and he does. And the 8-6 should be folding. And he does. And Jakob won't mind that result at all. He basically wants Jakob to keep grinding down. And he shows the ace to encourage him to keep folding. Now Jakob's in an interesting spot here because he wants to open the button fairly wide. Because he doesn't want to give shove spots to the small blind against a big blind who will not call off too wide. That's, I think, one of the reasons he opened the 5-4 suited last time. However, Jack 4 is not a hand he wants to open. Now, Gennaro should be shoving pretty wide here. To be honest, Jack 6 might be strong enough to go with. Yeah, Jack 6 is a reasonable hand to go with. Jack 4 suited folds quickly. It doesn't show this time, surely. No. So he gets his blinds back. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic now because Christian is fairly tight when it comes to calling off shoves. I mean, we've seen him tank queens, jacks, etc., etc. So because of that, Jakob is going to want to keep the pressure on the small blind when the button is on him. Jadero's on the button with king 6, probably just below the shove. He's decided to go for it. This feels a bit loose. Is Christian going to call it off with the ace-7 suited? He has called. Jakob will be delighted to hear that. He'll know that Christian has the best hand almost certainly. He's up out of his seat. Now it's 2-1, so still chance for the king 6 obviously. That just felt a little bit too wide, but he still has a chance to get there obviously. Gangster Guns, we're actually playing till the end here, so we are playing down to a winner, no matter what happens. Okay, so the a7 suited holding for now. King 6 has some backdoors, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Otherwise he needs a king or a 6. The ace doesn't kill it on the turn, he still has the 10. And again, Christian pumps the air, as is his style when he pulls ahead. Well, he was already ahead, but he's further ahead. Now needs a 10, no 10, and there's the celebration again. Genero takes it in good spirit. He was the shortest, he kind of had to make his move. So we're heads up. Christian gets heads up with a significant chip lead, 2-1 chip lead. And remember, he was almost one of the first players out early on the final table. He got lucky with the jacks against the queens of the man he's heads up with now. But he does get heads up with a 2-1 chip lead. He's in a great spot here. They're both guaranteed 33,500. They're playing for an additional 26,500, 60,000 for the win, and they both obviously getting those 10k tickets as well. So I believe we're going to take a break before we come back for the heads up. We are going to have to restart the Facebook stream, just to let anybody watching on Facebook. But it will be back soon. So if you're on Facebook, don't worry, we will be back soon. 5-minute break, and we'll be back.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to the German Poker Days main event, final day. We've reached the exciting conclusion. Heads up. Here from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. Two players who entered a €199 buy-in tournament are now effectively playing a heads-up match for €26,500. It's finally poised. Jakob, the player who has played the best, against Christian, the player who has run the best on the final table. Christian gets heads up with a 2-1 chip lead. We will be playing this out to a conclusion now. So to all of those watching us on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, my name is Darrow Carney. I'm an Irish professional poker player, commentator, writer, coach, podcast host. I've been commentating all day. It's very late where I am, probably late where you are too, but stay with us as we are about to learn who's going to win, Jakub Kalinowski or Christian. So we're just waiting for the heads-up match to resume. Be interesting to see how this heads-up goes. Jakub is the more aggressive player, so expect him to win most of the small pots. But Christian has shown willingness to mix it up as well. Cashello asked Dara, have you seen the video of this guy smoking the weed vape, telling Doug all the poker secrets? I think if you're referring to the podcast Doug did a few days ago with the cheating allegations. I've only seen clips from it. I saw bits of the same gentleman, what's his name, Michael Zamari, something like that, talking to Joey Ingram as well. It's certainly entertaining. So I think we have a short delay here while the Facebook stream is being restarted, but it will be a very short delay. We will be back soon, and we'll be ready to start the heads up. Yeah, I have been following that story, Cashello. It's a very sad story, and it looks really bad for poker. I mean, obviously, poker's always had this sort of minority fringe who are cheating, and it's often players who are good enough that they don't need to cheat as well, which makes it a little bit more surprising. But I came from the athletics world. I was a runner for years, and one of the things which used to annoy me about running was running makes a very decent effort to try and catch drug cheats. And yet, because they do routinely catch drug cheats, a lot of people think, oh, all runners are on drugs because they catch some. Not the same with poker, where everybody thinks that everybody is cheating just because there are a few bad eggs who are cheating. I have definitely come across that collusion. Yeah, several times. The worst example that I've seen of that was there were two Russians on a satellite bubble where there were 21 players left, 20 seats, and one Russian had all the chips and the other guy was the shortest. And every time anybody opened, the Russian with all the chips would shove on them, and then they would open into the big blind of the other Russian, and when he shoved for 4.5 big blinds, he'd fold. So he kept him alive that way. To the point that I made a complaint after the tournament, even though I won a seat. I actually folded aces in that. I opened folded aces in that satellite because I knew that if I opened the aces, I was getting shoved on by the guy with all the chips, and I couldn't call. Anyway, back to this heads up. Jakub's going to take a stab here with his 10 high and win. I think this is probably the pattern we're going to see. Jakub will win most of the small pots. And if this goes on for a while, the chip stacks could move back to level. I think it's in Christian's interest to try and make the pots big when he has a hand. Try and end it quickly before Christian has a chance to grind his way back to level. Or rather, Jakub has a chance to grind his way back to level. Let's see what Christian does on the button here. So Christian's limping buttons. I personally would be raising every button because you want to make the pot bigger in position, and you also want to put pressure on when you have the chip lead. Checks back a pair. Jakob doesn't take the bait. Christian's just trying to get to showdown now with his 4. And he lets Jakob hit the river. Jakob can bet here, and Christian will call thinking he's bluffing. Remember, Christian was caught bluffing with 5 high on the river not so long ago, so Christian's going to be a bit disbelieving of those river bets. Or Jakob was caught bluffing, rather. Fair to say heads up is definitely not my specialization. I did play heads up sit and goes for a while, but you know they came down to shallow stacks more often than not. But I will do my best here in this heads up. So Christian has hit 2 pair here, and he's playing it trappily out of position. Does he go for the check raise here to deny equity? Or is he going to try and encourage Christian to keep bluffing? Christian has a gutter as well as his ace high, which is going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Cashello asking about the charts, telling people to 3-bet suited connectors and premiums. You see a lot of 3-betting reg aces and king x's in the stream. It's fair to say that tournament players don't put a lot of work into heads up, they just don't get heads up often enough, so they're far from experts. Yeah, Christian looks like he's trying to induce bluffs, and I'm not sure that's a great strategy against Jakob, because Jakob is smart enough to sort of pick his bluffs selectively. I'd prefer to see Christian put the chips in himself when he has a good hand. He has realized now that he's going to have to bet here. This probably just goes bet fold, to be honest. Jakob is not going to think Christian is bluffing too much. Yeah, quick fold. I think Jakob has a very good read on his opponent. That's going to make the heads up interesting if it goes on a while. Jakob is going to know where he is in the hand most of the time. At least more than Christian will. Hard to stack your chips heads up because you have to play every hand. No time here. I don't like these limps. I think he should be raising and just making the pots bigger and try and end it quickly. The more pots he allows Jakob to play, the more chances Jakob has to exploit his presumed post-flop edge. Now Jakob hits a good board and comes out betting because he's already picked up on the fact that Christian is tending to just play very passively. So when he hits top pair, he's going to do his own betting. It's not a great card for him, but he does pick up a gut shot. Now he'll probably be fairly sure he has the best hand, but again, that's a bad river for him, so he's just going to check. And Christian is not going to turn his pair into a bluff. And again, this is why I think Jakob is likely to claw things back. I think if the roles were reversed, Jakob would have put more pressure on there. But Christian allowed him to check down his 7 and win. Jakob is raising buttons. And this means that basically, because Christian is limping buttons and Jakob is raising, when Jakob is in position, the pots are bigger. And when Jakob is out of position, the pots are smaller. And that's obviously a huge advantage. Now they both missed. Christian's never going to bluff here, so Jakob is just trying to decide whether he's enough showdown. What folds? Benefits from folding out equity here. Christian's made one disbelieving call. He does have a backdoor flush draw. Jakob hits the pair. Now with his showdown he checks back because he's losing to all the value that check called. And Christian has shown a tendency to check call some very strong hands. Christian is just going to check down, even though he probably should know that he needs to bluff to win. Jakob gets to show down his 8 and win. And already we're seeing Jakob closing the gap. If this continues, the stacks will definitely level up, and then it'll get really interesting. Jakob can avoid getting coolered. I think he's still favourite, even though he's behind in chips. Jakob again, he's limping the button with his ace, and he's allowing the 3-2 to see a flop. Really don't approve of this strategy. And he's allowed the 3-2 to pull ahead. It goes check, check. He doesn't even put the pressure on. Now he picks up a gut shot. Christian's thinking, well, my hand is really bad, but it might be the best hand. Sorry, Jakob is rather, with his 3. Now he's confident enough to think that he has the best hand. Targeting ace high, and he doesn't want to get bluffed. But Christian just folds the ace high. So again, if Jakob had completely missed there, he could actually have stolen that on the river. Christian is making it fairly easy. He's playing his hands very straightforward, almost face up. And again, Jakob closes the gap further. So what's Jakob going to do with the king 8 offsuit? Raises again. And Christian folds, and that's a good result for Jakob too. He picks up the blind and ante. Closes the gap even further. May come a point where Christian just gets a little bit frustrated. Heads up, you can feel fairly beaten up fairly quickly if you're losing most of the pots. And that can cause you to change your strategy, either for the better or for the worse. Limping the button again. Yeah, I mean, he has 8-4 offsuit, so that's a particularly bad hand, but in general, I don't like this limping strategy. Jakob checks. Christian should really bet there because he has far more strong hands. But again, he's not showing much willingness to bluff at all, and gets there on the river, but he's not going to get paid because Jakob just doesn't think he's bluffing. Very quick fold from Jakob. So Christian picked up a small pot there because he made the best hand. But Jakob's going to win sometimes without the best hand, and he's going to win bigger pots when he makes the best hand. Jakob raises again, making the pots bigger when he's in position. Christian's calling with a very weak hand, so he's forced to play a weak hand out of position in a 6 big blind pot already. But he hits middle pair. Interesting spot because Jakob has the 4 of diamonds, which basically makes it almost a flip still. Now Christian, I think both players probably are happy to show it down at this point. And again, Christian has allowed Jakob to get there. His hand isn't strong enough to value bet, but it is strong enough to win. And you can see Jakob processing the hand going, okay, he had a queen and he didn't bet it at any point. Been really impressed by how Jakob has played this final table. He actually hasn't run very well at all, but he still got heads up. I think I would still make him favourite to win. Christian on the button with the 9-5 suited. I guess we're seeing another limp. Yep. Now, Jakob might bump this up. This is a very strong hand's heads up. And Christian's not the kind of guy who's going to get tricky with limp raises, or he's also going to overfold on the flop, I think. So he's bumping the pot up because he knows he pretty much always has the best hand. So anytime Jakob has the best hand, he's getting to play a bigger pot. Anytime he's in position, he's getting to play a bigger pot. Anytime Christian has the worst hand or he's out of position, anytime Christian has the best hand or he's in position, he's playing a smaller pot. So all the advantages for Jakob. Oh, look at this, he's hit the flop so hard. And Christian has a pair. This is probably going to cost him at least one street. His pair. Moved all in, wow. Wow. That has to be frustration. That has to be, I've just had enough, I'm losing every single pot. I've hit a pair, he shouldn't have anything on that board. That is a massive overbet shove. This often happens when one player is beating the other one heads up. The other guy just reaches a point and he's had enough. And he makes a rash move like this, getting in, drawing, almost dead. This is a massive momentum shifter. Jakob is about to move into a massive chip lead. And that is huge. That is absolutely huge. Yeah, I think that's pure frustration. He'd lost almost every hand of the heads up. He just thought, look, I don't think he has a pair. I'm going to shut it down now. Oops, he has a 10. So they're counting down the stack to make sure they get the amount right, but once the dust clears, we will find Jakob now has a very, very healthy chip lead. Interesting to see if either player changes his style. Christian might switch to a more gambly style to try and get the double up, and Jakob might switch to a much lower variance style just to try and grind him down. They're counting the chips out of Christian's stack. Moment of madness there, I think, is the only way to describe that. Moment of frustration, maybe. As I said, heads up is difficult because you can it feels much more personal and emotional. Because you're playing every hand. You can go on a run where you lose a lot of hands in a row. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. Christian just got tired of losing every hand and decided he was going to win one hand by shutting it down. He picked a really bad spot to do it. And now Jakob has an almost 5-1 chip lead. Very difficult to see him lose it from here. He may start limping buttons now because Christian's down to 20 big blinds and Christian is probably in much more of a mood to gamble now. Try and get his chips back. Fascinating heads up because it's a real contrast of styles. Yeah, Jakob has switched to Olympic strategy. I really like this because he knows Christian is just going to look to gamble a lot now. Jakob really hasn't put a foot wrong on the final table. Flop's open-ended. Christian has the middle pair. They both check. Or sorry, no. Christian checks. Jakob bets tiny, and Christian shoves again. All this time with the open-ender. Guess he's trying to end it here. Interesting. Christian now is a 2-1 favorite. Needs a jack or a 7. Sorry, jack or a 6. Jack or a 6 and it's over. So far so good for Christian. Seven's no good. That might be the first misstep by Jakob on the final table. It seemed a little bit impatient to call it off there. I think against the players looking to gamble, I might have checked back there and just see what he does on the turn. By throwing out that small bet, you give him the chance to shove. And I think if Jakob had let this go on, basically play lots of small pots, he would eventually have found a very good spot where Christian would have just shoved it in with almost no equity. But that makes it interesting now. Christian is back in it. Stacks are closer to level. That might have been a third frustrated. I want to end it now. Call. Christian will feel a lot better about life now. Let's see if they readjust their strategy again. I expect Jakob to go back to raising buttons. Will Christian go back to limping buttons? We're about to see. If he limps the ace-queen, it means he really is limping everything. But no, he's going to raise now. And now, Jakob's not going to be too sure whether this is a change of strategy or this is just a stronger hand. Jack 10 suited is a hand which plays very well in position. I don't think you necessarily want to 3-bet this hand because you're going to be in trouble against the 4 bets. So he has called. Back to the original plan. 2 overs and a open-ender. Christian is playing more aggressively now, for sure. It's like the all-ins have woken him up. And the Jack 10's not going anywhere, obviously. He just calls, though. He doesn't want to get shoved on again. Now he hits his 10. Slightly problematic card because the clubs get there, but it goes check, check. 3. He'll be reasonably confident his 10 is the best hand now. Does he want to value bet it? Yeah. It's strong enough to value, but he can get called by an 8 or a 9 here. Maybe even an ace high. Christian, while he's definitely up the aggression, doesn't seem like the type that he's going to bluff too much here. More likely to make a stubborn call than a enterprising raise. So Jakob pulls a bit more clear. I think that's what he has to do. He just has to try and play small ball. Just gradually grind Christian down. Christian, on the other hand, should be looking for spots to get all his chips in with good equity. Try and get the next double before he drifts back a bit too far. He could very well drift back to 20 again, and then even if he doubles, he's just back up to where he was after the last double. Now Jakob has a strong hand. He's probably going to be raising buttons anyway. So yeah, he's going to go ahead and raise the button. Christian's probably going to call. Yeah, he does call. So again, Jakob gets to play the bigger pot in position. 7.2 million in the pot, stack to pot ratio of about 4. The ace definitely favours Jakob. Although Christian would flat a lot of aces too, I guess, just given his style. But Jakob's going to go ahead and bet and try and take this down. This should get the job done, unless Christian is really loosening up. Now, he's going to hang on. He's very disbelieving in general. Thinks his queen high might be good, which it will be a certain amount of time. It's just very hard to get this hand to show down now. He has the backdoor spades, but other than that, not much going for his hand. Jakob might just check back now and take his showdown. Yeah, he does. I like this. Just take your showdown. Your king high is good most of the time. Well, not most of the time, but a lot of the time. And he gets to win at showdown. Yeah, so Christian's leaking chips in a couple of ways. He's making these disbelieving calls and then not applying pressure on later streets. And then when he has the best hand, he's just not getting enough chips into the pot. So Jakob continues to grind him down, getting him back down towards 20 big blinds. Christian on the button this time, back down to... Actually, the blinds have gone up, so he's down to 20 big blinds. Blinds are now at 1.2 million big blind. And he's limping. He's just limping buttons because he doesn't want to make the pot too big, but again, Jakob has outflopped him. It was check, check. Now Jakob will be pretty certain he has the best hand, so he'll probably start value betting it. Does Christian might make a disbelieving call here again? No, this time he folds. And Jakob grinds him down a little bit more. King 6 on the button. He might start limping buttons again if Christian gets much shorter, but for now he's going to stick to the raising strategy, which has worked so well for him. And he gets the 10-3 to fold. Grinds him down a bit more. 2 more big blinds into his stack. Christian is having to fold these hands when he has a very poor hand in the big blind, whereas he's allowing Jakob to see a flop with his poor hands because he's sticking to the strategy of limping buttons. And he's got 5-3 off here. Wow. Does he even limp this? He might actually fold this. No, he's going to limp. Looks like he's got a close to limp 100% strategy, except some very strong hands he's raising. Now, Jakob has seen him raise some strong hands, so he might decide to just stick it in. It's a raw equity hand. It's going to be the best hand. We saw him raise with the ace-10 last time and he got paid off. So he's just decided, yeah, you're not limping too many strong hands. Christian's gone for the call. This is really not recommended. He's now playing a bloated pot with 5 high. He's going to miss 2 times out of 3. Even when he hits, it's going to be third pair a lot of the time. Well, that's as good as the flop gets for him. Yeah, I kept thinking about this one. He's going to try a small bet and just try and fold out low equity hands. Christian moves all in. Again, it's almost a repeat of the 10-10-5 board, except this time Jakob doesn't have it. Okay, so Jakob is now thinking, well, I don't think this is ever a king, so it's probably a 5 or a pair. How much equity do I have against that? Am I getting the right price? Am I better off not just folding and waiting for a clearer spot? Has the backdoor hearts as well, which are slightly significant. I mean, if you're up against a player who is ever bluffing in this spot, you could think about calling, but yeah, Jakob pretty much knows. Christian is overplaying a lot of hands, but he's not bluffing. Okay, so Jakob, what he does here, sticking with the raising strategy, Christian is going to call with the 6-2. And Jakob gets to play the bigger pot with the better hand in position. Christian's going to need to outflop him. He does, but it's a very bad bottom pair. This is a very coordinated board, so Jakob is much less likely to fire at this one. And by checking the flop, he got to see the turn, and now he's pulled ahead. He'll be pretty sure he has the best hand. Christian is very, very sticky, so you can get value from a lot of worse hands. Christian lets this one go. Yeah, that's a reasonable fold. I mean, it's a terrible pair he had. Worst pair, bottom pair, nut low kicker on a very coordinated board. The problem is he's just leaking chips in these pots. Chips went into the pot at every point when Jakob had the best hand. No chips went in when Christian briefly pulled ahead. So Christian back down to just over 20 big blinds. It looks like he's counting out a raise this time, so hopefully this is a good adjustment where he's realized that the limping strategy isn't working for him. And see, this time he gets the 6-2 to fold, so hopefully he learns the lesson from that, which is it's better to raise your button. So 3-1 chip lead for Jakob. Christian doubles up, the stacks will go back to level, but the momentum of this has been that in the periods where they don't get it all in, Jakob tends to just hoover up most of the pots. He's going to raise the button with the ace-3. Christian has the better ace. Yeah, I like this all in. This denies equity to a lot of hands quick fold from the ace-3 because against a lot of players you'd have to think with the ace there, but against Christian he thinks, well, this is just never a worse hand than I have. So Christian's back up to 25 big blinds. I'd like to see him keep the raising strategy going, but he's not. He's back to his limps, which means Jakob gets to see the flop with the 10-2. And now pulls ahead. You see this pair. Yeah, he's going to bet at this because he recognizes that Christian's going to check back if he's missed. Now, he might not think he has the best hand, Jakob, anymore, but if he turns a club or a 10, obviously, that's a super interesting card now because Christian is open-ended, but Jakob has turned 2 pair. At 4.5. The graphic says all in, but I think Christian just called there. Looks like Christian just called. Yeah, Christian just called, so we're going to see a river. And he misses. Again, Jakob probably value bets here because Christian just doesn't bluff enough. He's moved all in, so he's trying to get a crying call from a 1-pair hand. He's not getting a call from Queen High, obviously. He was targeting a jack, I think, hoping that Jakob had a jack and would call it off. So, same pattern continues. Jakob is continuing in the non-all-in pots. Christian, that's forcing Christian into the spot where he's going to have to win the all-ins. So now Jakob is, yeah, Christian's down below 20 big blinds, so Jakob is switching to a Olympic strategy, which I like. He's not allowing the shove. Doesn't mean he's been out-flopped here, but it's a very bad bottom pair. Jakob, with his showdown and his gutter, has decided to check. 6 can get counterfeited now. Does Christian bet to protect? Yeah, I like this. This will protect his equity fairly well. Jakob might hang on here just because he has gut shot and some of the hands that are betting here can be counterfeited. Like here. Now, can Christian find a bluff here? Nope, he can't. I think Jakob will just take his showdown. Yeah, I love how Jakob played that. Call on the turn was recognizing the fact that a lot of the hands that bet are pairs lower than the 10 and can therefore get counterfeited on the river. And Christian is not the type of player to bluff those hands on the river, so you get to check back your king high and win. And Jakob continues to prosper. Gradually grind his man down. Christian now is down to, what's that, 13 big blinds? And he's got the 6 deuce. That's a go. Loses another half big blind. Has to post 2 big blinds this hand. Jakob closing in on the 100 million mark. Jakob is looking at the stack, thinking this is probably just a shove now. because of how little Christian has behind. But on the other hand, against a player who is playing so straightforward, maybe we just limp and take it post flop. Yeah, that's what he's decided to do, the lower variant style. Christian's moved all in, and I don't think Jakob limped this to call it, but could surprise me. If you wanted to get this hand in, you're better off shoving it yourself rather than limp calling. Stronger hand, like a decent ace, you'd happily limp call, but this doesn't feel... Particularly just the way the momentum is going, he's winning all the times they both have garbage. But he is asking for a count. He has made the call. I think this is similar to last time. Maybe it's just this is a chance to end it, but if it was me, I think I'd fold and just let the guy keep blinding down, getting him in installments. But it's a 60-40. There's a 40% chance the tournament ends on this hand. Jakob with the king 10. Christian all in with the ace 4 of clubs. Here comes the flop. And the ace, but it doesn't kill it. Jakob still has a jack. Gut shot. With a straight. Always the sweat. The club takes away the jack of clubs. So now he's down to 3 outs. And he actually hits his flush on the river. Jakob has played very well in general, except I think when he gets Christian really short, and then there's a little bit of impatience of trying to end it. If he wanted to get that hand in pre, he should have just shoved, and who knows, maybe I guess the ace-4 doesn't fold, but it's just a better way to get the chips in. But it's similar to the 9-7 when he was open-ended and he called it off. There's something to be said for just folding those spots and then winning the next 2 or 3 small pots, and suddenly the guy's even shorter, rather than gifting him the 60-40 to double. Already we're seeing a pattern. Well, already we're seeing a pattern. We're seeing a very clear pattern of this heads up, where for the most part Christian drifts back, Jakob chips up, but when they get it all in, Christian has the better hand. So he has tended to raise his super strong hands on the button. He's done the same again. Jakob has a hand which can defend though, even against a fairly strong range. The suited jack vaguely connected. Pops pretty well. Now they both check. Open ender now for Jakob, but he checks. There goes check, check. He knows he's going to realize equity because his opponent is not going to bet too much. Can't really represent anything on the river, so he just gives up. Not sure what Christian thinks he's getting called by here, but he has decided to bet, try and eke some value out from King High. Oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. He's brought the hammer down now. But how can you have anything? Wow, Christian really opened himself up there to being bluffed on the river. That just made no sense on the end. Against a normal player there, you could think about calling with Jack High, but Jack High is not going to be good very often against Christian when he bets, but he's going to... as I said, like Christian's biggest leak is he just overplays certain hands. I think he thought he was betting his ace king for value there, but he didn't really think about what would call, and he didn't think about reopening the possibility of getting bluffed. Christian is making a really disbelieving call there just with the gut shot. Now, Jakob is just trying to get to showdown. Ooh, the gut shots come in. Hard to get value out of position though. All in. Wow. He got really greedy there. I think Christian needs to calm down and think about what he's trying to get called by when he bets different amounts in the river. He bet the river last time. I think he thought he was value betting, but he just didn't think about what could even call him. And he got bluffed. There he went for it all because he had the strongest hand he could possibly have. But again, what can call him? So he limps the 6-3. Jakob just checks the 10-7 suited. Jakob gets bottom pair. He'll check to find out whether Christian has anything. Once he checks back, he'll be reasonably confident his 7 is good, so he's going to go ahead and value bet. Christian's probably calling because he really just doesn't ever seem to believe Jakob has a hand. Now the river gets interesting. Maybe he goes check on a brick, but that's not a brick. Jakob. Now, again, he's up against somebody who just doesn't bluff very much, so he's going to go ahead and bet, even though it's hard to get called. Christian drifts back further, back down to 20 bigs. Stream has been going for well over 8 hours now. Been a lot of fun to be commentating on this one. Thanks to everybody who's kept me company on Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Christian's picked up a hand. Is he going to win another all-in? Jakob is keeping the pressure up by raising. Christian, given his style, he probably just moves all in here and then Jakob folds. No, he's gone for the call. I like this. Christian at least is doing something different here. It'll be tragic, obviously, if Jakob hits the king, but the problem is Jakob is just so canny post-flop, though. He's probably not going to go wild. He'll probably fire one bet and then give up. It's very hard when you're a very tight player to get a savvy opponent to put more than one bet in after, because once you go check call, they'll just kind of give up a lot of the time. He's desperate to try and get him to put some chips into the pot. And now Jakob does finally oblige. Christian moves all in and snap fold from Jakob. Yeah, that's the problem. You're only going to get one bet from the guy, so you're not going to even win big. Roy Ban on YouTube says, no offense, but finding it harder and harder to comprehend how Christian made it this far. I mean, sometimes players are very good full ring and they play a good final table, but then they just don't know what to do heads up. You see that a lot in tournaments because tournament players don't really practice heads up very often. It's fair to say Christian ran by far the best on the final table until they got heads up. He was all in with jacks against this gentleman's queens early on, and he got there. He could very well have been out in 8th place or 7th. I can't remember how many were left at that point. And he won almost every all-in he was involved in. Um, Nika asking about the delay. Yeah, there's a 30-minute delay on this, guys. Good to see Answer Karnik. Check Hero showing up in the Twitch chat. Jakob has played a wonderful final table. I think he's made a couple of impatient calls heads up when he had Christian down low to try and end it. Other than that, he's played pretty much perfectly for me. And he's been outflopped. Christian hits top pair on a scary board. Gonna bet. Jakob. Yeah, Jakob just snap gives up because he just knows his opponent's not bluffing. Opponent has shown almost zero bluffing in these spots. So it makes it a very simple decision, even when you have a strong ace high on a board where there could be a lot of bluffs. Christian is back. He has chipped up a bit again. I mean, you win a few pots heads up and you can pull the stacks back level. He is very much relying on making the best hand, but that can happen heads up as well. Oftentimes heads up, the cards simply decide. Jakob moves all in here. This is wow. This is a gamble call. This is a gamble call. This is a huge moment now. It's a flip. Christian will move back into the chip lead if he wins this flip, which is unexpected, but he's basically almost 50-50 to be chip leader after this. The other 50% of the time, or the other 47%, 53% of the time, his tournament is over. Here we go. Oh, interesting. He can now pick a. He can hit a queen. He has won pretty much all in on the every all in he's been in on the final table. Can he pull one more out of the bag? Jack, a queen, or a king does it for him. There it is. Jack. Frustration for Jakob. He's down to 2 remaining 8s, or he falls behind again. And no help on the river. Jakob blows in frustration. How do I finish this guy? He just keeps winning the all-ins. I mean, that's definitely not a recommended play, but given the momentum of the tournament, it might be his best chance to just take those sort of gamble spots. And he has won every all-in pretty much on the final table, as I said. That's how he got this far, and that's probably his best chance to actually win the tournament. Take an all-in and hope to win it. Jakob needs to regroup now. Rethink what his strategy is. Remember, he started this heads up 2-1 chip dog. He's actually in a better spot now than he was at the start. He just needs to go back to the original plan of raising all the buttons, playing very cautiously post-flop against a player who's playing pretty much face-up, betting when he has it, checking when he doesn't, telling you what he has on the flop. But there's plenty of ways to win in poker, and now this is very much back in the balance. Jakob looks a bit frustrated for the first time. He has literally lost every heads up against this man, including early on the final table when he had it all in Jakob's queens against Christian's jacks. He has to regroup mentally now and just go back to doing what he was doing before. He limps the button this time, which he hasn't really done before at this stack depth. Christian checks. And Christian's going to make this easy for Jakob by just betting when he hits. We'll see a snap fold from Jakob unless he's really tilted. Yeah, he just snap bucks. You never bluff, sir. I'm folding. He does look frustrated though for the first time. He's been very composed all final table, even when he lost that queens against jacks early on, which was a big spot. He looked fine afterwards, but now he does look visibly frustrated. Hopefully it won't affect his play. Is Christian going to stick with his strategy of limping buttons? Or is he going to try and ramp up the pressure now? Really, he should be trying to ramp up the variance. Just raise the button. Even use a big raise size. It doesn't have to be a min raise. Jakob. Yeah, I like this. Christian's gone for a bigger raise size now, so he's ramping up the variance. Jakob has hit 2 pair, snap checks. Christian's one weakness post-flop, biggest weakness post-flop, is he tends to overplay hands. But he has checked back the 6s here. Now Jakob will be sure he's got the best hand, and he's going to have to do his own betting. Yeah. Jakob knows exactly where he is in the hand here. Christian has some weakish hand he's trying to get to showdown. So Jakob comes out betting. Christian gives up. Jakob closes the gap. That's all he has to do. Just keep winning these small pots. Get him back to level. Grind him down a bit more. Your chance will come. Doesn't matter how long it takes, so long as you get there in the end. So, Jakob is limping buttons now, which is interesting. He's trying to keep the pots even smaller. Again, Christian's going to make it easy here by coming out betting. Jakob knows he's behind, but he's got an open ender. So he's going to call, try and hit his open ender. Christian's going to bet again, charge all the draws, clubs, any 10. He's giving the right price though to all the drawing hands. This doesn't really fold out the draws. So Jakob is going to call again. And he gets there. Now the question is, will Christian pay him off? Christian has top pair. That's probably what Jakob thinks he has. So Jakob is trying to decide now, what will top pair call? How much can I bet and get called by top pair? Maybe some 2 pair as well. $14 million he's gone for. Quick fold from Christian. At least you recognize it was a horrendous board. Everything, all the draws got there, including clubs. Incidentally, I think Jakob wasn't relying on hitting the river there. If another scare card had come, which didn't improve his hand, I think we would have seen the same bet and probably the same result. So Christian back to limping buttons. Jakob back in the chip lead, happy to check the 9 deuce. They both miss. I think this goes check check, and then Jakob maybe bluffs later, although the ace is not a good card to bluff. So he shuts down. Might bluff river. Hard, very hard to represent anything now though. And it's actually a split anyway. I think Jakob doesn't realize it's a split. Wow. I think he didn't realize it's a split. So he actually folded a chop. Okay, interesting flop. Christian has top pair. Jakob has flopped huge bottom pair and a flush draw. Therefore he's bet. Christian is going to go take the check call line here. Jakob's going to be pretty sure more, but lots of ways to improve. Maybe goes check check now. Yeah. Try and hit the river. I think Jakob folds. Small bet though. Very small bet. 4 million into. Yeah, he mixed it call because of the bet size there. So stacks have been pretty level for a while. Christian back into the chip lead actually. Finds the queen 8 on the button. He's been limping these kinds of hands and he does so again. Jakob has just been checking and taking it to the streets. Jakob picks up a gutter. Goes check check. Jakob checks again. Wants to see if he can hit his gutter. Doesn't. I think I would have been very tempted to try a bluff there in Jakob's seat, just given how often Christian tends to fold rivers. So Christian has moved into a small chip lead again, but they're still very deep. And given Christian's style, when he has the chip lead of just limping buttons and not playing big pots, we're unlikely to see a big confrontation on. Jakob is also limping buttons now. He just kind of he wants to increase the amount of post flop playability of his stack. That's why he's limping. He immediately goes trappy. He'll get one bet out of Christian, probably not much more. Oh no, sorry, I misread the hands. It's Jakob who is the 2-pair. Yeah. So Jakob bets his 2-pair, Christian folds. Yeah, a lot of players would hang on there because with your backdoor spades, your backdoor diamonds and your backdoor straight draw, you have a lot of good turn cards, but Christian tends not to. Christian tends to rate, maybe overrate certain made hands when he has a pair, but maybe he undervalues those types of hands that have good playabilities down the streets. Again, he's limped the ace-9 on the button. I'd much prefer him to see raising those type of hands. And it goes check, check. Getting checked to the river. Jakob decides not to bluff. Christian checks behind and wins with his ace high. So another pot gets pushed to Christian, so opening up a little bit of a gap heads up now. Jakob on the button with the queen 2 suited. Yeah, he's definitely changed strategy now. He's pretty much just limping buttons. This is his new plan. Hit the worst possible second pair. So he checks back because he's got showdown. Christian's not the kind of man who's going to start bluffing either, so once he checks twice, you can be reasonably certain of the best hand and you can go ahead and bet it. Board pairing strongly reduces the value of Christian's gut shot, so he just gives it up. And another first pot in a while gets chipped Christian's way. Cushello asks, how are they funding these 4 to 6 10k tickets for all these small buy-in events? I think they come out of the prize pool, to be honest. So, 2,300 players enter. If you're giving out 4 tickets, you take $20 off each person, and that covers it. Jakob has decided to try and bluff here. He might check back now that he's hit his pair, although his pair doesn't have a huge amount of showdown. But the 4 is going to win. All these small pots, they do help Christian's cause. If he can pull further away to a point where he has a 2-1 chip lead, it changes things. Jakob Yeah, he's calling. He's just not getting raised very often, so he gets to play 100% of hands from the button if he's limping. Now, Christian has outflopped him. Christian always bets in these spots, which means when he checks, he basically has nothing. So he's making it very, very easy for Jakob to play against him. If he bets, he has something. If he checks, he pretty much has nothing nearly all the time. And you can proceed accordingly. They're both very tired, you can see. I think that's what they're joking about. Christian has tended to limp the button. He might even fold a hand this week, but no, he's going to go ahead and limp. Over medium says, I don't think Jakob should have stopped raising pre. Yeah, it's a tricky one. The raising was definitely working for him. Jakob is now going to think, yeah, I have the best hand here. I can value bet it. He's not getting called by 9 high, but he can get called by a deuce or a 6. So on we go. This heads-up battle has lasted longer than I thought it would. So Jakob limps button. Christian doesn't even raise a hand as strong as King Queen, so Jakob can definitely play 100% of hands on the button using this strategy. Jakob thinks he has decent showdown with his Queen high, but yeah, he does decide to check because of that. Same applies. He's going to have the best hand quite a lot of the time with Queen high. And on the river they both check as well, and King high beats Queen high, so Crescello says the annoying thing is they've actually made a deal already. Well, I have no information on that, and it's certainly possible because, you know, players who enter the 200 euro tournament who suddenly find themselves playing heads up for 26,500 are fairly heavily incentivized to do a deal. But if one player feels they have a fairly significant edge, as I suspect Jakob does, that might prevent a deal happening. And they're both playing as if there's no deal, I think. So Jakob pulls ahead. Bottom. Oh, what a turn card. Yeah, like Jakob comes out betting here because he knows he has the best hand on the flop. Once it goes check, check, and the 2 doesn't look like it hits anything. Christian raises here, though. Jakob will just fold, I think. But he does call, which you like to see. Now Jakob won't be all that sure about his hand anymore, yeah, which is why he checks. Hard for Christian to get value now. He just doesn't bluff enough for his value bets to be paid off. Makes a tiny bet, though. That's so tiny it might get paid. Yeah, that's the... I think... Face. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's the only way you could have hit the turn. So, Christian continues to move further ahead, winning all these small pots. Jakob's back down to 40 million. Getting towards that 2-to-1 point. Now he's gone back to raising. Admittedly, he does have a strong hand here. Christian is going to release the 10-3. Jakob has made a big raise with the a6 suited. Yeah, Jakob looks like he's changing gears now. He's going back to a raising strategy. No, he's mixing it up. He's mixing raises and limps. This is unexpected. The raise with the 10-9. Big raise as well. Wow. Yeah, this is going to work. Christian's been doing so little raising. He's going to get credit when he does it. First time we've seen him do that, and obviously the first time you do it, it's much more likely to work. It's quite an odd hand to do it with though, because that hand plays fine. Typically, if you're going to do that, you want it to be a kind of an ugly but decent raw equity hand like King 2 off, rather than 10-9, which plays fine post flop. King 2 off has a blocker as well. But anyway, on to the next hand. Check, check. Does Jakob want to bluff the river? No, he does not. He's being very careful not to overbluff rivers, because Christian is a non-believer for sure. And Christian takes the pot down with 10 high. Yeah, Jakob's strategy is fairly clear now. He's raising strong hands and he's limping the rest. Maybe he's limping some traps as well. We haven't seen him pick up a monster yet. Now he's got a bad bottom pair, but this is his board. Hard to hang on here without an ace or a king. Christian with the 8 deuce actually lets this one go. Jakob was probably going to raise if he'd limped. Timo Star says they play so tight. Yeah, I think they're playing tight for different reasons. Christian is just naturally tight, and um, Jakob thinks that that's his best strategy against a player who he believes he has a significant edge over post flop, but who is also quite sticky on rivers. He's going to raise the king queen. So yeah, he's raising the stronger hands, trying to get more money into the pot. Christian has a fine hand to call with here. Struggling to see what the amount is, but he has put in the right amount of chips. Good luck for Christian, even though he hasn't hit. He's got 2 overs on a gutter. It's quite a coordinated board, so Jakob checks it back. Yeah, the ace is a good card for Jakob. He's got the nut no pair, so he's decided to just take his showdown. It's his king on the river. He can value bet this now for sure. He definitely has the best hand. And as I said, he's not bluffing very many rivers because Christian tends to be disbelieving on rivers. He's not going to call with 9 high, I don't imagine, but we could definitely see him calling maybe even as weak as Jack high. Christian tends to limp these hands pretty much always on the button, and he's sticking to that strategy. Jakob tends to raise these hands. Now, Christian has made sort of stubborn calls against these raises, which I think is one of the reasons why Christian went fairly big there. Also, the blinds are up. It's worth noting. It's now 1.6 million big blind. On to hand number 210 of our stream today, as we close in on 9 hours in a long stream. I think we're seeing the hands here. I don't know what they have. Oh, there they are. Christian hanging on bottom pair, Jakob bluffing with nothing. Turns open-ended. He might keep the aggression up, but Christian's turn 2 pair, so he won't be folding. Jakob does keep the aggression up. Now the question is, will he bluff the river? Oh no, Christian's just shoved. He's not even letting him see the river. A wry smile from Jakob. This is, oh, I don't even get to see the river now. That's a huge overbet shove. And that shuts the hand down. Uh, 210 hands in 9 hours. Yeah, I mean, that's live poker, you know. 23, 24, 25 hands an hour is fairly typical. Obviously, we've seen its pace of play has gone up a lot since we got heads up, but well, it's not 9 hours of continuous play. Christian, decent chip lead still. Again, sticking with the strategy of limping. Jakob gets to check his queen 6. And it is 6. So now he'll check and find out if Christian has a hand or not. No, he's actually decided to come out betting this time, which is interesting. I haven't seen this before. It's the fold. That's interesting. I'm not sure why he decided to bet there rather than check. He has been checking in those spots, and then if Christian checks behind, he bets the turn. Jakob presumably is a lot fresher than Christian, but even he must be getting tired now at this point. He raises, and he is raising his strong hands on the button, trying to make the pot bigger. Christian is hanging on with the 6-4. And okay, Jakob has. Yeah, Jakob checks there because he really didn't want to get check raised. Christian tends to make these big check shoves. Jakob has showdown and a draw, so he doesn't see any reason to bet. He's going to win with king high by taking it to showdown. Thank you for your very kind comment. Oh my god, it's baby. Or BBY. Not sure how to pronounce that. So this is quite the epic heads up now. I don't think any of us expected started, but the momentum has swung back and forth. There was a big shift early when on that 10-10-5 board, Christian shoved his 5 into Jakob's 10, and Jakob moved into an almost 5-1 chip lead. And I thought most of us thought it would be over pretty quick after that. But Christian has won all the all-ins so far. So he has actually moved back into the lead. So battle of the rag hands here. 3-2 against 6-4. 4 hits, but it's a high card board, so he's not going to bet it. Christian just doesn't tend to bluff these spots, so he checks back. Jakob doesn't see any reason to bet. Just going to try and win a showdown. I'd like to see Christian start bluffing now. He would get so much credit if he started bluffing rivers. But I mean, if you're not going to bluff the nut low, you're not going to bluff. What are you going to bluff? And he basically allowed Jakob to win that pot with bottom pair. So again, Jakob is limping his weak hands on the button because he wants to keep the pot small, and Christian's going to play very straightforward post flop. Oh, I like this from Christian. Looks like he's actually going to bet at his gut shot. No, sorry. Completely misread the action there. It's Jakob who bet and Christian folded. No, Christian bet. Okay. Well played, Christian. He bet his gut shot and he takes down the pot. Yeah, you can see Jakob is tired now. Obviously, you'd expect the younger man to be fresher, but this has gone on way longer than he could have expected, especially when he had a 5-1 chip lead. Heads up is grueling as well because you're playing every hand. You have a decision on almost every street. Human brain is only designed to make so many decisions in a day. There's a thing called decision fatigue. I think both of these players are probably at that point already, or well past it. Christian's not bluffing here. Just figures his 9 high has just about enough showdown, and or sorry, Jakob. Yeah, Jakob is tending not to bluff Christian because Christian doesn't. He's trying to work out. Yeah, it's a split. Yeah, they're both very tired. They're struggling to read boards. Michelle says people laugh at me when I stare at them blankly after session and say I have decision fatigue. Yeah, it is a thing. I believe it can be trained, and online players in particular tend to, because they make more decisions every day when they're playing online, tend to have a higher threshold. But we all have a point beyond which we can't be pushed without before we start to feel that fatigue. So Jakob is on the button this time. Again, limps the weak hand. Chip stacks have moved back towards level again. Jakob's gonna check, see what happens on the turn. Now he's gonna try and bluff. He's trying to get 10 high, jack high to fold. Even jack high is not folding though, so nice try. Oh, this is enterprising. This is a thinks he's bluffing, obviously. Little smirk there when he gets the fold. Good to see Christian mixing it up. I mean, we have criticized a lot of his play, but to be fair, he's played a very long day. He must be very, very tired. But he's holding it together pretty well. He's run really well on the final table, won pretty much every all-in he's been involved in. He's giving it his all for sure. Looks like he might be counting on a raise this time. So yeah, he's not raising very many buttons, but he has decided to raise this hand. Two and a half big blinds. Jack 10's gonna call. Jack high board would be interesting now. And he just doesn't bluff. He just doesn't seem to bluff turns and flops almost ever. We've seen a couple of them. We've seen the gut shot one and a couple of others, but for the most part, if he misses, he just checks. So that's what's encouraging Jakob to come out betting. He raises. Wow, he is mixing it up now. He's definitely doing something different this time. His last few hands, throwing in more raises, throwing a bluff raise there, and because of the way he's played the heads up to this point, he's going to get massive credit at least for a while. Sam C in the YouTube chat asking about if deals aren't allowed, you do have to trust the person that you're doing the deal with. You can always obviously do an unofficial deal, but yeah, it comes down to trust then. WSOP, for example, doesn't allow deals, and I did one heads up back in 2015, but I probably wouldn't have done it if I didn't trust um, my opponent, or rather my opponent's backer. Jakob has bottom pair now. He figures he might as well bet and protect it. If Christian check raised him, this would be beautiful now, because it would work, I'm pretty sure. But no, he's gone for the check call. So Jakob hits a weird 3-pair. Christian's, it's actually a split. Yeah, it's, he just doesn't think he's bluffing there. If he doesn't wake up soon, Jakob, and realize that this man has started bluffing. Good to see Answer Kanik trying to troll me in the chat as ever. Don't mind him over medium. He's just trying to troll me. Michelle says, lesson from this is don't be calling off light 20 big blind shoves heads up with the chip lead unless the guy is at it. Yeah, I was surprised when that happened, and I think if he does lose this, he'll look back on that moment and think maybe that was the moment where he should have just found the fold button and ground his opponent down. This is all in. Wow. Or no, he's calling. Okay, so this has gone limp, raise, call. Jakob looks very tired now. He hits bottom pair and a gutter. Goes check, check. Check. Doesn't really see much reason in betting because all the worst hands are just going to fold. Now he wants to see, and he sees he has the best hand. Yeah, I think Christian's very tired too. He needed to look at the board there to see that his 8 wasn't good. They're both very, very tired, I'm pretty sure. And Christian... Jakob... What happened there? Jakob just folded the button. 9-4. Yeah, Christian seems to have adapted, and I think Jakob doesn't yet realize that that's what happened. That's what has happened. He probably just thinks his opponent's gone on a card rush. He hasn't. Christian hasn't had to show down any bluff. It's harder for Jakob to assume that that's what's happened. He suddenly started bluffing. But Jakob is getting quite short now, so... Christian has middle pair bets and gets the quick fold. Jakob drifts back even further. Christian looks very tired now as he rests his chin on his arm. And squints. It's 6 a.m. here in Ireland, past 6 a.m. They're on a half-hour delay, so that means it's 6:30 a.m. in Czech Republic. Men have been playing through the day and night. Christian. Oh, wow. This looks. I mean, Queen Jack's a normal 20 big blind hand against most players heads up, but I don't think against Christian. Jakob looks like he might have just lost patience there. And they both hit a pair, but Christian's still ahead. This is for the tournament. If he can hold, it's over and Christian will have won. Rice smile. Oh! Is this going to be the first all-in that Christian doesn't win? Ace on the river. Or, nope. Christian loses an all-in for the first time, I believe. Or at least the first one I remember. The Q Factory says it's 7:07. Yeah, it is 7:07 there right now, but remember the pictures we're seeing are on a 30-minute delay, so this happened at 6:37. That's a big momentum changer now. Stacks are back to almost level. I think yeah, he had enough. Actually Jakob moves back into the chip lead, it looks like. Yeah, he had 32 million, so the blinds and antes, he's back in the chip lead. Both players must be almost out on their feet. Closing in on 7 a.m. They've been playing quite a while now too without a break. So the problem with these all-ins is they do have to count down all the chips and make sure that they get the amounts right. So it's going to take a little while before we get the next hand. But that's certainly a momentum shift. That was, as I said, that was the first all-in I remember Christian losing, and it was for the tournament. So he was ahead. If he loses now, he can tell all his friends that he was all in with the best hand for the tournament and lost. I do not know when the blinds go up, Cube Factory. Tournament director told me once that the vast majority of tournaments end when there are 40 big blinds in play. Now at the moment there are rough. So we're getting towards that point where you would expect the tournament to end. Wow, all in. That was a big shove. Actually, the blinds are up, yeah. The blinds are up. That caption must be wrong, though. It's not 200k, it must be 2 million. Yeah, the blinds obviously just went up to 2 million. You can see 1 million posted in the small blind. So the blinds are now 1 million, 2 million. Not 100, 200k as on the screen. So yeah, that wasn't actually that big of a shove. It was 20-something bigs. Jakob limps the button. It looks like he's gone back to a limping strategy because of the shallowness of the stacks. Often below 25 big blinds you will see good players limping buttons. Now it goes check, check. Christian thinks he has... sorry, Jakob reckons he has showdown with the king queen. Like to see Christian start bluffing in these spots because he would just get lots of credit, but he also has showdown, I guess, with the queen high, so it's not going to be enough this time. The amounts of the blinds are all out by a factor of 10, so the blinds are 1 million and 2 million, and plus 400k there for Jakob was actually plus 4 million. Alex G, how's my Sunday grind? This was my Sunday grind, Alex. I knew I was starting this at 10 p.m, so I couldn't start any games. How was your grind if you played? So what have we got here? Bottom pair for Jakob. Board getting scarier and scarier. They both turn a flush draw. They both hit their flush draw. This could be problems. Jakob decides his hand is not strong enough to value bet. Christian just picks up a clump of chips and throws them out. Jakob makes the call and is going to get the bad news that he got rivered. So Jakob's still with the chip lead, but it's very close now. Interesting raise here from Christian. He has thrown in a few of these raises with these types of hands. Jakob with the dominating hand, but he's not to know that. Makes the call. Now Christian hits top pair. He's tended to just be very straightforward and check bet in these spots, but he has checked. This might work because now Jakob will feel he definitely... And Christian immediately moves all in. That's the end of that hand. Christian is standing up a lot, which I actually like to see. That's one way of keeping yourself awake. Feel your energy fading. Christian limping with the 6-3. Jakob very happy to be able to check Jack 4. They both miss. Probably goes check, check. Jakob checks as well as Jack High has some showdown. Probably going check, check, and nope, we're going to get a bluff this time from Christian. You love to see it. This is going to be effective because Jakob just doesn't think he bluffs very much. That brings the stacks back even more level. Okay, 7-3 versus 9. Okay, Christian started raising big blinds now, which is interesting. And it always seems to be these sort of middle connected hands that he's using. He's definitely going to get the 7-3 to fold. He's moved back into the chip lead now, just by dint of winning a few smallish pots. Seems to have got a bit of a second wind, Christian. 2 now. Gonna limp the button here with Jack 8. Jakob very happy to be able to check the 8-6. They both... Sorry, Jakob hits his 6. Checks. Goes check, check. Now Jakob will think he has the best hand until he sees the ace. Now he's not sure. Check, check again. Do you want to value bet his 6? Yeah, he can value bet here and get called by king high. He got called by jack high, wow. It was a very small bet, but still, that's a disbelieving call. Oh no, Christian raised. Christian's made a min raise. This is really funky. That was a super interesting raise. Wry grin there, Christian. I think Jakob is very tired. He's rubbing his face now. Christian is definitely doing some unexpected stuff now. Stacks are back to exactly level. Look at that. Exactly level. $28 bigs effective. Christian decides not to raise the 9-6 this time. Hits his 6. Doesn't fancy betting it. I'm not sure what's happening here. Oh yeah. The graphic changed. And Jakob picks up the pot. Yeah, Henry, what's become of me? What has become of me, Henry? Part of my decision was that I'm recovering from flu, so I'm not sure I was going to do a great long Sunday grind anyway. I also didn't expect the commentary to last this long. But here we are. Christian, yeah, true to his form, he's limping on the button. Jakob very happy to check the 5 deuce. He's hit bottom pair, which is going to cost him some chips. Although maybe not. Bottom pair, not low kicker. Against a man he thinks doesn't bluff very much. Yeah, you generally wouldn't be folding a pair heads up to a single bet, but Christian is still very much of the opinion, or Jakob is still very much of the opinion that Christian doesn't bluff. This is a very long heads-up battle now. And the stacks are pretty much level. And they're both playing a small ball style. Okay, that's it, Christian. Pump it up. Good man. Let's get this over with. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, I'm almost over it, to be honest. It's not COVID as well, I can confirm. I have taken various tests. So 4 deuce against 9-5. The 9-5 hits 2 pair. Hard to get value from the 4 deuce now. He has tended to just bet when he hits, and which makes it easier for Jakob to just fold. I don't think he was continuing to 4 deuce anyway, but we saw Jakob fold bottom pair recently, and that's because this man just doesn't seem to bluff very often. He does bluff sometimes. We have seen a few bluffs, but just not often enough. Interesting here, we don't know what the cards are yet. There we go. 10-7 suited against 5-3 off. 10-7 suited is limped. 5-3 is open-ended. Comes out betting. Yeah, 10 better hand to continue than the 5 deuce in the previous board because it can hit a very nutty hand by the river. Oh, that's an interesting card because he's turned a flush draw now. Small bet from Christian, so yeah, Jakob didn't fancy it anymore on the paired board. Christian has pulled back into the chip lead now. This heads up has swung back and forth. Fairly significant chip lead now. Getting up towards 2-1 again. Actually, it's more than 2-1. Which is why Jakob has moved all in here with the pair. Sub 20 big blinds, sub 15 big blinds. Pair is going to be good enough to shove. Will Christian take this? We saw him call off Jack 10 in a similar spot. Queen 7 is less likely to be flipping than Jack 10, but he's looking at the chip stacks. Yeah, he's made the call. He seems to make all these gambling calls, and he's actually in much better shape than he should be. It's a flip. This is a flip for the title. If the Queen 7 can get there, Christian will be our champion. Wry smile from Jakob, who probably can barely believe that he's been called by the Queen 7 offsuit. That is fives. He's not home yet. Obviously, there's some runners. Well, spades. Or a 6. He has to fade a 6. He's got a set against Queen High, but he does have to fade a 6. And Queen on the river changes nothing. So, game was flipped around. Now Jakob is the one winning the all-ins. Jakob moves back into the chip lead now. We believe that no deal was made, Henry, because they have actually, apart from these strange all-in calls, they've been playing as if no deal has been made. But we certainly have no information on a deal. Doesn't seem like they've been away from the table long enough either to negotiate a deal. So now again they have to count out the stacks to make sure they get this exactly right. When they resume, Jakob will be back in the chip lead. Christian will have just over 20 big blinds. That was a mystifying call, but he did call earlier with Jack 10. It does seem that he's willing to call fairly light in those spots, maybe recognizing it's his best chance of winning the heads up. If they have made a deal, I absolutely hate them for dragging this heads up out for 2.5 hours when it's 6:30 a.m. where I am. So Jakub Kalinowski is back in the chip lead, but it's pretty close It's close enough that if he got it all in and lost, he'd be almost out. So let's see how he tackles this. Will he start limping all his buttons? Will Christian just start piling it in now? He just moved all in, yeah. Yeah, Christian is... Christian... We saw this after he lost the first big all-in where he was... It flipped around from him being a 2-1 chip leader at the start to being suddenly 5-1, almost 5-1 down. Christian suddenly got very, very gamble happy and was just looking to get all in a lot. And I think that's why Christian is limping the button. Or Jakob Brothers limping the button. Christian's not shoving the Jack 2 off though. Let's check. Jakob probably taking this to showdown because Jakob just snap folds the 6 there. And that's because he thinks Christian just isn't bluffing. If he starts getting information that Christian has started bluffing, it could change things. But for now, he's sticking to his original read. Christian just doesn't bluff very much. Jack 6 against 9 deuce this time. Nine deuce pulls ahead. Let's check. Jakob turns a flush draw and gets there on the river. Oh, it's a four flush board. Christian probably calls smallish bet. Jakob trying to decide how much to value bet now. That's only 6 million because no money went in on an earlier street. Let's just move it all in. Wow. This is sick. Jakob. Well, 7-6 of hearts technically is the nuts, but ignoring that combination, he has the 4th nuts. He gets the fold. Sick move by Christian. Massive overbet shove. Jan says Jakob needs someone to be feeding him hands. It's very hard heads up because you just don't really have any time to absorb the information to even look at your phone. Much easier earlier on. Artsov thinks maybe the show was for value. I don't think so somehow. Okay, this could get interesting. We have 2 pair against aces. Christian does tend to just go for it in these spots. So he could very well just shove over a small bet, as he tends to do. He tends to wait until his opponent puts money into the pot and then just make these massive overbet shoves. This time it looks like he's just going to call though. Now let's see the river. The river is safe for the 8-5. What does he do here? I'm going to bet. Is Christian going to overvalue his aces and shove again? Or is he just going to call? Or is he maybe going to make a smaller raise? He's raising. Okay, well, Jakob can't fold. So, yeah, Jakob calls quickly there. And he gets to see that Christian played aces rather strangely. And that's going to swing the stacks back. Yeah, Jakob moves into a fairly comfortable chip lead now. That's a momentum shifter for sure. I wonder if Christian is feeling aggrieved now in the, oh, I just had my aces cracked by 8-5. He does seem very energetic though. It feels like he's perked up. I mean, I guess it's after 7 a.m. there now, so into the next day. They've been up all night playing poker, but it's sun's coming up. Jakob is 6-3 on the button. He's gone for the limp. And Christian is happy to check with the Queen 4. Off to the flop we go. Queen hits. I'd imagine Jakob maybe puts one bet into this pot to try and bluff, but he's not going to go crazy. Might check. Might bluff river. No, Christian's going to bet and Jakob's going to fold. Tiny pot. Okay, Christian's picked up a legitimate hand here, 23.5 big blinds on the button. He's still sticking with the limping strategy. Jakob quickly checks the 8-7. They both miss. Goes check, check. The 8-7 picks up a gut shot. Christian bets, mostly to protect. Gut shot might hang on, yeah. That does not improve him. He probably goes check, check now, and Christian wins. He does. Moves the stacks back towards level again. So, joy of joys, stacks go back to almost level again. Christian moves all in with the ace-9. Suited. Blinds gone up again. No, still 1 and 2. Jakob checks a fairly strong hand back here, Queen Jack. Christian has the nut low. Christian still has the nut low. And Jakob hits the river. Doesn't think Christian's going to bluff at it, so value bets himself. Jakob with a small chip lead. We played 157 hands to go from 56 players down to heads up today. And we played another 90 hands now, and the tournament still isn't over. So, okay, the 3-2 has pulled ahead. Bottom pair. Christian comes out betting though. Jakob might hang on this time because he's got some stuff to go with his bottom pair. He's got a backdoor flush draw. So yeah, he is going to hang on. See if Christian can find the second barrel. 6 of hearts, he picks up the second nut flush draw. Yeah, this is going to work. In fact, he just moves all in. And moves back into the chip lead. So the heads up has lasted 90 hands already. And as I said, it took us only 157 hands to go from 56 players down to 2. Christian with the Queen 9 suited on the button. Looks like he has been limping, but maybe he's going to raise this time. Yeah, he's going to raise this time. He does seem to like these hands as raises, sort of the middle coordinated, middlish coordinated hands. Connected hands with a 9, let's say. Queen 9 against Queen 9. Interesting if the Queen or the 9 hits now. They both miss. And this should work. I don't think Jakob is going to hang on. Christian extends his chip lead, pushing up towards 2-1 again. Roy been asking, "What's your name again? Do you have a stream yourself?" If you're asking me, the commentator, my name is Darrow Kearney. I am not a Twitch streamer. I'm a poker pro, commentator, coach. I've written 3 strategy books. I co-host a podcast called The Chip Race with David Lappin, but I do not Twitch. Maybe they did some cocaine while we weren't looking, as Roy Band suggests. They've certainly perked up, but I think that might be just their circadian rhythms kicking in. Okay, so Christian has bottom pair here. Bets and wins. Jakob drifting back now. Is there another twist in this? Jakob down below 20 big blinds. Limps the Queen 4. Christian checks the King 3. It's the King. Comes out betting. Very honest. Jakob quickly folds. Drifts back even further. It is pretty much 2-1 now. Christian is coughing a lot. And limp the 9-7. Jakob is going to check the 7-6. Okay. Christian has hit middle pair on a scary board. He's going to always bet that. That's what he's been doing. Cheta Jimenez, the Lord is looking forward to finishing the tournament. Indeed. All in. I think I heard Rick Gold. I don't know what the hand was. Queen Jack suited. Christian bringing down the hammer now. Jakob down to 15 big blinds. Jerry Fall says, I went to bed at 10 p.m. and you are still here commentating. Long night shift for you. Yeah, very long. Didn't expect it to go on this long, I have to say. I said earlier, it took us 157 hands to get to heads up today. And we played approximately another 100 hands already heads up. Jakob. Okay, Christian has the bottom pair. This throws out a bet. Jakob has some backdoors. Might decide to try and hang on one street here. Could also think about turning his hand into a bluff with his overs. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Or no, is he just calling with all small chips? Yeah, he does call using the small chips. Oh. Christian hits trips. Jakob won't necessarily put him on a 3 now. Might not think he would bet a hand as weak as a 3 on the flop. This would be a terrible time for Jakob to decide bluff, but he doesn't. He's down to 10 big blinds now, though. Times are dire. Jerry asking, what's my take on the Bryn Kenny story? To be honest, I probably haven't been following it as closely as a lot of people. It's certainly very worrying, very concerning, and it's a bad image for poker, basically. Even the doubt that that kind of level of cheating might be going on online is going to put a lot of recreational players off playing online. There do seem to be it does seem to be more than one player coming forward now, so it's going to be interesting to see if even more come forward in the next few days. Christian just shows the ace king. Yeah, Jakob is super short now. He's actually down to 8 big blinds. These are desperate times for Jakob. He's going to have to find a double up very quickly, and even then he's still going to be well behind. And he finds 7-4, which he can't even complete with on the button. And as I said earlier on the street, like, one of my big concerns about stories like this is when I was a runner, it used to annoy me that when drug cheats were caught by the Athletics Federation, because the Athletics Federation used to try and catch every drug cheat, often the message that got out to the general public was, oh, they're all cheating because there are so many people being caught. And there's also a concern that if a few high-profile poker players are exposed as cheats, then the public might just think it's endemic and that far more people are doing it than actually are. Wow, Christian is really going for it now. He's shoved the 10-3, but he's run into the ace-4. He's still a 38% shot here. This is a 38% shot to win the tournament right here. Jakob has the best hand, but Christian is very live. This could be it, finally. Hand 257, the 100th hand of heads up. Here we go. Let's see the flop. They both miss. The 10-3 does have backdoor. No, sorry, they don't both miss. The 4 is hit. So the 10-3 has backdoors, and the 10 is still good. Now the 10. Actually, no. Sorry, the king works as well. The king doesn't work. No, it just. In any case, the S4 held. I'm also very tired here. So double up for Jakob. Early pattern in this heads up was Jakob kept winning all the small pots, but then Christian was winning all the all-ins. But Christian has now lost the last 3 all-ins. Jakob doubles up. Doesn't look particularly thrilled about it. I think he's very tired. And he's still, of course, very short. So we are going to go into past hand 100 of the heads up. I think that probably confirms they haven't done a deal. Can't imagine they'd be putting themselves through this torture if they had. Jakob might be going for the limp call here, or limp reshove. Yeah, Jakob should. Yeah, they've got it in again. Jakob is ahead again. But if Christian can come from behind here, the tournament will be over. The moment he needs a 4, he has other ways to win. Obviously, he can hit straights or flushes, but ace-7 against ace-4. The ace-7 is all in. Okay, backdoor diamonds or a 4. 2 chops it, I guess. Four. And it's a split. It's a split. He didn't realize it at first. But it is a split. No double for Jakob. Yeah, I've seen that YouTube video too. That is frightening, Jerry. Now that said, I do know that the sites are very good at catching. The legal sites that try to catch that stuff are very good at catching that, and that's something that's not always focused on because they tend not to publicize when they catch because it's not in their interests to even suggest that there are lots of cheats out there. But it's definitely not the case that you can just buy that RTA from YouTube and start. If you're working on some of the smaller unregulated sites or the apps, it's a lot riskier. Looks like we might have an all-in a call again. Yeah. We haven't seen Jakob's hand yet. We know Christian has Queen Jack. Let's see the other hand. He didn't hold it over the reader, so it's pocket 5s. Okay, it's a flip. It's a flip, and again, Christian, remember, is the big chip leader, so if you can find a queen or a jack, or another way to win, the tournament will finally be over. Okay, a 10 works for him now. 10, a queen or a jack. 5's a 60% favourite, but lots of outs for Christian. Also ways he can get counterfeited. The 8 doesn't add to his outs, so Jakob just has to fade a 10, a queen, or a jack. And he does. He hangs on, so he doubles, stacks her back to level. Hooray, everybody. World's longest heads up in a 200 tournament continues. Look at Christian. He's like, what? What? Stacks her back to level. Wonderful. I mean, surely they have to think about chopping it now, if they haven't done a chop already. Stacks are have gone. Sorry, it's almost certainly going to come down to a flip. Yeah, Jakob is having a laugh too. He just can't believe this has gone on for so long. It's just gone ridiculous at this point. Okay, 20 big blinds plays 18. Christian's still in the chip lead, but it's very close now. Let's just deal them both two hands. They can get all in again, and we have reached that point now. I did say that most tournaments end when there are 40 big blinds in play. There are now 38 big blinds in play, so this should be the level we end at normally. The blinds have just gone up again. 3 million big blind now. The real hero here is the dealer. I think the real hero is me, and they keep changing the dealer. The dealers get breaks. I'm here on my own. Also, they are using the shuffle machine, which does speed things up nicely. Very nice innovation from Kings. You do see them in Vegas as well. 9-8, so yeah, he's just like, I have a decent hand, I'm all in. Jakob is like, he's made the call. He's made the call. He's ahead. Got the best hand. But Christian has the chip lead. This is pretty much for it, because even though Christian wouldn't be eliminated, he would be super short if he loses here. Jakob is just wandering off. He's just going to see what happens. King 7 is ahead right now. But there are lots of ways for the 9-8 suited to improve. And he's picked up some additional outs. He's actually got the 7 working for him now. So a 7, an 8, or a 9. It's roughly 2 to 1. Needs to find a jack. He now has a queen. It's still roughly 2 to 1. 7, an 8, or 9, or a queen, and the tournament is over. Oh, and he misses. Jakob somehow manages to hang on grimly. And now he's the massive chip leader. Yeah, it's fair to say I'm pretty knackered, Jerry. If I start misreading boards or hands or stacks, you're going to have to forgive me. The stream has been running for over 10 hours now. I expected something like 5 hours, I have to admit. It's almost 7 a.m. here. Been streaming since 9 p.m. yesterday, whatever day that was. Jan says, if I was rooting for the short stack, does that make me a bad person? No, Jan, it's all the other stuff you do. Everybody's just having a right giggle about this, because apart from everything else, they have to count out all the chips again now. because there was no major colour up done. I'm glad you're having fun anyway, Jan. Great to be bringing some entertainment into your life in New Zealand. Yeah, he's not going to have very much left. They're almost certainly going to be all in next hand or two. 2 a.m. in Canada. It's late even in Canada. That's how late it is. So the chip's being pushed over. Christian's now a big dog, obviously. Not very much of his stack left. I might fly out to Kings to watch the end. Yep. Good chance you get there in time, the way this has been going. It's just the short stack wins every all-in. So there's the aerial view of the stack. And so many chips down this end. He hasn't even had time to stack them all. Also big blind ante, just even more bad news for the short stack. He has to post the ante. I think we're going to see an all in this hand as well. Unless the button gets dealt 3-2 or something. Here we go. Let's see. 10-8 suited, yep. That's going to be in. The King 9's going to call. King 9's ahead, so the 22 million pot. If he wins this all in, the next one is back to almost level, so this isn't over yet, folks. This time Jakob is the one who has to come from behind, but he does have a very pretty hand, 10-8 suited. Lots of ways to improve. Nothing there. Still needs a 10 or an 8 or running cards. The 9 is a running card. He loses the 8 now, but he gains the 7. 10 or a 7, and this tournament is over. Nope. Here we go again. Double up for Jakob. Or sorry, double up for Christian. I've forgotten which player is which now. It's 22 million now, plays whatever the other guy has. 7 big blinds. So he won't necessarily be all in this hand, and he is going to be on the button as well. Jan's celebrating the double up there for the short stack, because he's a sadist. Yeah, and they have to count out the chips just to make sure they get it right. This is where you wish they had bigger denomination chips in play, but it is what it is. These two gentlemen, remember, are paying... They paid €199 to enter this tournament. They're now playing a heads-up match for €26,500. Somehow we have 246 people watching us on Twitter after over 10 hours. And an additional 134 on YouTube. Thank you, Rod, in the YouTube chat. We have an all-in and a call again. Okay, let's see. Jakob has the King 10. We don't know what Christian has yet. He's busy shoveling all his chips into the middle. Christian has Ace 9. He's actually ahead again. Oh my goodness. We could be back to almost level. Jakob needs a king or a 10. Nothing there. King or a 10 still. To end the tournament right here. The ace. It's not over yet though. He still has the jack. Nope. Short stack doubles again. This is pretty epic. They're back to levelish. Jakob shaking his head wryly. They're also deeper now, so it's that less likely they're going to get it all in. 15 big blinds effective. I really thought this was over a couple of hands ago when Christian was crippled, but a couple of all-ins later, he's right back in it. Jakob also probably can barely believe that it's back to almost level. Jerry says I'm off to work home at 3 p.m. Should be still going when I return. Yeah, it does feel like that. This is poker's version of Groundhog Day, I think. Short stack just keeps winning and doubling. You're going to see another all-in and a call. No, Jakob is going to keep his discipline. I mean, at the end of the day, they are still playing for 26,500 euros, so... Wow, Christian just shoved the 9 deuce. And he showed as well. That moves it back even closer. This is pretty sick. Christian now with the wind at his back. Getting it back to level. Christian's picked up a real hand here now as well. Having shown the 9 deuce last hand, he might not get credit here. Does he want to limp and induce a raise? He's just moved all in. And he's got called. It's ace-king against king-8. Wow, Christian, this is huge. Christian will be massive chip leader if he can hold here. Jakob can end it with an 8. But he's in terrible, terrible shape. And the ace-kinger is ahead for now. Some runners for the 8. Here comes the turn card. It's a king, which doesn't change anything. Jakob needs to find an 8 or he's going to be down to fumes. 14 million to be precise. And he doesn't. So, having been almost counted out a few hands ago, Christian has won all the all-ins and now he's the one who has his opponent on the canvas. Jakob's going to have to drag himself back up from 14 million. Nika asking about how does Jakob call there. Well, he did see his opponent shove the 9-2 the previous hand, so he may have thought his opponent was just shoving him every hand now. Also, they have been playing this heads up for a ridiculously long time, and hardness has to be a factor. So now, massive chip lead for the man in picture, Christian. He's going to have a 6-1 chip lead. More, in fact. Closer to 7-1. Not so long ago, Christian was down to 12k. He's now back in a massive chip lead. Jakob is down to 14k, we believe. So they've shipped the chips over. He looks quite deflated now. "15 minutes ago, he must have thought he pretty much had this won." He moves all in. Probably getting called here unless Christian has a real bag of spanners. Christian does call. Let's see the hands. Jakob is all in here for 14 million. Christian. Jack 9 suited, I believe, is the calling hand. Oh, Ace 9 is the all in hand. So Jakob is dominating. 2-1 favorite here. Oh, and that's some flop. That is some flop. Now it's a flip. In fact, Christian is actually a favorite. Flush draw, got shot. Jack still working for him. So many outs now. There it is. There it is. Tournament is over. Christian seals it on the turn with the flush. Somehow he's come back from the brink. He was down to 12 million not so long ago. Takes the victory. Wins the final all in. His opponent walks off, I think, in shock. Can't believe what's happened there. Not so much that hand, but just the sequence of events up to it. And that is quite the finish. Christian, who, until they got heads up, certainly had run the best of everybody in the final table. But he lost quite a few all-ins where he had the chance to win. Hung in there, and he's come good in the end with the win. He takes down 60,000 euro plus the WSOP ticket, worth an additional 10,000. Jakob, for coming second, wins 33,500 plus that ticket. So they're setting up for the winner's photo, which will feature Christian from Belgium. Remember, he was all in early on the final table, jacks against queens of Jakob, and he hit a runner flush, stay alive. Got all the way to heads up. Started the heads up with a 2-1 chip lead. Massive pot early on, swung it the other way, 5-1 chip lead for Jakob. They traded chip lead back and forth. It looked like it was over and that Jakob was actually going to win when he was crippled. When Christian was crippled down to 12 million of the 110 million in play. But he came back, he won the all-ins when it mattered. And in the final all-in, he won Jack 9 suited against Ace 9 off, hitting his flush on the turn, take down the tournament. Thanks to everybody in the chat who kept me company, kept me awake.